a werewolf shifter romance audiobook written by Annabelle. They say family reunions are supposed to be joyful occasions, a time for laughter, reminiscing, and reconnection. For most people, that's probably true. There's the warmth of familiar faces, the comfort of shared history, the promise of belonging. Family reunions are meant to remind you where you come from. Except, of course, when you're attending a reunion for a family that isn't actually yours. When you're the charity case, the orphan they took in out of obligation. When every smile feels like pity and every kind word carries an unspoken reminder that you don't really belong. For Sera, for her specifically, family reunions are exercises in pretending. Pretending she doesn't notice the whispers. Pretending she doesn't see the way her cousin Marcus's parents still introduce her as the girl we helped out. Pretending that belonging to the distinguished Ashford family means anything when everyone knows she's not really one of them. Sera had learned early to be grateful, to smile, to never ask for too much. She'd learned to love Marcus from a distance, to be his best friend and confidant while carefully burying the fact that she'd been in love with him since she was 13 years old. She'd thought nothing could hurt more than unrequited love, than watching the boy she adored treat her like a sister while he dated other girls, never seeing her as anything more. But Sera is about to discover how wrong she is. Because deep in the mountains surrounding the Ashford family lodge, beyond the manicured trails and the safety of civilization, something watches. Something ancient and patient, with eyes the color of amber fire. It has waited decades for this moment, bound by instincts older than memory itself. And Sera is about to learn that unrequited love is nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to the devastating, all-consuming intensity of being wanted by something that will destroy everything to claim you. Chapter 1. To family, Marcus Ashford calls out, raising his champagne flute high above the crowd gathered in the great room of the mountain lodge. The assembled Ashfords respond with enthusiasm, glasses rising in unison. They look like something from a magazine spread. Beautiful, wealthy, perfectly coordinated in their designer casual wear. Sera stands near the back, holding her own glass, feeling like an imposter despite the expensive dress her aunt insisted on buying her for the occasion. I know we don't gather like this often enough, Marcus continues, his charismatic smile making hearts flutter as usual. At 28, he's only gotten more handsome, all sharp jawlines and confident posture. But this weekend is special. It's about remembering what matters most, the bonds that tie us together. Sera's chest tightens. Bonds. She has no blood bonds to anyone in this room. Marcus's gaze finds her across the crowd, and he winks. The gesture is friendly, brotherly, utterly devoid of romantic interest. It still makes her breath catch, even after all these years of knowing better. So here's to the Ashfords, Marcus concludes. Past, present, and future. Hear, hear, the crowd echoes. Sera takes a sip of champagne she doesn't taste. Her Aunt Diane appears beside her, immaculate as always in cream cashmere. You look lovely, dear, Diane says, but her attention is already drifting toward other guests. Do try to mingle. The Harrison's son is here, very promising young lawyer. Of course, even at a family reunion, Aunt Diane can't resist matchmaking, trying to get Sera settled, so she's no longer the family's responsibility. I think I need some air, Sera murmurs. Diane nods absently, already moving away. No one protests as Sera slips toward the back doors. Why would they? She's always been easy to overlook, the quiet girl who never causes trouble, never demands attention. Outside, the October air bites with the promise of early winter. The Ashford Lodge sits at the edge of a vast wilderness preserve, mountains rising like sentinels in every direction. Sera pulls her cardigan tighter and walks toward the tree line, drawn by the silence and solitude the forest promises. The manicured lawn gives way to wild grass, then to the dark mouth of the forest trail. She shouldn't go far. It'll be dark soon, and she doesn't know these woods. But the need to escape, to breathe without feeling the weight of not quite belonging, drives her forward. Just a few minutes, she tells herself. Just until she can put her smile back on. The trail is well marked at first, wide enough for two people to walk side by side. But Sera is so lost in her thoughts, Marcus's wink, Diane's dismissal, the familiar ache of being perpetually on the outside, that she doesn't notice when the trail splits, doesn't realize she's taken the narrower, less traveled path. By the time she looks up, the sun has dropped behind the mountains, and the forest has grown uncomfortably dark. Damn it, Sera mutters, turning around. But the path behind her looks identical to the path ahead. How long has she been walking? 15 minutes? 30. She chooses a direction and walks faster. But after 10 minutes, nothing looks familiar. The trees seem taller here, older, their branches interweaving overhead to block out what little light remains. "Hello," she calls out, hating the tremor in her voice. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answers. Her heart begins to race. She's heard the warnings about getting lost in these mountains, about hypothermia and predators, and a branch snaps somewhere to her left. Sera freezes, every muscle tensing. "Hello," she tries again. "I'm lost. Can you help me?" Another sound, footsteps maybe? Or something moving through the underbrush. Something large. Her pulse pounds in her ears as she backs away slowly, scanning the darkening forest. There, between those two massive pines, did something just move? A low growl rumbles through the clearing, so deep she feels it in her bones. Sera's blood turns to ice. That's not a dog. That's not anything domesticated. She sees it then, a massive shape emerging from the shadows. At first, her mind refuses to process what she's looking at. It's too big to be a wolf. Wolves don't get that large, don't have shoulders that broad or teeth that. Oh God, those teeth. The creature steps fully into view, and Sera's knees nearly buckle. It's a wolf, impossibly huge, with fur that seems to shimmer between gray and silver in the dying light. But it's the eyes that paralyze her. Amber, bright as flames, burning with an intelligence that is distinctly, terrifyingly not animal. Those eyes lock onto hers, and Sera feels something shift inside her chest. Not fear, though terror is definitely there. Something else. Something that makes no sense. Recognition. The wolf's lips pull back, revealing teeth designed to tear flesh from bone. Sera should run. Every instinct screams at her to run. But she can't move, can't look away from those amber eyes that seem to see straight through her. The wolf takes another step closer. Then another. Each movement is controlled, deliberate, a predator closing in on prey. Sera's legs finally unlock, and she stumbles backward, trips over a root, and goes down hard. Pain explodes through her hip and elbow, but she barely feels it. The wolf looms over her now, so close she can feel the heat radiating from its massive body. This is it, she thinks distantly. This is how I die. Mauled in the woods at a family reunion where half the people won't even notice I'm gone until morning. The wolf lowers its head toward her face, and Sera squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for the bite that will end everything. Instead, she feels something warm and wet against her cheek. A tongue. The wolf is licking her? Her eyes fly open. The wolf's massive head is inches from her face, its hot breath washing over her. But it's not attacking. It's what is it doing? Slowly, carefully, Sera raises one trembling hand. The wolf's amber eyes track the movement, but don't show aggression. Acting on instinct she doesn't understand, Sera reaches out and touches the wolf's fur. The contact sends a jolt through her entire body. Not electricity exactly, but something equally powerful. The fur is softer than she expected, thick and warm. Her fingers sink into it, and the wolf releases a sound that's half growl, half purr, its eyes drifting partially closed. "What are you?" Sera whispers. The wolf's eyes open fully again, fixing on her with such intensity that she feels pinned in place. Then, to her complete astonishment, the wolf turns and takes several deliberate steps down the path before looking back at her with what can only be described as impatience. It wants her to follow. This is insane. She should be running in the opposite direction, screaming for help. Instead, Sera finds herself getting to her feet and brushing off her dress. Are you trying to help me?" she asks the wolf. Another pointed look, another few steps down the path. The meaning is clear. Follow me or stay lost. "Okay," Sera breathes. "Okay, I'm coming." She follows the massive wolf through the darkening forest, her mind reeling. Nothing about this makes sense. Wolves don't guide lost humans to safety. They don't look at you with human intelligence in their eyes. They don't. Lights appear ahead through the trees. The lodge. Relief floods through Sera so powerfully that her knees weak. "Thank you," she says, turning to the wolf. "I don't know what you are, but—" "Sera. Sera, where are you?" Marcus's voice carries through the forest, closer than she expected. The wolf's head snaps toward the sound, and a growl, deeper and more menacing than before, rumbles from its chest. The peaceful creature from moments ago vanishes, replaced by something that radiates pure threat. It's okay, Sera says quickly, stepping between the wolf and Marcus's approaching voice. He's family. He won't hurt me. The wolf's amber eyes blaze with something that looks disturbingly like rage. It holds her gaze for one more moment, then turns and disappears into the forest so quickly and silently that Sera questions whether it was ever really there. Sera! Marcus breaks through the tree line, flashlight in hand, 2 other men behind him. Jesus Christ, we've been looking everywhere. What were you thinking, wandering off like that? I got lost, Sera manages, still staring at the spot where the wolf vanished. I needed some air. Marcus pulls her into a hug that she barely registers. You scared us half to death. Come on, let's get you back inside. You're freezing. He's right, she's shaking. But not from cold. As they walk back to the lodge, Sera glances over her shoulder one last time. At the very edge of the tree line, partially hidden in shadow, 2 amber eyes watch her go. And something deep inside her chest pulls tight with longing, as if she's leaving something precious behind. Chapter 2. The hot shower should help, but Sera can't stop shaking. She stands under the scalding spray, watching steam curl around the expensive bathroom tiles, and tries to make sense of what happened. The wolf. Those eyes. The way her entire body had responded to touching it, like completing a circuit she hadn't known was broken. And the strangest part, she's not afraid. She should be terrified, traumatized. Instead, she feels bereft, like something vital has been taken from her. You're losing it, she mutters, turning off the water and wrapping herself in one of the lodge's plush towels. It was just a wolf. A really big, weirdly intelligent wolf that saved your life for no apparent reason. When she said it out loud, it sounded even more absurd. By the time she's dressed in clean clothes and made her way back downstairs, the reunion has shifted into dinner mode. The dining room buzzes with conversation and laughter, the long table laden with enough food to feed twice as many people. Marcus spots her immediately and waves her over to an empty seat beside him. Feeling better? Yeah, thanks. Sera slides into the chair, hyper-aware of everyone's eyes on her. The girl who got lost. The girl who always needs rescuing. We should talk about what happened, Marcus says quietly, leaning closer. His cologne, expensive, sophisticated, washes over her. Once upon a time, just being this close to him would have made her dizzy. Now all she can think about is the scent of pine and earth and something wild. The preserve ranger said there haven't been wolf sightings in this area for decades. I know what I saw, Sera replies, perhaps more sharply than intended. Marcus's hand covers hers on the table, a gesture meant to be comforting. I believe you. I'm just saying. Maybe it was a large dog. Someone's pet that got loose. Sera opens her mouth to argue, then closes it. What's the point? She can't explain what she experienced any more than Marcus can understand it. Maybe, she concedes, pulling her hand away to reach for her water glass. The rest of dinner passes in a blur of forced conversation and food she can't taste. Her mind keeps drifting back to the forest, to amber eyes watching her from the shadows. After dinner, people scatter, some to the game room, others to the library for drinks. Sera escapes to her assigned bedroom on the 2nd floor, grateful for the solitude. The room is beautiful, all exposed beams and mountain luxury, with a large window overlooking the forest. Sera stands at that window for a long time, staring into the darkness between the trees, searching for something she can't name. Movement catches her eye. There, at the very edge of the tree line, barely visible in the moonlight that's just beginning to emerge from behind clouds. The wolf. Sera's breath catches. Even from this distance, even in the near darkness, she can see it clearly. The massive form, the silver-gray fur, and those eyes, glowing amber in the night like twin flames. It's watching the lodge, watching her window. Her hand moves of its own accord, pressing against the cold glass. The wolf's head tilts slightly, as if acknowledging the gesture. They stay like that for several heartbeats. Woman at window, wolf at forest's edge, connected by something Sera has no words for. Then the wolf turns and melts back into the darkness, and Sera is left with only her reflection staring back at her from the dark glass. 3 hours later, Sera wakes from a dream so vivid it leaves her gasping. In the dream, she wasn't in the lodge. She was in the forest, but this time she felt no fear. The wolf was there, circling her slowly, and everywhere its fur brushed against her bare skin, fire followed. Then the wolf wasn't a wolf anymore. It was a man, tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair shot through with silver at the temples and those same amber eyes burning into hers. His hands were in her hair, his mouth hot against her throat, and she was arching into his touch, wanting kneading. Sera throws off the covers, her skin flushed and damp with sweat. Her heart races like she's been running. "Just a dream," she whispers to the empty room. "Just stress and adrenaline and—" A sound from outside her window makes her freeze. Scratching. Something is scratching at the wooden siding below her second-floor room. Sera's first instinct is to stay in bed, to pull the covers over her head like a child. But that same inexplicable pull from earlier draws her to the window. The wolf sits directly below, looking up at her expectantly. This is impossible. This is insane. Sera unlocks the window and slides it open, letting the cold night air rush in. "What do you want?" she hisses, trying to keep her voice down so she doesn't wake the entire lodge. The wolf doesn't answer. Of course it doesn't, because it's a wolf, but its amber eyes hold hers with such intensity that Sera feels something shift in her chest. An ache, a longing that makes no sense. "I can't come down there," she says, feeling ridiculous for talking to an animal. "It's the middle of the night. Everyone will." The wolf's ears flatten, and a low whine escapes its throat. The sound is so plaintive, so full of distress, that Sera's resolve cracks. "Give me 5 minutes," she breathes. She throws on jeans, a sweater, and her jacket, then slips out of her room as quietly as possible. The lodge is dark and silent. Everyone else apparently capable of sleeping normally, unlike her. Outside, the October cold bites harder than before. Frost glimmers on the grass, and Sera's breath clouds in the air. The wolf waits where she last saw it, but as she approaches, she notices something wrong. It's limping. "Oh no," Sera breathes, hurrying forward. "Are you hurt?" The wolf allows her to approach, even leans into her touch when she reaches out. Up close, she can see a gash along its right shoulder. Not deep, but bleeding sluggishly. "What happened to you?" Her fingers hover over the wound, afraid to cause more pain. "Did you get in a fight?" The wolf whines again, then does something that stops her heart. It lowers itself to the ground and rolls partially onto its side, exposing the wound more fully. It's presenting its injury to her, trusting her. "I don't know what to do," Sera admits, panic rising. "You need a vet, but I can't exactly load you into a car and—" The wolf's tongue swipes across her hand, cutting off her spiral. Those amber eyes fix on hers, steady and calm, as if to say, "You know what to do." And strangely, impossibly, some part of her does. Sera runs back inside, moving as quietly as possible while gathering supplies. First aid kit from the bathroom, clean towels, bottled water. Back outside, the wolf hasn't moved. "This is going to hurt," she warns, wetting a cloth. "I'm sorry." She cleans the wound as gently as possible, and though the wolf's muscles tense, it doesn't pull away or snap at her. The gash is cleaner than she expected, more like a slice than a tear. Something sharp made this wound. "Who did this to you?" Sera murmurs, carefully applying antibiotic ointment. "Another animal?" The wolf's eyes close as she works, and that rumbling purr-growl sound fills the silence again. Despite the circumstances, Sera feels herself relaxing into the task, into the simple act of caring for this creature that should terrify her but doesn't. When she's finished bandaging the wound as well as she can, the wolf rises carefully. It tests the leg, seems satisfied, then does something that makes Sera's breath catch. It presses its massive head against her chest, right over her heart, and holds still. Sera's arms come up automatically, wrapping around the wolf's neck, and for a moment they simply exist there together in the cold darkness. Woman and beast, stranger and savior, connected by something neither understands. "You should go," Sera finally whispers, though every part of her wants to protest the words. "It's not safe for you here." The wolf pulls back, and Sera could swear she sees reluctance in those amber eyes. It takes several steps toward the forest, then pauses and looks back at her. "Come with me," its posture seems to say. "Leave all this behind and come with me." For one wild, impossible moment, Sera almost does. Then reality crashes back. She can't just disappear into the forest with a wolf. She has responsibilities, a life, even if that life feels empty right now. "I'm sorry," she says, and means it with an intensity that frightens her. The wolf holds her gaze for several more heartbeats. Then it turns and vanishes into the forest, moving surprisingly quickly despite its injury. Sera stands in the cold for a long time after. hand pressed over the spot where the wolf's head rested against her heart, feeling utterly and completely lost. When she finally drags herself back to bed, sleep refuses to come. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees amber fire and feels phantom warmth against her skin. Something has changed. Something fundamental has shifted in the world, or in her, or in both. And Sera has the terrifying certainty that whatever this is, whatever has begun between her and the creature in the forest, it's far from over. Chapter 3. The wolf watches from the ridgeline as dawn breaks over the lodge. Pain throbs through its shoulder where the younger male caught it with a blade. One of the patrol guards, defending territory that doesn't belong to him. The wolf had been careless, too focused on her scent trail to notice the ambush. Worth it, though. Worth every drop of blood to feel her hands on its fur again, to have her tend its wounds with such gentle care. The wolf's kind has a word for what she is, bloodmate. The one soul meant to complete yours, to make you whole. Most wolves spend lifetimes searching and never find theirs. The wolf found hers and cannot have her. Not yet. Not while she remains ignorant of what she is, what they both are. Not while the human part of itself remains fractured, unable to remember, unable to claim what belongs to them both. The curse. Always the curse. The wolf's lips peel back in a silent snarl at the thought. 3 generations of their bloodline have suffered under it. Males split in 2, the wolf knowing what the human cannot remember. It has driven stronger wolves mad, sent them feral, forced their packs to put them down like rabid dogs. The wolf will not allow that fate. Cannot. Not when she is so close, so achingly close. It watches as lights begin to flicker on in the lodge. Watches as humans emerge for their morning rituals, coffee, breakfast, meaningless conversation. The wolf can smell them from here, their scents muddled and unimportant. Except for hers. Her scent cuts through everything else. Honey and rain and something uniquely hers that makes the wolf's blood sing. Even from this distance, it can pick out her specific presence, can track her movements through the building. There, 2nd floor, moving from her sleeping quarters toward the communal eating area. The wolf's muscles tense with the need to go to her, to press close and breathe her in, to mark her so thoroughly that every other creature knows she is claimed. But the human would never forgive such rashness. The human, when it wakes, will be horrified by how far the wolf has already gone. Will drug itself back into oblivion to keep the wolf from going further. The thought fills the wolf with rage and despair in equal measure. A sound behind it. Footsteps crunching through frost-brittle leaves. The wolf doesn't turn. It knows that scent, knows that presence. You're bleeding on the ancestral grounds, a female voice says, sharp with disapproval. Drawing attention we don't need. The wolf finally turns to face the woman standing at the edge of the tree line. She's tall, lean, with dark hair pulled back severely and eyes that hold the same amber fire as the wolf's own. Pack. Family. Annoyance. Shift, she commands. We need to talk, and I'd rather not have a conversation with your furry ass. The wolf resists. Shifting means giving control back to the human, and the human will immediately begin plotting ways to sedate the wolf, to suppress it, to stay away from her. Shift. Now. The woman's voice carries the weight of authority. Not alpha authority, but something almost as strong. Or I'll make you, and you know I can. With a low growl of protest, the wolf allows the change. It's never easy, never painless. Bones crack and reform, muscles tear and reknit, for melting back into human skin. Within moments, a man kneels where the wolf stood. Naked, breathing hard, blood still seeping from the gash on his shoulder. Damn it, Kieran, the woman mutters, shrugging out of her jacket and tossing it to him. What the hell are you doing? Kieran Thorne rises slowly, pulling the jacket around his shoulders. At 32, he's lived more than half his life split in 2, man and wolf, separate and warring. The silver that streaks his dark hair is premature, a mark of the curse's strain on his system. Protecting what's mine, he says, his voice rougher than it should be. The wolf is still too close to the surface. She's not yours. The woman, his sister Lydia, crosses her arms. She's human, Kieran. This can't happen. She's my bloodmate. The words come out fierce, possessive. The bond is already forming. I can feel it. You can feel it. Lydia's eyebrows rise. Can she? Or are you just a scary wolf stalking a woman who has no idea what's happening? Kieran turns away, jaw clenched. His sister isn't wrong. The bond forms differently for humans, slower, subtler. Sera feels the pull. He knows she does. but she doesn't understand it. How could she? She thinks she's entirely human. The Ashfords took her in as an infant, Lydia continues, her voice softer now. They found her abandoned near the northern border. Does that sound familiar to you? It does. It sounds like a shifter child born without obvious wolf traits, deemed defective by her birth pack, left to die or be found by humans. It happens more often than the packs like to admit. She has a wolf, Kieran says with certainty. I can sense it. Dormant, but there. Even if that's true, and that's a big if, she doesn't know about it. She's been raised human. She has a human life, human family. Lydia moves closer, concern etched in her features. Kieran, you know the law. If you claim her while she's still human-minded, if the bond triggers a forced shift and her body can't handle it, she'll die. Kieran's hands clench into fists. Like Elena Cortez died when my father claimed her. The name hangs in the air between them, heavy with history and tragedy. Elena had been human, truly human, no wolf in her blood at all. When Kieran's father, maddened by the curse and desperate for connection, had claimed her, the bite had triggered a transformation her human body couldn't complete. She'd died screaming, bones breaking in impossible directions, her father holding her as she convulsed. The pack had executed him 3 days later, as the law demanded. Kieran had been 19, suddenly alpha of a traumatized pack, inheriting both power and curse. I'm not my father, Kieran says quietly. I won't let that happen. Then stay away from her. Lydia grips his uninjured shoulder. Let her go back to her life. The reunion ends in 2 days. After that, she'll be gone, and you can focus on managing the curse like you have been. Every word is logical, reasonable. Every word feels like death. I can't, Kieran admits. The wolf won't let me. It's getting stronger, Lydia. The drugs barely work anymore. Soon, I won't be able to shift back at all. Lydia's expression crumples. We'll find another way. Increase the dosage. Try different suppressants. There is no other way. Kieran meets his sister's eyes. She's the key. I know it. Whatever curse bound our bloodline, she's meant to break it. You don't know that. Yes, Kieran says with absolute certainty. I do. In the distance, the lodge's front door opens. Even from here, even in human form, Kieran's enhanced senses pick out her shape, her movements, her scent carried on the morning breeze. The wolf surges forward in his mind, demanding control, demanding to go to her. Kieran holds it back through sheer force of will, but it's getting harder. Every moment away from her is agony. Every breath that doesn't carry her scent feels insufficient. I'm going back to the house, Lydia says finally, defeat in her voice. I'm doubling your evening dose. Maybe if you sleep through the next few days. Maybe, Kieran echoes, but they both know it's a lie. As Lydia walks away, Kieran allows himself one more look at the lodge. At her. Even from this distance, even knowing the danger, the impossibility, the curse, he can't bring himself to regret finding her. For the first time in 13 years, since the curse fully manifested and split him in two, Kieran Thorne feels something other than despair. He feels hope, and hope, he knows, can be more dangerous than despair ever was. Chapter 4. Sera stares at the breakfast buffet like it might hold answers to questions she doesn't know how to ask. Nothing looks appetizing. The scrambled eggs, the fresh pastries, the perfectly arranged fruit. All of it might as well be cardboard. Her entire body feels wrong, restless, like her skin doesn't fit properly anymore. You look terrible, Marcus observes, appearing beside her with a plate loaded with bacon and toast. Didn't sleep. Not really, Sera admits. She doesn't mention the wolf, the wound she treated, the way her hands still remember the softness of silver-gray fur. Still shaken up from yesterday? Marcus steers her toward a table away from the main crowd. Look, I've been thinking. Maybe you should head back to the city early. This reunion thing, it's probably not good for you, being surrounded by all of us when you're clearly stressed. The suggestion should sting. It's Marcus politely telling her she doesn't belong, that she should remove herself from family spaces. But Sera barely registers the insult because her entire being is screaming at the thought of leaving. Leaving means no more wolf. Means never seeing those amber eyes again. I'm fine, she says, the lie tasting bitter. Just tired. Marcus doesn't look convinced, but before he can press further, Aunt Diane sweeps over with a woman Sera doesn't recognize. Sera, darling, I want you to meet Lydia Thorne. Her family owns the preserve adjacent to the lodge. Lydia, this is my niece Sera. Lydia Thorne is striking, tall and lean with sharp features and dark hair pulled back in a severe bun. But it's her eyes that make Sera's breath catch. They're amber. Not brown, not hazel. Amber, bright and burning, just like Ms. Chun, Lydia says, extending a hand. Her grip is firm, almost too firm. I heard about your incident yesterday. Lost in the preserve. Just on the trail, Sera manages, hyper-aware of how intently Lydia is studying her. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Dangerous habit. Lydia's smile doesn't reach her eyes. These mountains aren't forgiving. People who wander where they shouldn't. Sometimes they don't find their way back. The words could be innocent concern. But something in Lydia's tone, in the way she's looking at Sera like she's a problem to be solved, makes the hair on the back of Sera's neck rise. Lydia's being modest, Diane interjects, oblivious to the tension. Her family has been managing this land for generations. They're pillars of the community. We take our responsibilities seriously, Lydia says, still watching Sera. Protection of the preserve. Protection of everything within our territory. There's weight to those words, meaning Sera can't quite grasp but feels nonetheless. I should get back, Lydia announces abruptly. Ms. Chun, do be careful during the rest of your stay. The preserve can be unpredictable this time of year. She leaves before Sera can respond, moving with a grace that seems almost inhuman in its fluidity. Interesting woman, Marcus comments, watching Lydia's departure. Bit intense. That's one word for it. Sera can't shake the feeling that she's just been warned. Though about what, she has no idea. The rest of the morning crawls by in an endless parade of forced socializing. Sera smiles, nods, makes appropriate small talk with relatives who barely remember her name. All the while, her mind drifts back to the forest, to amber eyes and impossible warmth. By noon, she can't take it anymore. She needs air, needs space, needs to see if the wolf is there. She slips away while everyone's occupied with lunch preparations, grabbing her jacket and heading out the back door. This time she's more careful, staying on the main trail, not wandering deep into the preserve. But she walks far enough that the lodge disappears behind trees, far enough that she can breathe. This is crazy, she mutters to herself, scanning the forest. You're looking for a wild animal. A dangerous, unpredictable. A branch snaps to her right. Sera's heart leaps. She turns slowly, expecting, hoping, to see silver-gray fur and amber eyes. Instead, she sees a man. He's tall, broad-shouldered, maybe in his early 30s. Dark hair, shot through with distinctive silver at the temples, falls across his forehead. He's dressed simply, worn jeans, a dark Henley that does nothing to hide the powerful build beneath. There's something almost predatory in the way he moves, in the careful control of each step. But it's his eyes that make Sera's world tilt sideways. Amber. Bright, burning amber. You shouldn't be out here alone, the man says. His voice is deep, rough, like he doesn't use it often. Sera finds herself backing up a step, though whether from fear or something else entirely, she can't say. I'm just taking a walk. I'm staying at the lodge. I know. The man's gaze holds hers with unsettling intensity. You're one of the Ashfords' guests. Not exactly. The correction slips out before she can stop it. I was adopted by them. Sort of. It's complicated. Why is she telling a complete stranger this? Why can't she look away from those eyes? The man takes a step closer, and Sera notices he's favoring his right side slightly, moving like something hurts. Are you injured? She asks, the words automatic. The man freezes, surprise flickering across his features. Why would you think that? The way you're moving. Like your shoulder. Sera stops, a crazy thought forming. The wolf had been injured on its right shoulder. This man is favoring his right side. And those eyes. You should go back to the lodge, the man says, his voice harder now. This part of the preserve isn't safe. Who are you? Sera demands, standing her ground even though every instinct screams that this man is dangerous. Someone you should stay away from. He turns to go, then pauses and glances back over his shoulder. For both our sakes. Wait. Sera starts forward, but the man is already moving, disappearing into the forest with a speed and silence that shouldn't be possible. Sera stands alone on the trail, heart hammering, mind reeling. The man's amber eyes, his injured shoulder, the way he moved, the way he looked at her. Like he knew her, like she meant something to him. It's impossible. Crazy. But she can't shake the certainty settling in her bones. Somehow, impossibly, that man and the wolf are connected. Or, even more impossible, they're the same. That evening, dinner is a formal affair. The Ashfords have invited several local families, including, to Sera's growing dread, the Thorns. Lydia arrives with an older man who introduces himself as their family's estate manager. But there's no sign of the amber-eyed man from the forest. Sera tells herself she's relieved. Tells herself the strange disappointment she feels is just confusion. She's lying to herself, and she knows it. Midway through dinner, Lydia excuses herself to take a phone call. Sera watches her step out onto the back terrace, speaking in low, urgent tones to someone. Acting on impulse she can't explain, Sera excuses herself to use the restroom, but instead slips out a side door that leads to the terrace. She stays hidden in the shadows, close enough to hear Lydia's voice. "Don't care what you have to do, keep him sedated," Lydia is saying, her usually controlled voice tight with stress. "If he shifts again, if he goes back there." A pause. Someone responding on the other end. She's not Pac. She doesn't understand what's at stake. Lydia's voice drops even lower. "I know he thinks she's his answer, but if he claims her before we're certain, it'll kill her. And then we'll have to kill him. I won't lose my brother to this curse the same way we lost our father." Sera's blood runs cold. Brother. Curse. The pieces are clicking together in a pattern that should be impossible. "Double the dose if you have to," Lydia continues. "I need him unconscious until the reunion ends and she leaves. After that, we'll figure out a more permanent solution." The call ends. Lydia stands on the terrace for a long moment, her shoulders tight with tension, before turning back toward the dining room. Sera barely makes it back to her seat before Lydia returns, her composure perfectly restored. But Sera can't eat, can't focus on conversation. All she can think about is what she overheard. Someone is being sedated. Someone who might shift. Someone who's Lydia's brother. Someone with amber eyes and a wounded shoulder. After dinner, Sera returns to her room and stands at the window, staring into the dark forest. The wolf doesn't appear tonight, and the absence feels like a physical ache. "What's happening to me?" she whispers to her reflection. She doesn't have an answer. But deep inside, in a place she's only just becoming aware of, something stirs. Something that's been sleeping for 26 years. Something that recognizes the call of its mate. Chapter 5. Sera dreams. In the dream, she's running through the forest, but her body feels wrong. Powerful in ways it shouldn't be, close to the ground, moving with impossible speed. The world looks different, sharper somehow, sense painting pictures more vivid than sight ever could. She's chasing something. No, being chased by something. Behind her, she hears another set of footfalls, heavier, faster. A howl splits the night, and Sera realizes with distant shock that the sound comes from her own throat. Except it's not her throat. The dream shifts. Now she's in a clearing bathed in moonlight. The amber-eyed man from the forest stands before her. But this time he's shirtless, and she can see the wound on his shoulder. Half healed, just like she left it after tending the wolf. "You know what I am," he says, and his voice resonates in her chest, her bones, her blood. "No," Sera whispers, but it's a lie. Some part of her knows. Has always known. The man steps closer, and Sera can't move, can't breathe. His hand comes up to cup her face, thumb brushing across her cheekbone with devastating gentleness. "You know what you are too," he murmurs. "You just don't remember yet." "I'm human," Sera insists, but the words feel hollow even as she speaks them. "Are you?" His other hand finds her waist, pulling her closer. "Then why does your body recognize mine? Why does your soul call to my wolf?" His mouth descends toward hers, and Sera's eyes flutter closed, wanting this with an intensity that frightens her. A sharp crack echoes through the clearing. The man jerks back, face contorting in pain. There's something in his chest now. A dart, she realizes distantly. He staggers, amber eyes already glazing over. "No," Sera gasps, reaching for him, but her hands pass through him like smoke. "No, don't." The man collapses and Sera screams, and wakes in her bed at the lodge, heart racing, sheets twisted around her legs. The dream clings to her, more vivid than any dream has a right to be. She can still feel phantom warmth where dream hands touched her face, can still smell pine and earth and something wild. Her phone screen shows 3:47 a.m. Too early to be awake, too late to fall back asleep easily. Sera throws off the covers and moves to the window. Drawn by compulsion, she doesn't question anymore. The forest is dark and still. No amber eyes watch from the tree line tonight. The absence feels wrong. For 2 nights, the wolf has come. Why not tonight? Keep him sedated. Lydia's voice echoes in Sera's memory. Double the dose if you have to. Understanding crashes over Sera like ice water. They're drugging him. Whatever the wolf is, his own family is keeping him unconscious to keep him away from her. The question is, why? Sera dresses quickly, pulling on jeans and the warmest sweater she packed. She's not sure what she's planning to do, but staying in this room while something screams inside her that he's in danger isn't an option. She creeps through the silent lodge, avoiding the creaky floorboard outside Marcus's room, slipping out the back door into the frigid pre-dawn darkness. The cold bites immediately, frost crunching under her feet. Sera's breath clouds in the air as she stands on the back lawn, staring at the forest that suddenly feels less like wilderness and more like home. This is crazy. She's really, truly losing her mind. But her feet are already moving, carrying her toward the tree line, toward whatever waits in the darkness. The Thorn Estate isn't hard to find. It sits on the northern edge of the preserve, a sprawling stone manor that looks like it's grown out of the mountain itself. Lights burn in several windows despite the early hour. Sera approaches cautiously, hyper-aware that she's trespassing on private property in the middle of the night. She should turn back. She should. A low growl freezes her in place. 3 massive shapes emerge from the shadows around the house. Dogs, Sera's mind supplies frantically. They're just really big dogs. Except dogs don't move like this, don't watch with intelligence that's distinctly not canine. Don't have eyes that reflect the porch lights in shades of gold and amber. Wolves. 3 of them, spreading out to surround her. Sera's heart hammers against her ribs, but beneath the fear, something else stirs. That same recognition from before, that sense of rightness that makes no sense. I'm not here to cause trouble, she says, surprised by how steady her voice sounds. I'm looking for. You're trespassing. Lydia's voice cuts through the darkness. She stands on the manor's front steps, wrapped in a heavy coat, her face thunderous. And you're stupider than I thought if you came here alone. Where is he? Sera demands, that strange new certainty giving her courage she shouldn't have. What have you done to him? Lydia descends the steps slowly, each movement controlled. The wolves, because that's what they are, Sera understands now with crystal clarity. Move with her, a coordinated unit. You need to leave, Lydia says, her tone leaving no room for argument. Get in your car, drive back to the city, and forget you ever came to these mountains. No. The word surprises them both. Sera stands her ground even as the wolves move closer, even as Lydia's expression shifts from anger to something that might be concern. You don't know what you're asking for, Lydia says quietly. You don't understand what's at stake. Then explain it to me. Sera's hands clench into fists to stop them from shaking. Explain why you're drugging your own brother. Explain why I can't stop thinking about a wolf with amber eyes. Explain why every part of me is screaming that I need to see him. Lydia stares at her for a long moment. Then, to Sera's shock, she laughs, but it's a bitter, defeated sound. Bloodmates, Lydia mutters. Of course. The universe has a sick sense of humor. What? You're his bloodmate. Lydia shakes her head. The one person meant to complete him. Shifters spend centuries searching for theirs, and my cursed brother finds his at a random family reunion. The words should sound insane. They don't. They settle into Sera's chest like truth, like something she's always known but never had words for. Shifters, Sera repeats. You mean werewolves? We prefer shifters, but yes. Lydia waves a hand. We can transform between human and wolf forms. Most of us, anyway. My brother. She trails off, pain flashing across her face. My brother is cursed. When he's a wolf, he knows you, recognizes you, wants you. But when he's human, he can't remember you, can't even perceive you properly. The curse splits his consciousness in 2. Sera's mind reels. That's why he told me to stay away. In the forest yesterday. He didn't remember meeting me the night before. He wouldn't. Lydia's expression softens slightly. The human half has no memory of what the wolf does. And that's the problem. If he claims you, if he bites you while in wolf form, it will trigger a transformation in your body. Except you're human, Sera. Your body can't handle the shift. The transformation will kill you. The words should terrify her. Instead, Sera feels that strange stirring inside her again, stronger now. Like something responding to Lydia's words, disagreeing. What if I'm not? Sera asks quietly. What if I'm not entirely human? Lydia freezes. What are you talking about? The Ashfords found me abandoned in these mountains when I was a baby. No one ever claimed me. No one reported me missing. They adopted me because there was nowhere else for me to go. Sera's voice strengthens. What if my birth family left me because they thought I didn't have a wolf? What if they were wrong? The silence that follows is deafening. Even the three wolves have gone still, watching Sera with new intensity. That's a big leap, Lydia finally says, but there's uncertainty in her voice now. Even if you did have dormant wolf blood, there's no way to know for certain without. A howl shatters the pre-dawn quiet. Anguished, desperate, enraged. All three guardian wolves' heads snap toward the manor. Lydia curses viciously. He's awake, she breathes. Damn it, he burned through the sedatives. The front door of the manor explodes outward, hinges tearing from the frame. A massive shape barrels through. Larger than the guardian wolves, silver-gray fur catching the porch lights. Sera's breath catches. Even from here, even in the chaos, she'd know those eyes anywhere. The wolf, Kieran, she understands now, skids to a stop when he sees her. For one frozen moment, they simply stare at each other across the dark lawn. Then Kieran is moving, racing toward her with single-minded intensity. Sera, run! Lydia shouts, but Sera doesn't move. Can't move. She doesn't want to run. Despite the danger, despite the impossibility, despite everything, she wants this. Wants him. Kieran reaches her in seconds. Instead of knocking her down, he skids to a halt inches away, that massive head lowering to press against her stomach, her chest, her throat. His breathing is ragged, almost panicked. Sera's hands come up automatically, burying in his fur, and the rightness of it makes her want to weep. I'm here, she whispers. I'm okay. I'm here. The wolf makes a sound, half whine, half growl, and presses closer, as if trying to merge with her, to eliminate any space between them. Sera. Lydia's voice is strained. You need to step away from him. Slowly. He's not in control right now. But Sera feels no fear. Wrapped in Kieran's warmth, surrounded by his scent, she feels safer than she's felt in her entire life. What do you need? She asks the wolf, ignoring Lydia entirely. Tell me what you need. Kieran pulls back enough to look at her, those amber eyes boring into hers with desperate intensity. Then he does something that makes her heart stop. He tilts his head, exposing his throat in a gesture of complete vulnerability and trust. Claim me, the gesture says. Before I claim you, give me your mark first. I don't understand, Sera whispers, though some primal part of her does understand. I don't know how. Don't, Lydia pleads. Sera, please. If you bond with him, if you try to claim him while you're still human, it could trigger both your transformations simultaneously. If you don't have a wolf, if your body can't. I do. Sera's voice is steady, certain. I can feel it. I've always felt wrong, out of place, like something was missing. This is what was missing. She looks down at Kieran, at the wolf who has claimed her heart without words, without even the ability to remember her in his human form. If I do this, she asks him, if I try, will you help me? Will you be there? Kieran's answer is to press his throat more firmly against her hands, a rumble of absolute certainty vibrating through his chest. Sera takes a deep breath. Then, acting on instinct older than thought, she lowers her face to Kieran's exposed throat and bites down. Chapter 6. Pain explodes through the wolf's body as her teeth break skin. But it's good pain, right pain, the kind that sings in its blood and makes every nerve ending light up with triumph. Mine, the wolf's entire being roars. Finally, completely, irrevocably mine. The bond snaps into place like a lock finding its key, and suddenly the wolf can feel her. Not just her physical presence, but her emotions, her thoughts, her very soul intertwining with its own. Fear and determination and love. So much love it makes the wolf want to howl its victory to the moon. But underneath all that, something else stirs. Something that has been sleeping for 26 years. Her wolf. The wolf can feel it waking, stretching, responding to the bond like a flower turning toward the sun. She does have a wolf. She's always had one. It was just buried so deep, suppressed by years of human conditioning and the trauma of abandonment, that even she didn't know it was there. Until now, the wolf feels the exact moment her wolf fully wakes. Feels the surge of power that floods through her human form. The beginning of a transformation that should take hours, days even, compressing into moments. This is dangerous. First shifts are agony, even when controlled. A forced shift triggered by a claiming bite, with no preparation, no guidance. It could still kill her. The wolf pulls back, breaking the contact, and shifts. The change is faster than it's ever been, driven by urgency and the bond singing between them. Within seconds, the man kneels where the wolf stood, naked and shaking, blood running down his throat from where her teeth marked him. "Sera," Kieran gasps, his voice rough and desperate. For the first time since the curse took hold, his human mind holds the memories of his wolf. For the first time in 13 years, he is whole. "Sera, listen to me. You need to let it happen. Don't fight it." But Sera isn't listening. She's on her knees, arms wrapped around herself, her body beginning to convulse. A scream tears from her throat. Pain and terror and something primal. "No, no, no." Lydia is there suddenly, shoving Kieran aside, her hands on Sera's shoulders. "She's human, she can't." "She's not," Kieran snarls, the wolf very close to the surface despite his human form. "Her wolf is waking. I can feel it through the bond." "That's impossible." "It's happening." Kieran pushes Lydia away, gathering Sera into his arms. Through their bond, he can feel her wolf clawing its way to the surface, can feel Sera's terror as her body begins to change in ways she doesn't understand. "Breathe," he commands, pouring every ounce of alpha authority into his voice. "Sera, look at me. Look at me." Her eyes find his, brown flecked with gold now, her wolf looking out through human eyes. She's fighting it, her human mind terrified of losing control. "Don't fight," Kieran cups her face in his hands, holding her gaze. "Let your wolf come. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." "Hurts," Sera gasps, tears streaming down her face. "Kieran, it hurts. I know, love. I know." He presses his forehead to hers, and through the bond, he does something he's never done before. He shares his wolf's memories with her. Shows her what it feels like to run on 4 legs, to hunt, to be powerful and free. Shows her that this is not death. This is awakening. Sera's eyes widen as the memories flood her mind. Then her body arches, bones beginning to crack and reform. And Kieran has to use all his strength to hold her as the transformation takes hold. "That's it," he murmurs, even as he feels her agony echo through their bond. "Let it happen. Your wolf knows what to do." The 3 guardian wolves have moved closer, forming a protective circle around them. Even Lydia has gone quiet, watching with something like awe as Sera's first transformation progresses. It's not clean. It's not easy. First shifts never are. But Sera's wolf is strong, stronger than any of them expected. It fights its way to the surface with ferocious determination, and Sera, once she stops fighting and surrenders to the change, helps it come. Her screams turn to snarls. Her human form blurs, ripples, reforms. Bones snap and realign. Muscles tear and reknit. Skin gives way to fur the color of honey and amber. Unique, beautiful, unmistakably hers. And then, where a woman knelt moments before, a wolf stands. She's smaller than Kieran's wolf form, but perfectly proportioned, with intelligent eyes that shift between brown and gold as she adjusts to her new senses. She sways slightly, unsteady on 4 legs, and Kieran shifts immediately to support her. His larger wolf form presses against hers, offering stability and warmth. Through the bond, he can feel her shock, her disorientation, her wonder. "You're beautiful," he sends through their connection, the bond allowing communication that goes beyond words. "You're perfect." Sera's wolf turns her head to look at him, and Kieran sees the exact moment her human consciousness fully integrates with her wolf. Her eyes clear, understanding dawning. "I'm like you," she sends back, her mental voice filled with wonder. "I've always been like you." "Always," Kieran confirms. "You just didn't know." For a long moment, they simply stand there, wolf to wolf, bonded and whole. The 3 guardian wolves bow their heads in respect, acknowledging Sera not as an outsider, not as a threat, but as pack, as their alpha's mate. Then Sera's legs buckle, exhaustion hitting her all at once. First shifts drain enormous amounts of energy, and she's been running on adrenaline and terror for hours. Kieran catches her before she falls, and this time when he shifts back to human form, it's with clear intent. He gathers Sera's wolf form into his arms. She's surprisingly light, all lean muscle and fur, and stands. "Inside," he says to Lydia, his voice carrying absolute authority. "She needs rest, food, and explanations." Lydia nods, for once not arguing. "The East Wing. I'll have the staff prepare." "No staff." Kieran's eyes flash amber. No one else sees her until she's had time to adjust. Understood. Understood. Lydia turns to the manor, already pulling out her phone to make arrangements. Kieran follows, carrying his mate into his family home, into the heart of his territory. Through their bond, he can feel Sera's consciousness drifting, exhaustion pulling her under. She needs to shift back to human form soon. Staying in wolf form too long during a first shift can make it harder to return. But for now, he lets her rest. The manor's interior is warm, all stone and wood and generations of history. Kieran navigates the familiar hallways automatically, his focus entirely on the wolf in his arms. Mine, his every instinct sings. Safe. Home. The east wing houses the family's private quarters. Kieran's suite is at the far end. Bedroom, bathroom, and a sitting room with a fireplace that's already burning, courtesy of staff who know better than to be seen but always ensure the alpha's comfort. Kieran lays Sera gently on the bed, then sits beside her, his hand stroking through her fur. You need to shift back, he tells her softly. Can you do that? Through the bond, he feels her uncertainty. She doesn't know how. The shift to wolf had been instinctive, driven by the claiming and her wolf's desperate need to emerge. Going back feels impossible. I'll help you, Kieran promises. He shifts again, letting his wolf press against hers, and through their bond, he guides her through the process. Shows her how to reach for her human form, how to let go of the wolf without losing it entirely. It takes longer than the initial shift, and it's gentler, but it's still painful. Sera whimpers as her body begins to change again, and Kieran shifts back to human so he can hold her through it, whisper encouragement, share her pain through the bond. When she finally lies in his arms as a woman again, naked, shaking, covered in sweat, Kieran pulls a blanket over them both and simply holds her. I've got you, he murmurs into her hair. You're safe. You did it. Sera makes a sound that might be a laugh or a sob. I'm a werewolf, she whispers, her voice hoarse. I'm actually a werewolf. You're a shifter, Kieran corrects gently. And you always have been. You just needed the bond to wake your wolf. The bond. Sera pulls back enough to look at him, and Kieran's heart clenches at the sight of her eyes. Still that beautiful brown, but now with flecks of gold that catch the firelight. You claimed me. Or I claimed you. I don't understand how this works. We claimed each other, Kieran says, brushing damp hair back from her face. You gave me your bite first, which means you marked me as yours. Then the bond triggered your shift, and through the shift, the claiming completed. We're bloodmates, Sera. Bonded for life. The words should sound terrifying. Instead, they settle into Sera's chest like coming home. For life, she repeats. But you didn't. When you were human before, you didn't even remember me. How can we be bonded if half of you doesn't know who I am? Pain flashes across Kieran's face. The curse. My family has been cursed for 3 generations. When I'm in wolf form, I know you, remember you, love you. But when I was human, he trails off, jaw clenching. The curse split my consciousness in 2. The wolf knew what the human couldn't remember. Was. Sera catches the past tense. You said was. Kieran's hand comes up to his throat, touching the bite mark she left there. The bond broke it, he says, wonder creeping into his voice. I can feel it. For the first time since the curse manifested, I'm whole. My wolf and my human self are unified. I remember everything. Every moment my wolf spent with you. Every feeling, every touch. Tears well in Sera's eyes. The curse is gone? Just like that. Just like that. Kieran cups her face, his thumb brushing away the tears. You broke it. You saved me. You saved my entire bloodline. I didn't do anything, Sera protests. I bit you because it felt right. Because you asked me to. You trusted your instincts. You trusted your wolf, even when you didn't know you had won. Kieran leans forward, pressing his forehead to hers. You were meant for this, Sera. Meant for me. The universe doesn't make mistakes with bloodmates. Sera's breath hitches, and then she's kissing him. Desperate, hungry, claiming him with her mouth the way she claimed him with her bite. Kieran responds immediately, the bond singing between them, amplifying every sensation, every emotion. When they finally break apart, both breathing hard, Sera whispers, I don't even know your full name. Kieran laughs, the sound rusty but genuine. Kieran Thorne, alpha of the Silvapine pack. And you, he brushes his lips against hers again, are Sera Chun, my bloodmate and Luna. If you'll have me, have us. Luna, Sera asks. Alpha's mate, partner, equal. Kieran's expression turns serious. I know this is overwhelming. I know you have a life outside of this, family commitments. I'm not asking you to decide everything right now. But the bond, it's not something that can be broken. You'll feel the pull to be near me, and I'll feel the same with you. We can take things slowly, figure it out together, but... Yes, Sera interrupts. Kieran blinks. Yes, I'll have you. Yes, I want this. Sera's smile is tremulous but certain. I've felt wrong my entire life, Kieran. Out of place. Like I was waiting for something I couldn't name. This is what I was waiting for. The look on Kieran's face is pure joy, and when he kisses her again, it's soft, reverent, full of promise. Outside the room, dawn is breaking, and for the first time in 13 years, Kieran Thorne watches the sunrise with clear eyes and a whole heart. Chapter 7. Sera wakes to sunlight streaming through unfamiliar windows and the warmth of another body pressed against hers. For a moment, she simply lies there, disoriented. This isn't her room at the lodge. The bed is larger, softer. The air smells different, pine and earth and something distinctly masculine. And there's an arm draped across her waist, possessive even in sleep. Then memory crashes back. The wolf, the claiming, the transformation. Oh God, Sera thinks, panic rising. It wasn't a dream. She shifts slightly, and the arm around her tightens. Kieran makes a low sound of protest, still asleep, pulling her closer against his chest. Through the bond, and yes, she can feel it now, thrumming beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. She senses his contentment, his absolute certainty that she's exactly where she belongs. Part of her wants to panic. She should be freaking out. She transformed into a wolf. She bonded herself to a man she barely knows. Her entire understanding of reality has been shattered. But underneath the panic is something stronger. Rightness. For the first time in her 26 years, Sera feels like she's exactly where she's supposed to be. You're thinking too loud, Kieran mumbles against her neck, his breath warm on her skin. Sera startles. Can you hear my thoughts? Not exactly. Kieran's eyes open, and even half asleep, that amber gaze is intense. But I can feel your emotions through the bond. Right now you're cycling between panic and peace at about equal measure. That's accurate, Sera admits. Kieran props himself up on one elbow, studying her face. Do you regret it? The question hangs between them, heavy with weight. Sera takes a moment to examine her feelings honestly. Terror, yes. Confusion, absolutely. But regret? No, she says finally. I don't regret it, but I am completely overwhelmed. Relief washes across Kieran's features. That's normal. What you went through last night. First shift, claiming bond, learning your entire reality is different than you thought. That's more than most shifters experience in years, let alone hours. How do you feel? Sera asks, her fingers finding the bite mark on his throat. It's already mostly healed, just a faint pink scar visible. The curse is really gone? Kieran catches her hand, pressing it more firmly against his neck. It's gone. I remember everything now. Every moment I spent with you as a wolf, every thought, every feeling. The split in my consciousness is healed. His voice roughens with emotion. You saved me, Sera. Before Sera can respond, a knock at the door interrupts them. Kieran. Lydia's voice carries through the wood. She needs to eat. First shifts burn an enormous amount of calories. If she doesn't replenish soon, she'll crash. As if summoned by the words, Sera's stomach growls loudly. She can't remember the last time she ate. Dinner last night? That feels like a lifetime ago. I'll have food brought up, Kieran calls back, then looks at Sera. Unless you'd prefer to come downstairs? Upstairs, Sera decides quickly. I'm not ready for people. Not yet. Kieran nods understanding and raises his voice again. Have someone leave a tray outside the door. And Lydia? We're not to be disturbed unless it's an emergency. Footsteps retreat down the hallway. Kieran rises from the bed, gloriously unself-conscious about his nudity, and retrieves a robe from the closet. He hands it to Sera, who realizes with a flush that she's equally naked under the blanket. Shifting destroys clothes, Kieran explains, seeing her expression. It's why most pack homes have robes and extra clothing stashed everywhere. You get used to casual nudity pretty quickly. Sera wraps herself in the robe, soft, oversized, smelling of Kieran, and watches as he pulls on sweatpants. Even something as mundane as getting dressed is fascinating. Every movement is fluid, controlled, powerful. She can't look away. See something you like? Kieran asks, amusement coloring his tone. Sera flushes deeper. Sorry, She struggles for words. Everything seems more intense. Like my senses are dialed up. They are. Kieran moves to the door, checking the hallway before retrieving a loaded tray. The scents hit Sera immediately: bacon, eggs, fresh bread, fruit, and her mouth waters. Your wolf is awake now. Even in human form, you'll have enhanced senses. Better hearing, better sense of smell, faster healing. He sets the tray on the bed between them, and Sera doesn't wait for permission before digging in. She's ravenous in a way she's never experienced, like her body is trying to refuel from complete depletion. Kieran watches her eat with satisfaction. Good. You need your strength. For what? Sera asks around a mouthful of eggs. For the conversation we need to have. Kieran's expression turns serious. About what happens next. Sera's appetite dims slightly. Right. The real world. The life she left behind when she walked into the forest last night. The Ashfords, she says quietly. They'll be looking for me. Lydia called the lodge this morning. Told them you were helping with a family emergency at our estate and would be back later today. Kieran pauses. But Sera, you can't go back and pretend none of this happened. Your wolf is awake now. The bond is formed. Everything has changed. I know. Sera sets down her fork, appetite gone. I don't know what to tell them. They're my family, Kieran. Not by blood, but they raised me. I can't just disappear. I'm not asking you to disappear. Kieran reaches across the tray to take her hand. But you need to understand what the bond means. Being apart from each other will be difficult, painful, even, especially in the early stages. Your wolf will fight you every step of the way if you try to leave. As if to prove his point, anxiety spikes through Sera at the mere thought of leaving, of putting distance between herself and Kieran. The bond pulses with distress, and she can feel Kieran's wolf stirring in response, agitated by her discomfort. How long? Sera asks. How long before the bond settles enough that I can function normally? Kieran hesitates. It varies. Some bonded pairs can tolerate separation after a few weeks. Others. He trails off. Others. Sera prompts. Others never fully adjust to being apart. The bond is strongest between bloodmates, true mates, destined pairs. What we have. Kieran's thumb strokes across her knuckles. It's not common, Sera. Most shifters never find their bloodmate. The bond between us will be deeper, more intense than typical mate bonds. The information should feel suffocating. Instead, Sera finds herself asking, So you're saying I'm stuck with you? A smile tugs at Kieran's lips. Permanently. Good, Sera says, and means it. They finish eating in companionable silence, though Sera's mind races with questions. Finally, she asks the one that's been gnawing at her since she woke. Why didn't my wolf wake before? If I've always been a shifter, why did it take your bite to trigger the transformation? Kieran sets his coffee cup down carefully. That's complicated, and partly speculation. But I think, he pauses, choosing his words carefully. I think whoever your birth family was, they did something to suppress your wolf. Some packs, when they find a pup that doesn't show early signs of shifting, they use magic or rituals to lock the wolf away. Then they abandon the child, considering them defective. Anger flares hot in Sera's chest. They locked away part of my soul and threw me away? Maybe. Kieran's hand finds hers again, grounding. Or maybe they thought they were saving you. Not all shifter bloodlines are strong. Sometimes a weak wolf kills its human side during first shift. They might have thought they were giving you a chance at a normal human life. The explanation doesn't make Sera feel better. Instead, they left me feeling wrong for my entire life. I know. Kieran pulls her closer, the tray between them forgotten. But you're not wrong. You never were. You were just sleeping. Sera burrows into his warmth, letting the bond soothe the hurt of abandonment that's ached inside her for as long as she can remember. Through their connection, she feels Kieran's fierce protectiveness, his absolute certainty that she is wanted, valued, cherished. I need to go back to the lodge eventually, Sera says into his chest. Not to stay, but to get my things. To tell the Ashfords something, even if it's not the whole truth. I'll come with you, Kieran offers immediately. No. Sera pulls back to look at him. I need to do this myself. And having you there will only make it harder. She can already imagine Marcus's reaction to a strange man hovering protectively around her. But maybe later today. Give me a few more hours here first. Kieran studies her face, then nods slowly. A few hours. But Sera, if you need me, if anything feels wrong, call through the bond. I'll come immediately. Call through the bond. Sera asks. Focus on our connection and push your thoughts toward me. It's like, Kieran pauses. Try it now. Think something at me. Sera closes her eyes, finding the golden thread of their bond in her mind. She focuses on it, then thinks as clearly as possible. Can you hear this? Kieran's sharp intake of breath answers before his words do. Yes, loud and clear. Sera opens her eyes to find him staring at her with wonder. What? She asks. Most newly bonded mates can barely manage emotional impressions for the first few days. You're sending clear thoughts already. Kieran shakes his head. Your wolf is strong, Sera. Much stronger than anyone expected. Pride warms Sera's chest, not her own emotion she realizes, but Kieran's pride in her flowing through the bond. Show me, she says impulsively. Show me how to be a shifter. I have a few hours before reality comes crashing back. I want to spend them learning everything I can. Kieran's answering smile is fierce and bright. Then let's wake your wolf properly. 2 hours later, Sera stands in human form in the forest behind the Thorn Manor, breathing hard and grinning like a fool. She's shifted 3 times now, each one easier than the last. The pain is still there, but it's becoming familiar, manageable. And the payoff, the absolute freedom of running on 4 legs, seeing the world through wolf senses, feeling Kieran's wolf beside her. It's worth every moment of discomfort. You're a natural, Kieran says, pulling a shirt on after his own shift back. They're surrounded by the guardian wolves from last night, now in human form. 3 men who introduced themselves as Thomas, Derek, and James, all pack members sworn to protect the Alpha's family. She learns fast, Thomas agrees. He's older, maybe in his 50s, with gray threading through his dark hair. Took my daughter a week to manage a clean shift. She did 3 in 2 hours. The praise makes Sera's wolf preen inside her. It helps having a good teacher, she says, looking at Kieran. It helps having strong instincts, Kieran corrects. He glances at the sun's position. We should get you back to the lodge soon. The reunion will be in full swing, and the longer you're gone, the harder it'll be to explain. Reality crashes back with jarring force. Right, the reunion, the Ashfords. Her old life that she'll have to somehow integrate with this new truth. Okay, Sera says, though her wolf whines in protest at the thought of leaving Kieran. Just give me a minute? Kieran nods understanding. Sera closes her eyes, taking deep breaths, trying to calm the rising anxiety. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's steady presence, his silent support. You can do this, he sends. I'll be waiting when you're ready to come home. Home. The Thorn Manor already feels more like home than anywhere Sera has ever lived. When she opens her eyes again, she's as ready as she'll ever be. Let's go, she says. Before I lose my nerve. Chapter 8. The drive back to the lodge is simultaneously too long and not long enough. Lydia insists on driving Sera herself, claiming it's diplomatic courtesy, but really Sera suspects, to make sure she actually goes through with it. Kieran had wanted to come, but Sera held firm. She needs to do this alone, needs to prove to herself that the bond doesn't make her helpless, even if every mile away from him makes her chest ache. It gets easier, Lydia says, breaking the silence. She's been surprisingly quiet until now, letting Sera stew in her thoughts. What does? Being apart. The bond settles after a few weeks. It'll never be comfortable, but it won't feel like this, like someone's physically pulling your heart out of your chest. Sera presses a hand to her sternum, where a constant ache has taken up residence. Does it ever go away completely? No. Lydia's smile is wry. Nor would you want it to. The bond is a gift, Sera, even when it's inconvenient. You sound like you speak from experience. Lydia's hands tighten on the wheel briefly. I had a mate once. Lost him to a territorial dispute before the bond fully settled. She clears her throat. My point is, what you and Kieran have, it's rare. Precious. Don't take it for granted. Sera nods, not trusting her voice. Through the bond, she can feel Kieran's awareness of her distress. A pulse of warmth and reassurance flows from him to her, and some of the ache eases. I'm here, he seems to say. Always. The lodge comes into view too soon. Sera's stomach knots as Lydia pulls into the circular driveway where, just yesterday, was it really only yesterday? Sera had left for a walk and stumbled into a world she didn't know existed. Do you want me to come in with you? Lydia offers. No. Thank you, but... Sera takes a deep breath. I need to do this myself. Lydia nods. Call if you need anything. And Sera, you're packed now. That means you're not alone anymore. Not ever. The words hit harder than Sera expected. Pack. Family by choice rather than obligation. After a lifetime of feeling like an outsider, even in her adopted family, the promise of true belonging is almost too much to process. Thank you, Sera manages, then exits the car before she can lose her nerve. The lodge is bustling with activity. Sera can hear laughter and conversation drifting from the back terrace, where brunch is apparently being served. She slips in through a side entrance, hoping to make it to her room unnoticed. No such luck. Sera, Marcus's voice stops her at the base of the stairs. He emerges from the sitting room, concern etched across his handsome features. Where the hell have you been? We've been worried sick. I'm sorry. Sera's new senses pick up on things she never noticed before. The hint of cologne Marcus uses, the underlying scent of stress and irritation, the way his heartbeat picks up when he looks at her. There was an emergency at the Thorne estate. Lydia needed help with something. All night, Marcus moves closer, and Sera fights the urge to step back. Having him this close feels wrong now, intrusive. You couldn't call? My phone died and Sera stops, realizing she can't actually remember where her phone is. Probably still in her room here, abandoned when she snuck out in the middle of the night. I'm sorry. I should have found a way to contact you. Marcus's hand lands on her shoulder, and Sera barely suppresses a flinch. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's wolf stir with displeasure. Another male touching her, the bond screams. Wrong. Threat. You look different, Marcus says, studying her face. Did something happen? Everything, Sera thinks. Everything happened. I'm just tired, she says aloud, gently removing his hand from her shoulder. I didn't sleep much. I should go lie down. Actually, I was hoping we could talk. Marcus glances toward the terrace, where voices drift in. Away from the crowd? Warning bells chime in Sera's mind. Marcus, I really need to rest. Please. There's something in his voice that stops her protest. It's important. Against her better judgment, Sera follows him to the library. A quiet room lined with books no one actually reads, clearly meant more for show than use. Marcus closes the door behind them, and unease prickles down Sera's spine. What's going on? She asks, keeping the heavy oak desk between them. Marcus runs a hand through his hair, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. I've been thinking. About you. About us. Oh no. Sera's stomach drops. Marcus, just hear me out. He moves around the desk, closing the distance between them. I've been an idiot, Sera. You've been right here all along, and I never saw you. Not really. But these past few days, watching you. He shakes his head. I've realized something. Something important. Marcus, don't. Sera backs away until her spine hits the bookshelf. Whatever you're about to say, don't. But he's not listening, too caught up in whatever realization he's had. I'm calling off the engagement to Vanessa, he announces. It was a mistake. She's not you. The words Sera dreamed of hearing for years now land like stones. You're engaged. That's news to her. When did that happen? We were going to announce it this weekend. Marcus waves a hand dismissively. But it doesn't matter now. I'm ending it. Because Sera, I think I'm in love with you. I think I always have been. Through the bond, Sera feels Kieran's rage spike so sharply it makes her gasp. The territorial instinct is so strong she can almost feel his wolf trying to tear through the distance between them, to eliminate the threat to their bond. Calm down, she sends desperately. I'm handling it. I'm fine. Kieran's response is wordless fury and the overwhelming need to protect, to claim, to fight. Sera. Marcus reaches for her face, and this time she doesn't suppress her flinch. Don't touch me. The words come out sharper than intended, edged with a growl that's definitely her wolf. Marcus freezes, hurt flashing across his face. What's wrong? I thought, after all these years of you following me around. Following you around? Sera's anger flares, hot and clean. Is that what you think I was doing? Well, I mean. Marcus has the grace to look uncomfortable. You were always there. Always available. I just assumed. You assumed wrong. Sera straightens, and something in her posture must change because Marcus takes an involuntary step back. Yes, I had feelings for you. Past tense. I've spent my whole life hoping you'd see me, that I'd be enough. But I'm done with that. I'm done shrinking myself to fit into spaces that were never meant for me. Sera, I'm seeing you now. No, you're seeing that I've stopped looking at you. Sera's laugh is bitter. You only want me now because I'm not yours anymore. Because someone else. She stops herself. Marcus doesn't need to know about Kieran. Because I've moved on. Moved on. Marcus's expression shifts from hurt to anger. In what 2 days? What? Did you meet someone at the Thorn estate? The bond pulses with warning. Sera's wolf doesn't want her discussing their mate with this male. Doesn't want to acknowledge him as worthy of even knowing Kieran exists. That's none of your business, Sera says firmly. The hell it isn't. Marcus's voice rises. I just told you I love you. You don't love me. Sera moves toward the door, needing to end this conversation before her wolf decides to end it for her. You love the idea of having someone who adores you unconditionally. But I'm not that person anymore. And I won't ever be again. She reaches for the door handle, but Marcus's hand slams against the wood, holding it shut. Let me go, Sera says quietly, dangerously. Not until you listen. The door rattles in its frame. Not from Marcus's hand, but from the force of Sera's wolf surging forward, demanding to be let out, to show this male exactly how outmatched he is. Marcus. Sera's voice drops to a whisper, and somehow that's more threatening than shouting. Remove your hand. Now. Something in her tone, or maybe in her eyes, which she suspects are flashing gold, finally gets through to him. Marcus steps back, hands raised. Jesus, Sera. What's gotten into you? You have no idea, Sera thinks. And you never will. She yanks the door open and leaves without another word, practically running up the stairs to her room. She needs space, needs to breathe, needs to calm her wolf before she shifts right here in the lodge and terrifies everyone. Her room feels both familiar and alien. All her belongings are exactly where she left them, but they belong to a different Sera. The woman who packed these clothes, who carefully selected outfits hoping Marcus might notice. She doesn't exist anymore. Sera pulls out her suitcase and begins packing mechanically. She'll need to come up with an excuse for leaving early, something the Ashfords will accept. A work emergency, maybe. Or, there you are. Aunt Diane sweeps into the room without knocking, her expression hovering between relief and irritation. We were so worried when you didn't come back last night. Lydia Thorne called to explain, but really, Sera, you should have contacted us yourself. I know. I'm sorry. Sera continues packing, not meeting her aunt's eyes. Diane's gaze falls on the suitcase, and her expression shifts to alarm. What are you doing? I need to go back to the city. Something's come up. During the reunion? Sera, we're family. Surely whatever it is can wait. Family. The word that's supposed to mean unconditional love and belonging. But for Sera has always carried the silent caveat. Not really. I really can't stay, Sera says, zipping up her toiletry bag. This is about Marcus, isn't it? Diane's voice takes on that knowing tone that's always irritated Sera. He mentioned you two talked. Said you seemed upset. Of course he told Diane. Marcus tells her everything, always has. Perfect golden boy reporting to his doting aunt. It's not about Marcus, Sera says firmly. Because if you're worried about Vanessa. Wait, you know about Vanessa? Sera stops packing. You knew he was engaged? Diane has the grace to look uncomfortable. It's a recent development. They were going to announce it this weekend. But Sera, if there's even a chance that you and Marcus. There isn't. Sera's voice is flat, final. Aunt Diane, I appreciate everything you and Uncle Robert have done for me. You took me in when no one else wanted me. Gave me opportunities one never would have had. But Marcus and I are never going to happen. And I need you to accept that. Diane opens her mouth, closes it, then seems to really look at Sera for the first time. You've changed, she says slowly. Yes, Sera agrees. I have. This is about someone else. It's not a question. Someone you met here. Sera doesn't answer, but her silence is answer enough. Diane sighs, and for a moment she looks older, tired. You know, your uncle and I always wanted you to be happy. Truly happy, not just settled. If you found something, someone, that makes you feel like you belong, then. She trails off, seeming to struggle with the words. Then maybe it's time we stop trying to plan your life for you. The admission surprises Sera so much she actually stops packing. Aunt Diane. Finish packing, Diane says briskly, her composure returning. I'll handle the family. Make excuses. You just go be happy, Sera. Wherever that takes you. Before Sera can respond, Diane leaves, closing the door softly behind her. Sera stands alone in her room, emotions warring inside her. relief, gratitude, grief for the relationship with the Ashfords that never quite was, but might have been. And underneath it all, the constant pull of the bond, tugging her back toward Kieran. I'm coming home, she sends through the bond. I'm coming home to you. Kieran's response is immediate, flooding her with warmth and welcome and fierce possessive love. Hurry, he sends back. My wolf is going insane without you. Sera smiles and returns to packing with renewed purpose. She has a lot to figure out. Where she'll live, what she'll tell her job, how to integrate her old life with this new reality. But those are problems for later. Right now, all that matters is getting back to her mate. Chapter 9. The wolf paces the length of the manor's great room, claws clicking against hardwood with each agitated circuit. She's been gone too long. Every minute stretches into eternity. Every second without her scent in its lungs feels like suffocation. The bond thrums with her distress, her confrontation with the male who dared think he had claim to her. And it takes every ounce of control Kieran possesses to keep the wolf from shifting and racing to her side. I'm handling it, she'd sent. But that doesn't make the separation easier. You're going to wear a groove in the floor, Lydia observes from her seat by the fireplace. She's ostensibly reading, but Kieran knows she's watching him, worried. She's fine. The bond would tell you if she wasn't. The bond tells me she's upset, Kieran growls, his voice rough with the wolf's influence. Some male is upsetting her. Some male who she's already rejected. Lydia sets down her book with exaggerated patience. You need to trust her, Kieran. She's stronger than you think. I know she's strong. The wolf snarls at the suggestion otherwise. Of course their mate is strong. She survived her first shift, woke a dormant wolf, broke a 3-generation curse. That doesn't mean I enjoy knowing another male is touching her. Did the bond say he was touching her? Kieran stops pacing. No. He'd felt her discomfort, her rejection of unwanted advances, but not physical contact beyond. His hands clench. One touch on her shoulder that had made both man and wolf want to tear across the miles and remove the offending hand at the wrist. She handled it, Lydia says gently. And she's coming back to you. Focus on that. I'm coming home, Sera's voice through the bond, sweet as honey and twice as addictive. I'm coming home to you. The relief is so profound Kieran actually staggers. The wolf settles slightly, mollified by the promise of her return. Hurry, he sends back, unable to stop himself. My wolf is going insane without you. That's an understatement. The wolf wants to mark every inch of her, to fill the manor with her scent, to make it absolutely clear to any creature with a nose that she has claimed bonded his. Theirs, Kieran corrects the wolf's possessive thoughts. She's theirs, and they are equally hers. There's something we need to discuss, Lydia says, pulling Kieran from his internal dialogue with his wolf. Before she gets back, Kieran turns to face his sister, noting the serious set of her jaw. What? Her birth pack. Lydia rises, moving to the window that overlooks the preserve. If what we suspect is true, if they suppressed her wolf and abandoned her, we need to find out who they are. Why? The wolf bristles at the thought of the pack that discarded their mate. They gave up any claim to her when they left her to die. Because she has questions, Lydia says simply. And because if they're still out there, if they learn she's awakened and bonded to you. She trails off meaningfully. Kieran's jaw clenches. Pack politics. Of course. An alpha's mate carries significant political weight, especially a bloodmate bond as strong as theirs. If Sera's birth pack is influential, they might try to reclaim her now that she's proven valuable. They won't get near her, Kieran says, and the words carry alpha command. She's Silverpine pack now. Mine. Ours. I agree. But we should be prepared. Lydia pulls out her phone. I've already reached out to the keeper of records in the regional council. Asked about any abandoned shifter children found near our territory 26 years ago. And 3 cases. One was a male who was later reclaimed by his birth family. Another was confirmed dead, drowned in the river before she could be rescued. Lydia's expression is grim. The third was a female infant, found by humans who called in a ranger. By the time shifter authorities arrived, the humans had already taken her to social services. The trail went cold after that. That's her, Kieran says with certainty. Has to be. The location matches. Sera was found on the northern edge of our preserve. That's Shadowcrest territory. Kieran goes very still. Shadowcrest pack. One of the oldest bloodlines in the region, proud and traditional to a fault. They're known for their strength, their ancient magic, and their ruthless approach to weakness. If Shadowcrest abandoned her, Kieran says slowly, then she's probably from their alpha line, Lydia finishes. Only bloodlines strong enough to justify magical suppression rather than just leaving her to die naturally. The implications hit Kieran like a physical blow. If Sera is Shadowcrest alpha bloodline, if she's the daughter or granddaughter of their current alpha, her awakening changes everything. An alpha's child bonding with a rival pack's alpha? That's the stuff of territorial wars. Does she need to know? Kieran asks. Right now, I mean. Can't we just lie to her? Lydia's eyebrow arches. Hide information about her heritage? Really, Kieran? No, of course not. The bond doesn't work that way. Deception erodes trust, and trust is the foundation of everything between bloodmates. Then we tell her together, Kieran decides. When she's ready, after she's had time to settle into her wolf, to understand what being a shifter means. Then we'll deal with Shadowcrest. If they haven't already heard about her awakening. Lydia returns to her seat. News travels fast in shifter circles. A dormant wolf waking after 26 years, bonding to an alpha, breaking a curse? That's the kind of story that spreads. Before Kieran can respond, the bond flares with proximity. She's close, getting closer. His wolf surges forward, desperate to go to her, but Kieran holds firm. She said she'd come home. He trusts her. 5 minutes later, tires crunch on gravel. A car door slams. And then, Sera bursts through the manor's front door, dropping her suitcase without ceremony, and Kieran moves without conscious thought. 3 strides close the distance between them, and then she's in his arms, her scent filling his lungs, her heartbeat syncing with his. Hi, she breathes against his chest. Hi, Kieran manages, burying his face in her hair. Through the bond, relief and joy and bone-deep rightness flow between them. You're back. I'm back. Sera pulls away enough to look up at him. And I'm not leaving again. At least, not without you. The words settle something primal in both man and wolf. Kieran cups her face, needing to see her eyes, to confirm she's real and here and his. How did it go? He asks. I'll tell you everything, Sera promises. But first, she glances past him to where Lydia sits. Hi, Lydia. Thank you for the ride this morning. Of course. Lydia's smile is genuine. Welcome home, Luna. Luna. The title makes Sera's eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't protest. Instead, she turns back to Kieran, her hand finding his. Can we talk? She asks. Just us. Kieran nods and leads her toward his private quarters, hyper-aware of Lydia's knowing look as they leave. His suite feels different with Sera in it. More complete, more like home. She belongs here, the wolf insists. Belongs with them. So, Sera says, settling on the edge of his bed. That was harder than I expected. Kieran sits beside her, close enough to touch but giving her space to process. What happened? Marcus confessed his feelings. Apparently he's been in love with me all along, just too stupid to realize it. Sera's laugh is dry. He's calling off his engagement to some woman I've never met, so we can be together. The wolf snarls at the audacity. Kieran wrestles it back. What did you say? I told him no. Told him I'd moved on. Sera's hand finds Kieran's. It should have been everything I wanted to hear. For years, I dreamed of Marcus finally seeing me, choosing me. But standing there listening to him, all I could think was how wrong he felt. How wrong they all feel now. The bond changes things, Kieran says carefully. Your wolf recognizes its mate. Everyone else. He shrugs. Everyone else is just background noise. Is it always this intense? Sera asks. This need to be near you? This physical ache when we're apart? For the first few weeks, yes. Eventually, the bond will settle enough that you can function independently. But, Kieran hesitates, wanting to be honest. We're bloodmates, Sera. True mates. What we have is stronger than most bonded pairs. Some level of that pull will always exist. Sera nods slowly, processing. And if I need to go back to the city? I have a job, an apartment, a life there. I can't just abandon everything. I'm not asking you to. Kieran turns to face her fully. We'll figure it out. If you need to go back for a while to settle things, I'll come with you. Or you can commute. Or, he takes a breath. Or you can bring your life here. Move to Silverpine territory. There's plenty of remote work if you need it, and the pack. He stops, realizing he's getting ahead of himself. Sorry, I'm pushing. No. Sera squeezes his hand. You're being practical. And you're right. I need to figure out what my life looks like now. But Kieran, I meant what I said. I'm not leaving you. Whatever we figure out together. The relief that floods through their bond is mutual. Kieran pulls her close, kneading her in his arms, and Sera comes willingly. There's something else, Kieran says after a moment. Something Lydia discovered. About your birth pack. Sera stiffens slightly. You found them? Maybe. Kieran explains what Lydia learned, about Shadow Crest, about the abandoned infant, about the implications of Alpha bloodline. Sera listens in silence, her expression unreadable. When Kieran finishes, she's quiet for a long moment. They threw me away, she finally says, her voice small. Because I wasn't strong enough. Wasn't wolf enough. You are strong enough, Kieran says fiercely. Stronger than any of them. You woke a dormant wolf, survived your first shift, and broke a curse that's plagued my family for generations. You are exactly as strong as you need to be. Tears well in Sera's eyes. Then why couldn't they see that? Why wasn't I worth keeping? Kieran has no answer that will ease that pain. All he can do is hold her while she grieves for the family that should have wanted her. The pack that should have claimed her. The life she should have had. I want to meet them, Sera says eventually, pulling back to wipe her eyes. Shadow Crest. My birth pack. I want to look them in the eye and show them exactly what they discarded. Pride surges through Kieran. Not surprise because his mate is fierce and brave, but pride nonetheless. Then we'll arrange it. When you're ready. I'm ready now. You need more than a day to prepare, Kieran says gently. Learning to shift is one thing. Understanding pack politics, managing your wolf in high-stress situations, navigating territorial dynamics, that takes time. Sera's jaw sets stubbornly, and Kieran can't help but smile. His mate is not someone who accepts limitations easily. How long? She asks. A few weeks. Maybe a month. At her protest, he adds, Sera, Shadowcrest is powerful. Traditional. If they sense weakness, they'll exploit it. I need you strong enough to face them without fear. Strong enough that they see you as my equal, not my liability. The words hit home. Sera nods reluctantly. Okay, teach me then. Teach me everything I need to know to make them regret abandoning me. Kieran's answering smile is all wolf. It would be my pleasure, Luna. Chapter 10. 3 days pass in a blur of transformation and discovery. Sera shifts so many times she loses count. Morning runs through the preserve in wolf form, afternoon training sessions in the manor's courtyard, evening hunts with Kieran and the guardian wolves. Each shift becomes easier, smoother, until she can transform in seconds rather than minutes. Her human life feels increasingly distant. She called her boss, fabricated a family emergency that required extended leave, texted a few friends with vague explanations. Each conversation felt like talking to strangers, people from a life that no longer fits. Now, on the 4th morning of her new existence, Sera stands in the manor's training yard watching Lydia demonstrate combat forms. Not human martial arts, but the specific techniques shifters use when fighting in wolf form. How to use your weight, target vulnerabilities, protect your throat. Again, Lydia commands after Sera's latest attempt. You're dropping your guard on the left. A smart opponent will exploit that. Sera shifts, her wolf form appearing with barely a thought now, and attacks again. This time she remembers to keep her left flank protected, but Lydia still manages to flip her onto her back with embarrassing ease. Too slow, Kieran observes through their bond. He's watching from the sidelines, ostensibly giving Lydia space to teach, but really just unable to be far from Sera for long. The bond has settled slightly, but not much. Helpful, Sera sends back sarcastically, rolling to her feet. Kieran's amusement flows through their connection, warm and affectionate. Sera has learned that his sense of humor is dry and often expressed through the bond rather than words. Another intimacy that draws them closer. Break, Lydia announces, shifting back to human form and tossing Sera a towel. The manor keeps stashes of clothes everywhere for post-shift modesty, though Sera is getting used to the casual nudity that comes with shifter life. Sera shifts back, grateful for the reprieve. Her muscles ache pleasantly, her body adjusting to the new demands being placed on it. You're improving fast, Lydia says, pulling on sweatpants. Most new shifters take weeks to master combat basics. You're doing it in days. Good genes, apparently. Sera can't keep the bitterness from her voice. From the pack that didn't want me. Lydia's expression softens. Their loss is our gain. You're Silverpine now, Sera. Your pack. The words should comfort her. They do, mostly. But there's still a hole where her origin story should be. Questions about who she was supposed to be before abandonment rewrote her fate. Kieran approaches, now wearing the loose training clothes he favors. Even in something so simple, he's devastating. All controlled power and predatory grace. Sera's wolf perks up at his proximity, pleased. Council meeting in an hour, he tells Lydia. About the Shadowcrest situation. Sera's attention sharpens. What situation? Kieran and Lydia exchange a look that makes Sera's stomach sink. They know, Sera says flatly. They know I've awakened. We're not sure, Kieran hedges. But there's been activity. Shadowcrest scouts near our borders. Requests for information about recent pack additions. It could be coincidence. Or they've figured out that the infant they abandoned 26 years ago is now bonded to a rival alpha. Sera crosses her arms. What do they want? That's what we need to determine. Lydia's jaw tightens. The council meeting will help us understand their intentions and decide our response. I want to be there, Sera says immediately. Sera, Kieran begins. Don't. She cuts him off, voice firm. This is about me. My heritage. I have a right to be part of these discussions. Through the bond, Sera feels Kieran's conflict, the alpha instinct to protect warring with respect for her autonomy. Finally, he nods. You can observe. But Sera, you need to let me handle the politics. Pack councils have protocols, hierarchies. One wrong word can escalate tensions. Sera wants to argue, but she recognizes the wisdom in his caution. She's been a shifter for less than a week. She knows nothing about pack politics beyond what Lydia has taught her. Okay, she agrees. I'll observe. For now, the council chamber is deep in the manor's oldest wing, a round room with a circular table at its center. 12 chairs ring the table. 11 occupied by various pack members Sera recognizes from training, plus one empty chair clearly meant for Kieran. He takes his seat at the head of the table with natural authority, and Sera stands behind him, positioned where she can see and hear everything. The assembled wolves eye her with curiosity. Most have heard about their alpha's bloodmate by now, but this is the first time many are seeing her in an official capacity. Thank you for gathering on short notice, Kieran begins. You all know why we're here. Shadowcrest Pack has been probing our borders, asking questions. We need to discuss how to respond. Respond. One of the older wolves, Thomas, Sera remembers, scoffs. They abandoned one of their own. They have no claim to her now. They might not see it that way, Lydia counters. If Sera is who we think she is, Alpha bloodline, possibly even Alpha Darius's granddaughter, her awakening changes the power dynamics in this region. His granddaughter? Another council member, a woman named Clara, looks sharply at Sera. That would make her heir to Shadowcrest, Thomas finishes grimly. If they acknowledge her. The words hang heavy in the air. Sera's mind reels. Heir. She'd understood her birth pack might be influential. But this, they won't acknowledge her, Kieran says with certainty. Acknowledging her means admitting they threw away an alpha heir. That kind of mistake doesn't just embarrass a pack. It undermines their authority, questions their judgment. So what do they want? Clara asks. To contain the situation, Lydia pulls out a tablet, displaying what looks like intercepted communications. I've been monitoring their channels. They're positioning Sera as a cautionary tale. A weak bloodline they were right to cull, now trying to leech power through a questionable bond. Anger flares hot in Sera's chest. Her wolf snarls, wanting to show them exactly how weak she isn't. Easy, Kieran sends through the bond, though she can feel his own anger simmering. Let them underestimate you. It'll make defeating them sweeter. They're coming, Thomas says, not a question but a statement. Shadowcrest won't let this lie. They'll challenge the bond, try to reclaim her or discredit her. Let them try. Kieran's voice drops, carrying the edge of alpha command. Sera is Silvapine Pack. My bloodmate. Anyone who challenges that challenges me directly. The declaration sends shivers through Sera. Not fear, but recognition. This is what an alpha sounds like when defending his pack. Defending his mate. A formal challenge could mean war, Clara warns. Shadowcrest is larger than us, better funded. If it comes to territorial dispute, it won't. Lydia's confidence cuts through the rising tension. Shadowcrest won't risk open conflict over one awakened wolf. But they will try to delegitimize her. Spread rumors, question the bond's validity, paint her as damaged goods. Then we control the narrative, Kieran decides. We present Sera formally to the regional council. Demonstrate that she's a full member of Silverpine, a strong wolf, and my bonded mate. Make it clear that any attack on her is an attack on this pack. When? Thomas asks. The regional gathering is in 2 weeks, Lydia says. All packs will be represented. It's the perfect forum. Sera's stomach drops. 2 weeks. 2 weeks to prepare for what sounds like a political minefield where one misstep could trigger a war. I'm not ready, she says aloud, drawing every eye in the room. Kieran turns to look at her, and through the bond she feels his absolute confidence. You will be. After the meeting, Sera escapes to the manor's library, needing space to process. Heir to Shadowcrest. Regional gathering. Political maneuvering. Her head spins with information she doesn't know how to organize. She's staring unseeing at a shelf of leather-bound books when Kieran finds her. You're broadcasting stress through the bond, he says, closing the door behind him. Talk to me. I can't do this. Sera's voice is small. I've been a shifter for 4 days, Kieran. 4 days. How am I supposed to stand in front of every pack in the region and convince them I'm not the weak link Shadowcrest claims I am? Kieran moves closer, his presence grounding. By being exactly who you are. Strong. Brave. Fierce. His hands frame her face. You broke a 3-generation curse, Sera. You survived what should have been a fatal transformation. You're learning skills in days that take others months. You are not weak. But I'm not experienced. I don't know pack politics, don't understand the hierarchies and protocols. So we teach you. Kieran's thumb brushes her cheek. You have 2 weeks, and you have the entire pack behind you. Lydia will teach you politics. Thomas will teach you history. I'll teach you everything else. And if it's not enough? Sera asks. If Shadowcrest challenges me and I fail, then I challenge them. Kieran's eyes flash amber. And trust me, love, they don't want that. The casual endearment, love, makes Sera's breath catch. They haven't spoken explicitly about what they feel beyond the bond. Haven't put words to the connection that grows stronger every day. Kieran, she begins. I love you. The words are simple, direct, utterly sincere. I know it's fast. I know we barely know each other outside of the bond. But I love you. My wolf loved you first, but now the man loves you too. Completely. Irrevocably. Tears prick Sera's eyes. I love you too, she whispers. I think I loved your wolf first, before I even knew what that meant. And now, Kieran kisses her, swallowing the rest of her words. It's not the gentle kiss of new lovers still learning each other. It's claiming, possessive, the bond flaring between them with approval. When they finally break apart, both breathing hard, Kieran rests his forehead against hers. 2 weeks, he says. Then we show them exactly what they lost when they threw you away. Sera nods, drawing strength from his certainty, from the bond that ties them together. 2 weeks, she agrees. Let's make them regret every choice that led them to abandon me. Kieran's answering smile is fierce and proud. That's my Luna. The next 13 days are a whirlwind of intensive training. Mornings are combat practice with Lydia and the guardian wolves. Learning not just to fight, but to read body language, anticipate attacks, use her smaller size as an advantage rather than a liability. Afternoons are politics with Thomas, who proves to be a walking encyclopedia of pack history and regional power dynamics. Sera learns the complex web of alliances and grudges that define shifter society, the protocols that govern formal interactions, the subtle ways dominance is established and challenged. Evenings are with Kieran, sometimes continuing her education, sometimes simply being together, letting the bond strengthen through shared meals and quiet conversation. She learns his tells, the way his eyes flash amber when his wolf is close to the surface, the particular rumble he makes when he's content. And she learns herself, learns that her wolf is brave but cautious, strong but strategic, learns that she has a gift for reading people, for seeing beneath surface presentations to true intentions. A skill Kieran says will serve her well in political situations. By the time the regional gathering arrives, Sera feels simultaneously prepared and terrified. You look beautiful, Lydia says, adjusting the drape of Sera's formal dress. It's deep forest green, elegant but not ostentatious, designed to make a statement without trying too hard. Sera studies herself in the mirror. Her reflection shows someone she barely recognizes. Confident, powerful, with eyes that shift between brown and gold. The girl who arrived at the family reunion 2 weeks ago feels like a distant memory. Ready? Kieran appears in the doorway, devastating in formal attire that somehow makes him look even more alpha. Sera takes a deep breath and reaches for his hand. Through the bond, his confidence flows into her, steadying her nerves. "Ready," she says. Together, they walk toward the car that will take them to the gathering. Toward the moment where Sera will finally confront the pack that threw her away. Toward answers, conflict, and the chance to prove that she is so much more than they ever imagined. Chapter 11. The regional gathering is held at a neutral estate 3 hours north of Silvapine territory, a massive stone complex built specifically for interpack diplomacy. As Kieran's car winds up the mountain road, Sera counts at least 20 other vehicles in the parking area, each bearing subtle marks that identify their pack affiliation. "Breathe," Kieran murmurs, his hand finding hers. "Remember what we practiced." Sera nods, mentally reviewing Lydia's coaching. "Make eye contact but don't stare. That's a challenge. Keep her chin up but not too high. Confidence, not arrogance. Stay close to Kieran to signal the bond, but not so close she appears dependent." The number of unspoken rules makes her head spin. Lydia exits the front passenger seat, already scanning the assembled vehicles with tactical precision. Shadowcrest is here. 3 cars. That's Alpha Darius, his beta, and probably a full honor guard. "Good," Kieran says, though tension radiates through the bond. "Let's not keep them waiting." The entrance hall is vast, with soaring ceilings and walls lined with territorial maps dating back centuries. Wolves in various states of formal dress mill about, some in conversation, others clearly posturing, all hyper-aware of the power dynamics in play. Every head turns when Kieran enters. The room doesn't fall silent, but conversations shift, attention redirecting. This is what alpha presence looks like, Sera realizes. Kieran doesn't demand attention. He simply commands it by existing. And she's at his side, which means every eye is now evaluating her too. Alpha Thorn. A silver-haired man approaches, extending a hand. "Good to see you. And this must be your mate we've heard so much about." "Alpha Chun, this is Alpha Marcus of Riverbend Pack." Kieran's hand settles at the small of Sera's back, a subtle but clear signal of possession. "Marcus, my bloodmate Sera." The man's eyebrows rise slightly at Chun. Kieran is using her adopted surname, she realizes. A deliberate choice that positions her as her own person rather than Shadowcrest property. "A pleasure." Marcus's handshake is firm, but not aggressive. "Bloodmates are rare these days." "You're fortunate." "We both are," Sera says, pleased when her voice comes out steady. Marcus moves on, but others approach in his wake. Alpha after alpha, each offering congratulations or thinly veiled curiosity. Through it all, Kieran remains a steady presence beside her, his hand never leaving her back, the bond pulsing with support. Then the crowd parts slightly, and Sera sees them. 3 men, all tall and powerfully built, with dark hair and eyes that shift between brown and gold. Even without introduction, Sera knows. Shadowcrest. Her birth pack. The one in the center is clearly the alpha. Late 50s perhaps, with silver threading his temples and an air of absolute authority. He's flanked by a younger man who must be his beta and an older wolf whose scarred face suggests a lifetime of combat. Alpha Darius. Her grandfather, if Lydia's research is correct. Sera's wolf stirs, uncertain. On one hand, this is pack, blood kin, family by birth. On the other hand, these are the wolves who discarded her, who locked away her wolf and left her to die or live as human. "Alpha Thorn," Darius says, his voice carrying across the space between them. It's not loud, but something in it makes other conversations fade. "I've been hoping for a chance to speak with you." Alpha Darius. Kieran's tone is perfectly neutral, giving nothing away. "The pleasure is mine." Darius's attention shifts to Sera, and she forces herself to meet his gaze without flinching. His eyes are so like hers, that particular shade of brown that shifts to gold when the wolf is close. Recognition flickers across his face before his expression hardens into something unreadable. "And this is the girl I've heard about," Darius says. "The one claiming Shadowcrest bloodline." Claiming. The word is a deliberate insult, suggesting Sera is lying or delusional. "This is Sera Chun." Kieran's voice drops slightly, carrying the edge of warning. "My bloodmate, Luna of Silvapine Pack." "Chun," Darius repeats thoughtfully. "That's the human family that adopted you, isn't it? After you were abandoned in the preserve as an infant." The casual cruelty of the words, abandoned, makes Sera's hands clench. but she keeps her voice level when she responds. The same family that raised me when my birth pact decided I wasn't worth keeping, she says. They gave me love, education, and a home. More than I would have received from wolves who judge worth by whether a 6-month-old shifts on command. Darius's eyes flash amber. Around them, the gathered wolves have gone silent, sensing confrontation. Shadowcrest has standards, Darius says coldly. Bloodlines must be kept strong. Weak wolves dilute our power. And yet here I stand. Sera takes a step forward, breaking slightly from Kieran's protective hold. Her wolf surges forward, lending her courage. Fully awakened, bonded to an alpha, strong enough to break a 3-generation curse. Tell me, Alpha Darius, does that sound weak to you? A muscle ticks in Darius's jaw. Beside him, the beta's eyes have gone wide with what might be surprise or grudging respect. Parlor tricks, Darius dismisses. Any wolf can claim to break curses. Proving it is another matter. Then let me prove it. The words are out before Sera can stop them. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's alarm, but she pushes forward. Name your test. Whatever you think will expose my supposed weakness, I'll pass it. Sera. Kieran's hand finds her wrist, a subtle warning. But she's committed now, her wolf fully engaged and refusing to back down. This male threw her away, deemed her unworthy. She will not let that stand unchallenged. Darius studies her for a long moment. Then, to Sera's surprise, he smiles, though it's not a kind expression. Very well, he says. Since you're so eager to prove yourself. The gathering includes traditional trials, combat, tracking, endurance. New pack members often participate to establish their standing. If you truly believe you're strong enough to carry Shadowcrest blood, you'll compete. She's been a shifter for 2 weeks, Lydia interjects, appearing at Sera's other side. Putting her in trials against wolves with decades of experience. Is her choice, Darius interrupts smoothly. I'm not forcing anything. But if she wants to prove she's not the weak link we identified all those years ago, this is her chance. It's a trap. Sera knows it's a trap. But her pride and her wolf's fierce need to prove their worth. Won't let her back down. I accept, she says. Through the bond, Kieran's emotions are a storm, frustration, concern, but also pride? Yes, underneath the worry, he's proud of her for standing up to Darius. The trials begin in 1 hour, Darius says. I look forward to seeing what Silverpine has taught you in such a short time. He nods to Kieran, then turns and walks away, his wolves following. The moment they're out of earshot, Lydia rounds on Sera. What were you thinking? The trials are brutal, designed for experienced shifters. You could get seriously hurt. I know. Sera's heart hammers, adrenaline flooding her system. But if I'd backed down, everyone here would have seen weakness. Would have believed Shadowcrest was right to abandon me. So instead you're going to fight wolves with 10 times your experience. Lydia's voice rises slightly before she catches herself. Sera, this isn't about pride. Yes, it is, Kieran interrupts quietly. Both women turn to look at him. This is exactly about pride. About Sera proving she belongs. Not just to Shadowcrest, but to herself. He meets Sera's eyes. You're going to do this, aren't you? No matter what I say. Yes, Sera says simply. Kieran nods slowly. Then we spend the next hour preparing you for the fight of your life. The trial grounds are located behind the main building. A large clearing surrounded by trees, with assembled wolves forming a natural amphitheater. Sera counts at least 100 spectators, all watching with varying degrees of curiosity and skepticism. 3 trials, Thomas explains in a low voice. He'd arrived at the gathering late, slipping in just as preparations began. Combat, tracking, and endurance. You can withdraw at any time, but doing so means forfeiting the challenge. Which would prove Darius right, Sera says. Not an option. The combat trial is first. Lydia points to the center of the clearing, where 2 wolves are already fighting. A demonstration bout, from the looks of it. You'll shift and fight in wolf form until one of you yields or is incapacitated. Killing is forbidden, but permanent injury isn't unheard of. Sera swallows hard. She's been training for 2 weeks. The wolf she's watching has probably been training for decades. Focus on defense, Kieran advises, his hand on her shoulder. You're smaller, faster. Use that. Don't try to overpower your opponent, outsmart them. Who will I be fighting? Sera asks. As if in answer, a wolf steps forward from the Shadowcrest contingent. It's massive, nearly as large as Kieran's wolf form, with dark fur and scars that speak of countless battles. The beta, Sera realizes with sinking dread. Darius sent his beta to fight her. That's Gabriel, Thomas mutters. Shadowcrest's combat master. This is an execution disguised as a trial, Lydia finishes grimly. Sera, you don't have to do this. We can call this off, claim foul play. No. Sera strips off her formal dress without ceremony, beyond caring about nudity. I agreed to the trials. I'm doing this. She shifts before she can overthink it, letting her wolf surge forward. The transformation is smooth now, barely painful, and within seconds she stands on 4 legs in the center of the clearing. Gabriel circles her slowly, assessing. He's huge, his shoulder coming up to her eye level. One good bite, and he could snap her spine. But Lydia's training kicks in. Don't focus on what he can do to you. Focus on what you can do to him. The signal comes, a sharp whistle. Gabriel lunges immediately, testing her reflexes. Sera dodges left, using her smaller size to slip beneath his charge. She aims for his flank, teeth finding purchase. But Gabriel spins faster than something his size should be able to move. His shoulder slams into her ribs, sending her tumbling. Pain explodes through her side. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's wolf surge forward, barely restrained. But this is her fight. She has to win it herself. Sera rolls to her feet, shaking off the impact. Gabriel is already advancing, more cautious now that he's seen her speed. He feints left, then right, trying to corner her against the crowd of spectators. Don't let him control the space. Lydia's voice echoes in her memory. Make him come to you on your terms. Sera stops retreating, plants her feet. When Gabriel lunges again, she doesn't dodge. She drops flat, letting his weight carry him over her, and rakes her back claws up his exposed belly. Not deep enough to seriously injure, but enough to draw blood. Enough to score points. Gabriel lands hard, clearly surprised. The crowd murmurs. She's landed the first real blow. But Gabriel isn't beta for nothing. He adapts quickly, changing tactics. Instead of power, he switches to precision, going for quick strikes that force Sera to constantly defend. She's faster, but he's experienced, reading her movements before she makes them. A mistake. Sera's rear leg slips slightly on loose dirt. Gabriel capitalizes instantly, closing the distance and getting his jaws around her back leg just above the ankle. Sera yelps as pain shoots up her leg. Through the bond, Kieran's anguish mirrors her own. Gabriel is pulling now, trying to drag her down, to pin her. Panic claws at Sera's throat. She's losing. He's too strong, too experienced. She can't. Yes, you can. Kieran's voice flows through the bond, cutting through her fear. Your wolf is strong. Trust her. Trust yourself. Something clicks. Sera stops fighting against Gabriel's hold and instead uses it, letting him pull her backward while she twists, using the momentum to spin her upper body. Her jaws find his ear and she bites down hard. Gabriel releases her leg with a yelp, and Sera doesn't hesitate. She's on him in a flash, using his moment of distraction to get her teeth around his throat. Not biting down, not yet. Just holding. The position every wolf knows means submission or death. The clearing goes silent. Gabriel goes still beneath her, and Sera feels the moment he makes his choice. His body relaxes, and he tips his head back slightly, the gesture of yielding. Sera releases him immediately and steps back, her injured leg screaming in protest. But she stays upright, meeting Alpha Darius's gaze across the clearing. She won. A 2-week-old shifter just defeated Shadowcrest's combat master. The crowd erupts in shocked murmurs. Through the bond, Kieran's pride and relief flood her system so strongly it nearly makes her dizzy. Gabriel shifts back to human form, nursing his bleeding ear. To Sera's surprise, he's smiling. Well fought, Luna, he says, respect clear in his voice. You've got your grandfather's tactical mind. The words hang in the air, an admission, finally, that Sera is Shadowcrest blood. That Darius is indeed her grandfather. Sera shifts back to human form, accepting a robe someone hands her. Her leg throbs, but it's already healing, shifter metabolism accelerating the process. 2 more trials, Darius announces, his expression unreadable. Unless the Luna wishes to withdraw? Sera meets his eyes and smiles, showing teeth. Not a chance. Chapter 12. The second trial, tracking, is less physically brutal but no less challenging. Sera stands at the edge of the forest with 4 other competitors, all experienced shifters from various packs. The rules are simple. A prey wolf has been given a 30-minute head start. First tracker to find them wins. The prey can use any means to hide their trail: water, scent masking, false trails. No actual combat is involved, but the trial tests instincts, patience, and the ability to read a landscape. Your leg, Kieran says quietly, crouching beside where Sera sits wrapping her ankle. The bone isn't broken, shifter durability saved her from that, but it's badly sprained. You're injured. No one would blame you for withdrawing from this trial. Darius would, Sera counters, testing the binding. Tight enough to provide support, loose enough not to restrict movement. He's waiting for me to quit, to prove I'm not strong enough. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's internal struggle. He wants to protect her, to wrap her in safety and never let anything hurt her again. But he also understands what this means to her, what she needs to prove. Then win, he says finally, cupping her face. Show him exactly what he threw away. The starting signal sounds, a low horn blast that carries through the trees. The other 4 shifters bolt immediately, shifting mid-run, vanishing into the forest with practiced ease. Sera shifts more carefully, favoring her injured leg, and sets off at a more measured pace. Rushing will only cause her to miss signs. Lydia had drilled that into her during training. Tracking is about patience, not speed. The scent trail is obvious at first. Freshly disturbed earth, broken twigs, the lingering smell of wolf. Too obvious. Sera pauses, circling back. Yes, there. A branch bent at an unnatural angle, pointing left while the obvious trail goes right. False trail. The prey is smart. Sera follows the subtler signs left, moving slowly, methodically. Her injured leg protests with each step, but she pushes through. Around her, she can hear the other competitors crashing through the underbrush, following the false trail or perhaps finding real ones. The terrain shifts, rocky ground that holds no prints. Sera casts about, nose to the ground, searching for scent markers. There, the faintest trace on a low-hanging branch. The prey brushed past here, leaving traces of fur. She's on the right track. The trail leads deeper into the forest, becoming increasingly difficult to follow. Twice Sera loses it completely and has to backtrack, wasting precious minutes. Her leg throbs with each step, and exhaustion is setting in from the earlier combat trial. You're getting close, Kieran sends through the bond. He can't help her directly. That would be cheating, but his presence is a steady anchor, keeping her focused. The scent strengthens. Fresh. Very fresh. Sera slows, all senses alert. The prey is near. There, a flash of tawny fur between trees. The prey wolf is young, probably early 20s, crouched in a hollow log. Good hiding spot, but they made a mistake. They're downwind. Their scent carried straight to Sera. Sera approaches carefully, not wanting to spook them into running. When she's close enough, she barks once, the signal that the prey has been found. The tawny wolf emerges from the log with a rueful expression, shifting back to human form. Well tracked, Luna, she says, clearly surprised. You're the first to find me. Pride swells in Sera's chest. She did it. 2 weeks as a shifter, and she just out-tracked wolves with years of experience. When they return to the clearing, the other competitors are still searching. It takes another 20 minutes before the second tracker returns, empty-handed and frustrated. The Luna wins the tracking trial, the officiator announces, and another murmur runs through the assembled wolves. Sera shifts back to human form, accepting congratulations from Thomas while Lydia immediately examines her leg. Through the crowd, she catches Darius watching her, his expression still unreadable, but with something new in his eyes. Respect, or perhaps just recalculation. One trial left, Lydia says quietly, pressing a water bottle into Sera's hands. Endurance. Are you sure you want to continue? You've already proven yourself. Sera looks across the clearing to where Gabriel stands with the other Shadowcrest wolves. He catches her eye and nods once, acknowledgement of her skill. But Darius remains impassive, and Sera knows one thing with certainty. Until she completes all 3 trials, there will always be doubt. Always the question of whether she simply got lucky. I'm finishing this, Sera says. The endurance trial is deceptively simple. Run a marked course through the preserve in wolf form. First one back wins. The course is roughly 15 miles of brutal terrain, steep climbs, rocky descents, water crossings. For an experienced shifter in peak condition, it might take an hour. For Sera, injured and exhausted, it could take significantly longer. Pace yourself, Kieran advises as they wait for the trial to begin. This isn't about speed, it's about finishing. Don't burn out trying to keep up with wolves who are faster. Sera nods, but her competitive spirit chafes at the advice. She doesn't want to just finish, she wants to win. Wants to silence every doubt, every whispered suggestion that she's only made it this far through luck or her bond with Kieran. 6 wolves line up for the endurance trial, including Sera. 2 from Shadowcrest, 1 from Riverbend, 2 from smaller regional packs. All of them eye Sera with varying degrees of skepticism. The injured 2-week-old shifter who somehow won the first 2 trials. The starting signal sounds. Sera shifts and launches forward, her injured leg immediately protesting. She ignores the pain, finding a rhythm that works. 3 strides on the good leg for every 2 on the injured one. It's not elegant, but it's sustainable. The other wolves pull ahead quickly, their longer legs eating up ground. Sera lets them go, focusing on her own pace. Kieran's advice echoes. Finish, don't burn out. The first mile is manageable. The second grows harder as the terrain shifts upward, rocky inclines that require careful footing. Sera's injured leg screams with each upward push, but she pushes back, drawing on reserves she didn't know she had. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's steady presence, his absolute faith in her ability to complete this. It helps more than he probably knows. Mile 3. Mile 4. 2 of the other wolves have disappeared ahead, but Sera can still smell their trails. Behind her, she can hear at least one other competitor struggling with the terrain. The course leads through a river crossing, icy water that shocks her system and makes her injured leg seize up momentarily. Sera forces herself to keep moving, to push through the water and up the steep bank on the other side. Mile 7. 8. The pain in her leg has transcended into something almost abstract. It hurts, she's aware of it hurting, but it feels disconnected from her somehow. Adrenaline, probably. Or perhaps her wolf taking over, pushing the human mind's limitations aside. At mile 10, Sera crests a ridge and sees 2 wolves ahead. The competitors from Shadowcrest, running side by side. They're pacing each other, working together. Smart. In trials like these, forming temporary alliances isn't cheating, just tactical. Sera doesn't have a partner. But she has something else, desperation. The need to prove herself burning brighter than any physical pain. She increases her pace, drawing on her smaller size to navigate between trees more easily. The Shadowcrest wolves are built for power, not agility. In open terrain they'd destroy her. But here, in tight forest, she has an advantage. Mile 12. 13. Sera is gaining ground. The Shadowcrest wolves sense her approach and split up, each taking slightly different routes to prevent her from passing. But Sera knows this tactic from Lydia's training. When faced with a split, always go for the weaker opponent first. She angles toward the wolf on the right, who's favoring his left front leg. Not as injured as Sera, but enough to create an opening. When the trail narrows between 2 massive pines, Sera puts on a burst of speed she didn't know she had left, slipping through the gap ahead of him. 1 down. 2 to go. Mile 14. The finish line is close now. Sera can smell it, can hear the assembled wolves waiting at the clearing. The wolf ahead of her has pulled slightly ahead, his longer stride giving him advantage on this final stretch of relatively flat terrain. Sera's injured leg is barely functioning now. Each step sends lightning bolts of agony up her spine. She should slow down, should accept second place. Second place in an endurance trial is nothing to be ashamed of, especially for a new shifter. But second place isn't what her wolf wants. And through the bond, she feels Kieran's wolf rising to meet hers, lending her strength, pouring energy through their connection even though he's miles away. You've got this, he sends. Final push. Everything you have. Sera finds something she didn't know she had, a reserve of pure stubbornness that won't accept defeat. Her wolf surges forward, and Sera stops thinking about pain, stops thinking about injury, stops thinking about anything except the finish line ahead. She's closing the gap. 10 yards. 5. The Shadowcrest wolf senses her and increases his pace, but he's already given everything. Sera hasn't, not yet. They burst into the clearing neck and neck, and Sera throws herself forward in a final desperate lunge, and crosses the finish line half a body length ahead. The crowd erupts. Sera collapses immediately, her injured leg finally giving out completely. She lies in the dirt, sides heaving, unable to shift back because her body has nothing left to give. Then Kieran is there, having somehow materialized in the clearing the moment she crossed the line. He shifts and gathers her wolf form into his arms, cradling her against his chest. "I've got you," he murmurs. "You did it. You won. All 3 trials." Through the bond, his pride and love wash over her so completely that Sera finally lets herself stop fighting, stop proving, stop pushing. She lets the darkness take her, knowing she's safe in her mate's arms. When Sera wakes, she's human again, lying in a soft bed in what appears to be a guest room at the gathering estate. Her leg is wrapped in professional bandages, and the worst of the pain has been dulled by what she suspects is shifter medicine. "Easy," Lydia's voice says from nearby. "Don't try to move yet. Your body went through hell today." Sera turns her head to find Lydia sitting in a chair beside the bed, reading. "How long was I out?" 3 hours. Lydia sets down her book. "Your leg is badly damaged, torn muscle, hairline fracture, severe sprain. Even with shifter healing, you're looking at a week before you're walking normally." "Worth it," Sera croaks, her throat dry. Lydia's smile is genuine. "You won all 3 trials, Sera. Beat wolves with decades more experience. Do you know what that means? That I'm stubborn? That you're strong?" Lydia stands, moving to pour water from a pitcher. Stronger than anyone expected, including Darius. The name brings everything rushing back. "Where is he?" "Shadowcrest. Gone." Lydia hands Sera the water. "They left an hour ago, but not before Darius made a formal statement to the regional council." Sera's heart pounds. "What kind of statement?" "That Shadowcrest acknowledges you as blood kin. Alpha bloodline. His granddaughter." Lydia's expression is complex. "He stopped short of formally claiming you as heir. That would require you to renounce Silverpine and return to Shadowcrest. But he acknowledged the blood tie. That's significant." Sera processes this, emotions warring inside her. Part of her, the abandoned child who grew up wondering about her birth family, feels validation. They acknowledged her. She's not nobody, not unwanted refuse. She's alpha bloodline. But another part, the part that spent 2 weeks finding home in Silverpine, in Kieran's arms, in this new pack that chose her. That part doesn't care about Shadowcrest's acknowledgement. She's already found her family. "Where's Kieran?" Sera asks. "Dealing with political fallout." Lydia settles back into her chair. "What you did today changed the power dynamics in this region. Every pack is reassessing their assumptions about Silverpine, about you, about what your bond with Kieran means. He's fielding alliance requests, questions about your heritage, demands for formal meetings." "I just wanted to prove I wasn't weak," Sera says quietly. "You proved much more than that." Lydia's expression turns serious. "You proved you're a force to be reckoned with. That has consequences, Sera. Good and bad." Before Sera can respond, the door opens and Kieran enters. He looks exhausted, but his face transforms when he sees Sera awake. "Hi," she says, the simple word carrying everything: relief, love, gratitude. "Hi," Kieran responds, crossing to the bed in 3 strides and pulling her into his arms. Through the bond, his emotions crash over her. Pride, relief, love so fierce it makes her chest ache. "You scared me," he murmurs into her hair. "When you collapsed." "I'm okay." Sera pulls back enough to see his face. "Is it done? Did I prove what I needed to prove?" Kieran's smile is complicated. "You proved it and then some." "But Sera," he glances at Lydia, who nods and quietly leaves, giving them privacy. "There are complications now. Darius acknowledging you as his granddaughter means Shadowcrest has legal claim to petition for your return. They can't force you, but they can make it extremely difficult for you to refuse." "I'm not going back to them," Sera says immediately. "I'm Silverpine. I'm yours. I know, and I'll fight any challenge they make." Kieran's hand cups her face. "But you need to understand what you've walked into. You're not just my mate anymore. You're a political piece. Alpha bloodline from one pack bonded to the alpha of another. That kind of connection can shift regional power dramatically." Sera's head spins. "I just wanted them to see I wasn't weak. They see it now. Everyone sees it." Kieran's expression is fierce with pride. "You're strong, Sera. Stronger than any of them imagined. But strength comes with responsibility. With consequences. Then we'll face them together," Sera says, lacing her fingers through his. "Whatever comes next, we handle it together." Through the bond, Kieran's love and gratitude wash over her. "Together," he agrees. "Always." They stay like that for a long moment, holding each other, drawing strength from their connection. Outside, the political machinations of the shifter world continue. Alliances shift, plans form, power dynamics realign. But in this room, in this moment, there's only them. Bloodmates, partners, home, and whatever comes next, they'll face it together. Chapter 13. 2 days after the trials, Sera stands in Kieran's study at the Silvapine Manor, staring at the formal letter that arrived via courier that morning. The paper is heavy, expensive, with the Shadowcrest seal embossed in silver at the top. The words are polite, carefully worded, but the meaning is clear. Alpha Darius Blackwood of Shadowcrest Pack formally requests the presence of his granddaughter, Sera Blackwood, for a private family meeting to discuss matters of blood and inheritance. Blackwood, Sera reads aloud, her voice tight. He's already added his name to mine. Presumptuous, Kieran mutters from where he leans against his desk, arms crossed. But tactical. By using the hyphenated name in official correspondence, he's establishing claim, making it harder for you to refuse the connection. I don't want the connection. Sera sets the letter down with more force than necessary. They threw me away. They don't get to suddenly decide I'm family because it's politically convenient. Through the bond, Kieran feels her anger. But also beneath it, the hurt of a child who was abandoned. The part of Sera that still wonders. Why wasn't I enough? What was wrong with me? You don't have to go, Kieran says, moving to stand behind her, his hands settling on her shoulders. You can refuse. Darius can't force you to meet with him. But refusing has consequences. Sera leans back against his chest. Lydia already explained. It would be seen as rejecting my heritage, which could be used against us politically. Other packs might view it as weakness, that I'm afraid to face my birth family. You're not afraid of anything, Kieran says with absolute conviction. You proved that at the trials. No, but I am angry. Sera turns to face him. And I think I need to see him. Need to hear why. Why they locked away my wolf, why they abandoned me, why I wasn't worth keeping. Her voice breaks slightly on the last word. I need to look him in the eye and hear him say it. Kieran's hands frame her face. Then we go together. You don't face him alone. The letter specifies a private family meeting, Sera points out. That means no mates. No allies. Just blood kin. Absolutely not. Kieran's eyes flash amber. I'm not letting you walk into Shadowcrest territory without protection. Kieran. No. His voice carries alpha command, and Sera's wolf automatically wants to submit. But her human mind pushes back, needing him to understand. If I show up with my mate hovering protectively, it proves I'm weak. That I need you to face my own family. Sera's hands cover his. I have to do this myself. You know I do. The muscle in Kieran's jaw ticks. Through the bond, Sera feels his internal war. Every instinct screaming to protect, to guard, to never let her face danger alone. But his rational mind knows she's right. I hate this, he finally says. I know. Sera rises on her toes to kiss him. But I'll be fine, and you'll feel everything through the bond. If something goes wrong, I'll tear through Shadowcrest territory like an avenging angel, Kieran finishes grimly. They'll find out exactly what happens when someone threatens my mate. Despite the tension, Sera smiles. My fierce wolf. Your wolf, Kieran agrees. Always yours. 3 days later, Sera drives alone into Shadowcrest territory. The landscape shifts as she crosses the border, marked by stone pillars that predate modern surveying. The trees grow denser here, older, and something in the air itself feels different, heavier with history and power. Shadowcrest Manor makes the Silverpine estate look modest by comparison. It's massive, built of dark stone that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. Towers rise at each corner, giving the structure an almost medieval appearance. This is old money, old power, old bloodlines that trace back centuries. Sera parks in the circular drive, taking a moment to center herself. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's presence, miles away but connected, ready to come the instant she calls. I'm here, she sends. Going in now. I'm with you, comes his immediate response. Every step. The front door opens before Sera reaches it. A woman stands in the doorway, late 40s, with dark hair streaked with silver and those distinctive brown-gold eyes. She's beautiful in a cold, severe way, and something about her presence screams authority. Sera, the woman says, and her voice is carefully neutral. I'm Vivian Blackwood. Alpha Darius is my father. She hesitates. Your grandfather. which makes this woman Sera's mother. The one who gave birth to her, locked away her wolf, and abandoned her in the forest. Sera's hands clench, but she keeps her voice level. Should I call you mother? Or is Vivian more appropriate for the woman who threw me away? Pain flashes across Vivian's face before her expression shudders. Come inside. Darius is waiting. The interior of Shadowcrest Manor is as imposing as its exterior. Dark wood paneling, ancestral portraits lining the walls, the overwhelming sense of generations of power consolidated in one place. Sera follows Vivian through winding corridors, hyper-aware of other wolves watching from doorways and shadowed alcoves. They're assessing her, judging whether she's worthy of the bloodline she was born into. Darius waits in what appears to be a private study, standing before a massive stone fireplace. Gabriel, the beta Sera defeated in combat, stands at his right hand. And seated in a leather chair is another woman, older than Vivian, perhaps in her 60s, with sharp eyes that miss nothing. Grandmother, Vivian says quietly, nodding to the older woman. So this is Darius's mate, Sera's biological grandmother. Another wolf who was alive when the decision was made to abandon her. Sera. Darius gestures to a chair positioned across from him. Alone, isolated from the unified family unit. Thank you for coming. Sera doesn't sit. I came for answers, not pleasantries. Darius's eyebrow rises, but he nods. Fair enough. You want to know why we abandoned you? Why you locked away my wolf and left me to die? Sera corrects coldly. Yes, that would be a good place to start. Vivian flinches. The grandmother, Sera realizes no one has offered her name, remains impassive. Gabriel watches with what might be sympathy. You weren't thriving, Darius says bluntly. As an infant, you showed none of the typical signs of shifter heritage. No eye color change, no response to pack presence, no early shifting indicators. When you reached 6 months with still no signs, we consulted pack elders. Who told you to lock away my wolf? Sera says flatly. Who told us you likely didn't have one? Darius's voice is carefully controlled. That sometimes bloodlines thin. That you might be human, born to shifter parents but carrying none of the gift yourself. So you suppressed my wolf, just in case, and abandoned me. Sera's voice rises despite her attempts at control. Rather than raising me as pack, giving me a home even if I was human, you threw me away like garbage. It's more complicated than that, Vivian says quietly. Really? Sera rounds on her birth mother. Explain how abandoning your infant daughter in the woods is complicated. Vivian's composure cracks. Because keeping you would have killed you. The words explode out of her, raw with old pain. You were dying, Sera. Your body was rejecting the wolf we tried to suppress. The magic was killing you. We could either let the pack healers continue trying to save you, which would have eventually killed you, or release you to human care and hope that without pack presence, your body would stabilize. The admission rocks Sera back on her heels. What? The suppression was supposed to be merciful. The grandmother speaks for the first time, her voice rough with age. To lock away a wolf that wasn't properly forming, to give you a chance at human life. But your wolf fought back. The magic that should have put it to sleep was killing you instead. So we made a choice, Darius continues. We could watch you die among pack, or give you to humans and hope that distance from shifter magic would let your body heal itself. You could have told the humans what I was, Sera says, but her anger is faltering, confusion taking its place. Could have made sure I was adopted by someone who understood. And risk exposure? Gabriel interrupts. Risk humans learning about shifters? We left you where you'd be found, called in human authorities anonymously, and watched from a distance to ensure you survived. We checked on you, Vivian adds quickly. Not close enough to affect you with pack presence, but we watched. Saw the Chens take you in, raise you, love you. You thrived as humans, Sera. You were healthy, happy. Everything we couldn't give you. Sera's mind reels. This isn't the story she expected, cold-hearted abandonment by wolves who valued perfection over family. This is complicated, painful, filled with impossible choices. Why didn't you tell me? She asks, voice small. When I awakened, when I showed up at the trials, why let me think you just didn't want me? Because we didn't know if you'd want us, Vivian says, tears now tracking down her face. We made the choice to give you up, to let you have a human life. We had no right to come back 26 years later and claim you. No right to disrupt everything you'd built. But then I bonded with Thorn, Darius says. And everything changed. You weren't just a lost daughter anymore. You were Luna of a rival pack. You were political. And we couldn't stay silent, couldn't let other packs spin narratives about your heritage without our input. So you challenged me at the trials, Sera says. Pushed me to prove myself. I needed to see, Darius admits. Needed to know if you were strong enough to survive in this world. If giving you up had really been necessary, or if we'd made a terrible mistake. His voice roughens. And I saw. You're strong, Sera. Stronger than I ever imagined. You would have survived pack life. We gave you up for nothing. The admission hangs in the air. A confession of failure, of regret. Sera sinks into the chair she'd refused earlier, legs suddenly unable to support her weight. I don't know how to feel about this, she admits. Part of me wants to hate you. Wants to rage at you for choosing to give me up. But it's not that simple, Vivian finishes. It never is. Silence falls, heavy with decades of pain and choices that can't be unmade. What happens now? Sera finally asks. You've acknowledged me as blood kin. Invited me here. What do you want from me? To know you, the grandmother says simply. It's the first emotion she's shown. Longing, deep and aching. You're our granddaughter. Our blood. We let you go once because we thought it was best for you. We won't make the mistake of assuming we know what's best ever again. I'm not leaving Silverpine, Sera says immediately. I'm not leaving Kieran. That's non-negotiable. We're not asking you to, Darius assures her. You're bonded. That's sacred. But, he hesitates. There are ways to maintain connection to both packs. To acknowledge your Shadowcrest heritage while honoring your Silverpine bonds. You want me to be liaison, Sera realizes. Between the two packs. We want you to be family, Vivian corrects gently. Whatever that looks like for you. If it means occasional visits, shared holidays, phone calls, we'll take whatever you're willing to give. Sera's throat tightens with emotions she can't name. This is what she wanted, isn't it? To be wanted by her birth family. To know she wasn't thrown away carelessly, but given up painfully. But knowing doesn't erase the 26 years of wondering. Doesn't fill the child-shaped hole of growing up without them. I need time, Sera says finally, to process this. To figure out what relationship with you even looks like. Take all the time you need, Darius says. We've waited 26 years. We can wait longer. Sera nods, rising. Through the bond, she can feel Kieran's concern, his readiness to extract her if needed. But surprisingly, she doesn't need extraction. She needs space to think. I should go, she says. Wait. Vivian crosses to a side table, retrieving a small wooden box. This was yours. From before. We kept it, hoping someday we might be able to give it back. Sera opens the box to find a tiny silver bracelet, sized for an infant's wrist, with a wolf charm dangling from it. Her name is engraved on the back, Sera Blackwood. You named me, Sera whispers, surprised. Of course we did. Vivian's voice breaks. You were our daughter, our pack, our family. Giving you up was the hardest thing I've ever done. Sera closes the box, holding it tight. Thank you. For this. And for, she struggles for words, for telling me the truth, even if I don't know what to do with it yet. Gabriel escorts her out, and at the front door he pauses. You're strong, Luna, he says quietly. Your grandfather, Darius, he sees it now, regrets what happened. But you should know, Shadowcrest's offer of connection isn't just about family. It's strategic too. Your bond with Thorn, combined with Shadowcrest bloodline, that's powerful. That changes regional dynamics. Everything's political with you people, isn't it? Sera says tiredly. Gabriel's smile is wry. Welcome to pack life. But for what it's worth, I think you'll navigate it well. You've got the Blackwood tactical mind and the strength to back it up. That's a dangerous combination. Sera drives away from Shadowcrest Manor with more questions than answers, but also with something she didn't have before, context, understanding, and the tiny silver bracelet that proves she was wanted once, even if she couldn't be kept. I'm okay, she sends through the bond as she drives. Heading home now. I'm here, Kieran responds. Waiting for you. Home. Not the Chen's house, not Shadowcrest Manor, but Silverpine. Kieran. The pack that chose her. The mate who loves her. The place where she finally, truly belongs. Whatever complicated relationship develops with her birth family, she'll figure it out. But she knows now where her home is. And that's enough. Chapter 14. Kieran is pacing the front steps when Sera pulls up, and the relief that floods through their bond when she exits the car is almost overwhelming. You're okay, he says, pulling her into his arms before she's fully out of the vehicle. You're actually okay. I'm okay, Sera confirms, breathing in his scent, pine and earth and home. It was complicated, but I'm okay. They go inside, and Sera tells him everything. The truth about her abandonment, the dying infant they chose to save by giving away, the family that watched from a distance as she grew up human. Kieran listens without interrupting, his hand never leaving hers, the bond humming with support. So they didn't just throw you away, he says when she finishes. They made an impossible choice. I know. Sera stares at the small wooden box she set on the coffee table. And part of me understands. But part of me, her voice breaks. Part of me is still that little girl who grew up wondering why she wasn't enough. Why her own family didn't want her. Kieran pulls her into his lap, tucking her head under his chin. You are enough. More than enough. You're everything. They sit like that for a long time, drawing comfort from each other. Finally, Sera asks the question that's been nagging at her since leaving Shadowcrest. Gabriel said their offer of connection is strategic. That my bloodline combined with our bond changes regional power dynamics. What did he mean? Kieran sighs. It means you're politically valuable. Shadowcrest is one of the 3 most powerful packs in this region. Silverpine is smaller but strategically located. We control key territorial borders. A formal alliance between our packs, secured by your dual connections, would shift the power balance significantly. Against who? Sera asks. Ironwood pack primarily. Kieran's jaw tightens. They're the largest pack, control the most territory. They've been pushing for expansion for years, and several smaller packs have already been absorbed, voluntarily or otherwise. Shadowcrest and Silverpine combined could provide a counterbalance. Sera processes this. So Darius wants me to be a political bridge. Use my connections to both packs to forge an alliance. Probably. Kieran's hand strokes through her hair. But Sera, you don't have to. Your value isn't as a political tool. You're my mate because of who you are, not what alliances you can create. I know. Sera tilts her head back to look at him. But if I can help, if having a relationship with Shadowcrest protects Silverpine, shouldn't I at least consider it? Only if you want a relationship with them, Kieran says firmly. Not out of obligation or political necessity. Your birth family gave you up, Sera. They don't get to dictate your choices now just because it's convenient for them. He's right, but the situation is still more complicated than Sera wants it to be. She'd come to Shadowcrest seeking closure, expecting either cold rejection or groveling apologies. Instead, she got nuance, context, a truth that makes anger harder, but doesn't erase the hurt. I don't know what I want, Sera admits. With them, with any of this. Then take time to figure it out, Kieran suggests. No one's forcing immediate decisions. Except, he hesitates. Except what? Ironwood requested a formal meeting. With both of us. Kieran's expression darkens. Alpha Marcus wants to discuss the recent shifts in regional power dynamics. Politically, we can't refuse. Sera's stomach sinks. Another political navigation. Another situation where her very existence creates complications. When? Next week. At neutral ground. The same estate where the trials were held. Kieran cups her face. But this one, I'm absolutely coming with you. Ironwood is dangerous, Sera. They're ruthless about expansion, and they'll see you as either an asset to acquire or a threat to neutralize. Acquire. Sera's eyebrows rise. I'm bonded to you. Bloodmate bonds can be complicated by political pressure, Kieran says carefully. If Ironwood can convince you that aligning with them serves your interests, or Shadowcrest's interests, they'll try. Or if they can't convince you, they might try other methods. Like what? Like challenging our bond's validity. Claiming it was formed under duress, or before you fully understood what you were agreeing to. Kieran's voice hardens. It's bullshit, but if they can create enough doubt, enough legal challenge, they can make our lives very difficult. Anger flares hot in Sera's chest. They can't just. They can try, Kieran interrupts. And we have to be prepared to defend against it. Which means, he takes a breath, which means we should formally solidify our bond. Make it unquestionable under pack law. Sera's heart skips. What does that mean? A mating ceremony. In front of witnesses from multiple packs. Publicly affirming our bond, our choice, our commitment. Kieran's eyes search hers. It's not necessary for us. We know what we have. But it removes any legal ambiguity. makes it impossible for Ironwood or anyone else to challenge our bond. So you're asking me to marry you, Sera says, a smile tugging at her lips despite the serious conversation. For political reasons. I'm asking you to marry me because I love you, Kieran corrects, his voice rough with emotion. Because you're my mate, my other half, the person I want to spend my life with. The political protection is just a convenient bonus. Sera's smile grows. That's the least romantic proposal I've ever heard. Give me 10 minutes and I'll do it properly, Kieran promises. With flowers and a ring and a speech about how you changed my life. I don't need flowers, Sera says, cupping his face. Or speeches. I just need you. Yes, Kieran. Yes, I'll marry you. The kiss that follows is deep and claiming, the bond flaring between them so brightly that Sera feels momentarily dizzy with joy. When they finally break apart, Kieran's eyes are bright amber, his wolf very close to the surface. 2 weeks, he says. We'll hold the ceremony before the Ironwood meeting. Make our bond unquestionable. 2 weeks, Sera agrees. That's fast. Too fast, Kieran asks, concern flickering through the bond. No, Sera shakes her head. I've known you were mine since that first night in the forest. Everything else is just paperwork. The next 13 days are a controlled chaos of preparation. A mating ceremony isn't like a human wedding. It's both simpler and more complex. Simpler because there's less emphasis on aesthetic and more on ritual. More complex because pack politics mean the guest list is a diplomatic minefield. You have to invite Shadowcrest, Lydia explains during one planning session, going over the list. Not inviting them would be a major insult given they've publicly acknowledged you as blood kin. But inviting them means inviting Darius, Vivian, and the grandmother I haven't even spoken to yet, Sera says, anxiety spiking. Her name is Elena, Lydia supplies. And yes, it'll be awkward. But the alternative, public rejection of your birth family right before an Ironwood meeting, sends exactly the wrong message. Makes you look petty or weak. Everything is political, Sera mutters, echoing her earlier complaint. Welcome to being a Luna, Lydia says, not unkindly. Your personal life is now political theater. The sooner you accept that, the less it'll hurt. The ceremony itself is scheduled for the full moon. Traditional timing that adds weight to the ritual. Sera spends hours with pack elders learning the words she'll need to speak, the gestures that carry meaning, the significance of each element. The bite during the ceremony is symbolic, Thomas explains. You've already claimed each other through bloodmate bond. This is public affirmation. You'll each bear your mate's mark visibly, proving the bond to any who question. Sera touches her neck, where Kieran's claiming bite will go. It's permanent as the bond itself. Thomas's expression softens. Don't look so worried, child. This isn't a burden, it's a gift. Knowing beyond doubt that you belong to each other, that your bond is recognized and protected by pack law and tradition. 3 days before the ceremony, a package arrives from Shadowcrest. Inside is a dress, traditional mating ceremony attire in deep midnight blue, embroidered with silver thread and patterns that tell a story. Sera traces the designs, recognizing elements. A wolf running through trees, a full moon, 2 paths converging into one. The note is simple. Every Shadowcrest Luna has worn this dress. We would be honored if you wore it too. V. You don't have to, Kieran says, watching her examine the dress. If it feels like they're trying to claim you. No. Sera shakes her head. It feels like they're trying to include me. There's a difference. She wears the dress. The night of the ceremony, the clearing behind Silverpine Manor, is filled with wolves from multiple packs. Shadowcrest is represented by Darius, Vivian, Elena, and Gabriel. Representatives from Riverbend and several smaller regional packs fill out the attendance. Even some scouts from Ironwood are present, watching, assessing, reporting back to their alpha. Sera stands at the edge of the clearing in her borrowed dress, heart hammering. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's steady presence. He's already at the center of the ritual circle, waiting for her. Ready. Lydia appears at her elbow, elegant in her formal attire. Terrified, Sera admits. Good. Lydia squeezes her hand. Terror means you understand how important this is. But Sera, you've faced worse than witnesses and ritual words. You've got this. The ceremony begins with a howl. Kieran's wolf calling to hers across the distance. Sera's wolf responds instantly, eager, and she finds herself moving forward without conscious thought. The assembled wolves form 2 lines, creating a path to the center where Kieran waits. As Sera walks between them, she feels the weight of their attention, their assessment. But she keeps her eyes on Kieran, on her mate, on the future they're about to claim together. When she reaches him, he takes her hands, and the bond flares so brightly she's surprised others can't see it. "Sera Chun," Kieran says, his voice carrying to every wolf present. "You are my bloodmate, my choice, my other half. Before these witnesses, before Pack and Moon, I claim you as mine." "Kieran Thorne," Sera responds, the ritual words coming naturally now. "You are my bloodmate, my choice, my other half. Before these witnesses, before Pack and Moon, I claim you as mine." They speak the vows, old words in a language that predates modern pacts, but whose meaning resonates in Sera's bones. Promises of loyalty, protection, partnership. Not subservience, but equality. Not possession, but mutual claiming. Then comes the bite. Kieran tilts his head, exposing his throat. The same gesture of trust and vulnerability his wolf made weeks ago in the forest. Sera leans forward, her own wolf surging close to the surface, and bites down where neck meets shoulder. The taste of his blood on her tongue seals something fundamental. Through the bond, she feels the exact moment the ceremony solidifies their connection, making it not just biological and emotional, but legal and unbreakable under pack law. When she releases him, Kieran's eyes are pure amber. He pulls her close, his own teeth finding the curve of her neck, and claims her in return. The assembled wolves howl their approval, a sound that rises to the full moon overhead, wild and joyous and ancient. When Kieran pulls back, blood on his lips, he's smiling. "Mine," he murmurs just for her. "Ours," Sera corrects and kisses him. The celebration that follows is less formal. Food, drink, wolves in both human and animal form mingling. Sera finds herself accepting congratulations from wolves she barely knows, fielding questions about her heritage, navigating the social intricacies of being newly recognized Luna. It's exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. "You did well," a familiar voice says behind her. Sera turns to find Darius, Vivian, and Elena standing together. Her birth family, acknowledging her publicly for the first time. "Thank you," Sera manages. "And thank you for the dress. It's beautiful." "You're beautiful in it," Vivian says softly. "You look," her voice breaks slightly. "You look exactly like I imagined you would. Strong, confident, happy." Elena steps forward, and Sera notices she's holding something, a small velvet box. "This is for you," the older woman says. "It belonged to my mother, and her mother before that. Shadowcrest tradition says it passes to the eldest daughter when she bonds with her mate." Inside the box is a ring, silver, with a stone that seems to shift between blue and black depending on the light. It's clearly ancient, the metal worn smooth by generations of wear. "I can't take this," Sera protests. I'm Silverpine now. Your traditions aren't." "You are both," Darius interrupts gently. "Shadowcrest by blood, Silverpine by bond. The two don't have to be mutually exclusive. Keep the ring. Wear it or don't. But know that it's yours by right of heritage." Sera closes the box, emotions too complicated to parse. "Thank you," she says finally, "for coming, for this, for..." She struggles for words. "For trying. We should have tried 26 years ago," Vivian says quietly. "We know we can't undo that, but if you'll let us, we'd like to try now." Before Sera can respond, Kieran appears at her side, his presence instantly grounding. "Everything okay?" he asks, though through the bond he already knows the answer. "Yes," Sera says, and realizes it's true. "Complicated, messy, but okay. Everything's okay." The Shadowcrest wolves take their leave shortly after, respectful of the fact that this is Silverpine's celebration, not theirs. But as they go, Vivian squeezes Sera's hand briefly, and Elena's eyes shine with unshed tears. "That went well," Kieran observes once they're alone. "Define well," Sera says wryly. "You didn't punch anyone, no one challenged the bond, and your birth family publicly supported you." Kieran pulls her close. "In pack politics, that's practically a miracle." Sera laughs, some of the tension finally easing. One political minefield navigated. Only about 1,000 more to go. "We'll handle them together," Kieran promises. "Starting with Ironwood tomorrow. Tomorrow. The meeting that could determine the trajectory of regional pack politics for years to come. The meeting where Sera's very existence as Kieran's mate and Shadowcrest's acknowledged heir will be either asset or liability. But tonight is theirs. Their bond formalized, their connection unquestionable, their future secure in each other. Tomorrow can bring whatever challenges it wants. Tonight they celebrate. Chapter 15. The morning of the Ironwood meeting dawns cold and gray, matching Sera's mood perfectly. "Stop fidgeting," Lydia says from the front seat as they drive to the neutral estate. "You look like you're going to your execution, not a diplomatic meeting. How is that different?" Sera mutters, straightening the collar of her formal jacket for the third time. The outfit Lydia selected is all business. Tailored, elegant, projecting confidence without ostentation. The mating bite on Sera's neck is visible above the collar, a deliberate choice. "Because at an execution, you don't have to make small talk," Kieran says dryly from beside her, though his hand finds hers and squeezes. Through the bond, she feels his own tension, carefully controlled but present. "What do we know about Alpha Marcus?" Sera asks, trying to focus on preparation rather than anxiety. Besides the obvious, he's ruthless and wants to expand Ironwood's territory. He's old. Thomas supplies from the driver's seat. Not in years, he's maybe 50, but in power. He's been alpha for 30 years, which is unusual. Most alphas either die young in challenges or step down when they can't maintain control. Marcus has held on to power through a combination of genuine strength and political cunning. He's also traditional, Lydia adds, which means he'll view Sera as Kieran's mate first, Luna second, individual third. He'll direct most of his attention to Kieran, likely ignore or dismiss Sera initially. "And when I don't stay quiet and dismissed?" Sera asks. "He'll either respect the challenge or be offended by it." Lydia turns to look at her. "You need to read the room, Sera. Push back when it matters, but choose your battles. Not every slight requires response." It's good advice, but Sera's wolf chafes at it. Her wolf doesn't like the idea of being dismissed, doesn't understand strategic silence. The wolf wants to prove dominance, to show this male that she's not to be underestimated. "Easy," Kieran sends through the bond. "Your wolf's instincts are good, but we need your human mind too. Politics requires nuance that wolves don't always grasp." Sera takes a deep breath, centering herself. Human and wolf, working together. She can do this. The neutral estate is already busy when they arrive. Several pack vehicles are parked outside, representatives from various territories gathering for what's technically an informal discussion, but everyone knows is a power negotiation. Ironwood's delegation is impossible to miss. 5 vehicles, easily 30 wolves, all radiating disciplined strength. This isn't just an alpha bringing advisors. This is a show of force. 30 wolves, Kieran mutters, his jaw tightening. "That's excessive for a diplomatic meeting." "That's intimidation," Lydia corrects. "Marcus wants us to feel outnumbered before we even sit down." Alpha Marcus himself stands at the entrance, and Sera's first impression is of contained violence. He's not particularly tall or broad, but something in the way he holds himself screams predator. His hair is steel gray, his eyes a cold amber, and when he smiles in greeting, it doesn't reach those eyes. "Alpha Thorn," Marcus says, extending a hand. "Thank you for agreeing to meet." Alpha Marcus. Kieran's handshake is firm, neither aggressive nor submissive. "May I introduce my mate, Luna Sera Blackwood." The use of her hyphenated name is deliberate, claiming both her Silverpine position and Shadowcrest heritage in one introduction. Marcus's attention shifts to Sera, and she feels the weight of his assessment like a physical thing. "The Luna," he says, and something in his tone makes it sound almost mocking. "I've heard quite a bit about you. Dormant wolf awakened, bonded within days, won 3 trials as a 2-week-old shifter. Quite remarkable." "Thank you," Sera says evenly, refusing to be baited by whatever implication lurks beneath his words. "And Shadowcrest blood," Marcus continues. "Alpha Darius's granddaughter, if the rumors are correct. That's quite a pedigree for someone who was raised human." There it is, the subtle dig. Raised human, implying she's not really one of them, not packed despite her bloodline. "I find my human upbringing provides valuable perspective," Sera says carefully. "I understand both worlds. That's an asset, not a liability." Marcus's smile sharpens slightly. "Indeed. Well, shall we?" He gestures toward the meeting room. The space is set up for formal negotiation, a large round table with clearly defined seating areas for each pack. Ironwood has the largest delegation, with Marcus flanked by his beta and what appears to be several senior advisors. Silverpine's group is smaller, Kieran, Sera, Lydia, Thomas, and 2 other senior pack members. Representatives from 3 other smaller packs occupy the remaining spaces. Neutral observers who will report back to their own alphas about whatever transpires here. Once everyone is seated, Marcus begins without preamble. Let's discuss the elephant in the room, shall we? Luna Sera's unique position as both Silverpine's bonded mate and Shadowcrest's acknowledged heir creates an interesting political dynamic. One that affects the entire region's power balance. How so? Kieran asks, his tone neutral. Come now, Thorn. Don't play coy. Marcus leans back in his chair, projecting casual confidence. Silverpine has always been small but strategically positioned. Shadowcrest is powerful but isolated. Together, through Luna Sera, you could form an alliance that would significantly check Ironwood's influence. Is that a problem? Sera asks before Kieran can respond. Packs forming alliances? Marcus's attention swings to her, and she sees a flash of irritation quickly concealed. Of course not. Alliances are natural. I'm simply curious about the nature of this particular alliance, whether it's genuine cooperation or opportunistic positioning. Does it matter? Sera counters. Either way, it's legal under pack law. Legal, yes. Marcus's smile doesn't waver. But stability in our region depends on maintaining certain balances. When 2 packs suddenly align through a convenient mating bond, it raises questions. Convenient. Kieran's voice drops dangerously. Are you questioning the validity of our bond? Not at all, Marcus says smoothly. Bloodmate bonds are sacred. I would never suggest otherwise. I'm simply observing that the timing is fortuitous. Luna Sera awakens, bonds with you, and suddenly gains recognition from Shadowcrest all within weeks. It's quite a dramatic series of events. Sera feels Kieran's anger through the bond, carefully leashed but building. This is exactly what they worried about. Marcus planting seeds of doubt, suggesting their bond is politically motivated rather than genuine. The timing wasn't planned, Sera says, keeping her voice level. I didn't even know I was a shifter until Kieran's bite triggered my awakening. Everything that followed was consequence, not conspiracy. Of course, Marcus agrees too readily. Though one must wonder, if you'd known about your heritage, about your value as a Shadowcrest heir, would you have been so quick to bond with Silverpine? Or might you have explored other options? The implication is clear. Sera was manipulated into bonding before she understood her own worth. I chose Kieran, Sera says firmly, knowing nothing about my heritage, about pack politics, about any of this. I chose him because he's my mate. Everything else is secondary. Touching, Marcus murmurs. But Luna Sera, you must understand. Your choices affect more than just yourself now. As Shadowcrest heir, you have responsibilities to that bloodline. As Silverpine's Luna, you have responsibilities to your bonded pack. When those responsibilities conflict, what will you choose? It's a trap question. Any answer she gives can be twisted to suggest divided loyalty. They won't conflict, Kieran interjects. Sera is Silverpine. Her Shadowcrest heritage is acknowledged, but her loyalty is to our pack. Is it? Marcus turns his attention back to Kieran. Because from where I sit, it looks like Shadowcrest is using your Luna as a bridge to extend their influence into your territory. Darius is known for playing long games, Thorn. Are you certain you're not being manipulated? Darius has no influence over my mate, Kieran says, his voice hard with alpha command. Sera makes her own choices. Does she? Marcus gestures to Sera. A woman raised human, thrust into pack politics she doesn't understand, bonded before she could grasp the implications. How much choice did she really have? Anger flares hot in Sera's chest. I'm sitting right here, she snaps. Stop talking about me like I'm not in the room. Marcus's eyebrows rise, but she sees approval flicker in his eyes. He wanted her to react, to show fire. You're right, Marcus concedes. My apologies, Luna. Let me address you directly, then. Ironwood would like to propose an alternative arrangement. Sera's stomach sinks. What kind of arrangement? Your bond with Alpha Thorn is sealed. We respect that. But your position as Shadowcrest heir is still undefined. Alpha Darius has acknowledged you but hasn't formally declared you successor. That leaves room for negotiation. Negotiation about what? Sera asks warily. About where your loyalties ultimately lie. About which pack benefits from your Shadowcrest heritage. Marcus leans forward. Ironwood is prepared to offer you formal recognition as heir. Not just to Shadowcrest, but as co-alpha of a unified Shadowcrest Ironwood territory. Your children would rule the largest pack in the region's history. The room goes silent. It's a bold offer, essentially asking Sera to abandon Silverpine politically while maintaining her mate bond with Kieran, to use her Shadowcrest connection to merge it with Ironwood instead. That would require Darius's agreement, Lydia points out. He's still Shadowcrest's alpha. Darius is old, Marcus says bluntly. He won't be alpha forever. And when succession comes, Luna Sera could claim the position, with Ironwood's support and resources behind her. In exchange for what? Sera asks, though she already knows. In exchange for Shadowcrest joining Ironwood. Voluntarily, peacefully, with you as the bridge between old and new. Marcus's smile is sharp. Think of it, Luna. You could lead one of the most powerful packs in the country. You could protect not just Silverpine, but dozens of smaller packs through Ironwood's influence. Isn't that worth considering? Through the bond, Sera feels Kieran's carefully controlled rage. This isn't just a political offer, it's a threat. Accept Marcus's proposal or face Ironwood working against them. Refuse, and Ironwood will find other ways to expand, possibly by force. I need to think about this, Sera says carefully. Of course. Marcus leans back, satisfied. Take your time. Though I should mention, this offer has an expiration date. If Luna Sera hasn't indicated interest within 2 weeks, Ironwood will pursue other expansion strategies. Strategies that might not be as gentle as what I'm proposing now. There's the threat barely veiled. Cooperate or face consequences. The meeting dissolves into smaller conversations after that, but Sera barely registers them. Her mind is racing, trying to process what just happened. Marcus essentially offered her power beyond anything she imagined, in exchange for betraying Silverpine's independence. We need to leave, Kieran murmurs in her ear. Now, before I do something we'll all regret. They make their excuses and exit, Sera hyper-aware of Marcus watching them go with that cold, calculating smile. Once they're in the car, Kieran finally lets his control slip. That bastard, he snarls. That manipulative, threatening bastard. He offered me the world, Sera says quietly. And it felt like poison. Because it is poison. Kieran pulls her close, his arms tight around her. He wants to use you, Sera. Use your Shadowcrest connection to tear apart the region's power balance. And if we refuse, he'll find other ways to expand, probably by force. So what do? Sera asks. We figure out how to outmaneuver him, Lydia says grimly from the front seat. Before his other expansion strategies mean war. Chapter 16. The Emergency Pack Council convenes within hours of their return to Silverpine Manor. Sera sits at Kieran's right hand, her formal position as Luna, while the senior pack members fill the remaining seats. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Let me make sure I understand correctly, Thomas says, his weathered face grave. Ironwood just threatened war unless Sera agrees to help them absorb Shadowcrest. Not in those exact words, Lydia clarifies. But yes, that's the implication. Marcus gave us 2 weeks to consider his offer before pursuing other expansion strategies. Other expansion strategies meaning military action. Clara, one of the senior warriors, translates bluntly. He'll start picking off smaller packs, forcing them to choose between joining Ironwood voluntarily or being conquered. Eventually, he'll have enough territory to challenge Shadowcrest directly. And Silverpine is perfectly positioned between Ironwood and several smaller packs, Thomas adds grimly. If Marcus wants to expand west, he'll have to go through us first. Sera's stomach churns. This is her fault. Her existence, her heritage, her bond with Kieran, it's all created this situation. What if she begins. No. Kieran's voice cuts across hers, sharp with command. Whatever you're about to suggest, no. You don't know what I was going to say. You were going to suggest giving Marcus what he wants. Agreeing to his proposal to protect Silverpine. Kieran's eyes flash amber. The answer is no. We don't negotiate from fear, and we don't sacrifice you to political convenience. But if refusing means war, then we fight, Kieran says flatly. We've fought before. We'll fight again if necessary. Against Ironwood? Sera's voice rises. Kieran, they brought 30 wolves to a diplomatic meeting. 30. How many fighters does Silverpine have? 20. 25. 23 combat-ready wolves, Clara confirms. Plus another dozen who could fight if pressed, but they're young or untrained. The numbers are damning. Ironwood could crush them. We wouldn't fight alone, Lydia points out. If Ironwood attacks us, Shadowcrest would be obligated to respond. Sera is acknowledged as Darius's granddaughter. Attacking her directly would be attacking Shadowcrest's bloodline. Would Shadowcrest actually fight, though? Another council member asks skeptically. Or would they see this as an opportunity to let Ironwood weaken us before stepping in? Darius isn't like that, Sera says, surprising herself with her certainty. He's traditional, calculating, but not dishonorable. If Ironwood attacks his acknowledged heir, he'll respond. That's a big gamble, Thomas warns. Betting pack survival on whether your estranged grandfather will come to your defense. It's not just about Sera, Kieran argues. Ironwood expanding west threatens every pack in the region, including Shadowcrest. Darius knows that. He won't let Marcus absorb territory unchecked just because it might weaken a rival. So we refuse Marcus's offer and hope Shadowcrest backs us if it comes to conflict. Clara summarizes. That's our strategy? Part of it, Lydia says. She's been unusually quiet, tapping her fingers thoughtfully against the table. But there's another option, one that might avoid war entirely. Everyone turns to look at her. We form a formal alliance, Lydia continues. Not just implied through Sera's bloodline, but official. Silverpine and Shadowcrest, united treaty. Share resources, coordinate defense, present a unified front against Ironwood expansion. Shadowcrest would never agree to that, Thomas scoffs. They're larger, more powerful. Why would they tie themselves to us officially when they already benefit from Sera's connection? Because it protects their heir, Lydia counters. Right now, Sera is vulnerable. She's acknowledged as Blackwood blood, but she has no formal protections from Shadowcrest. An alliance would change that. Any attack on Silverpine becomes an attack on Shadowcrest. Marcus can't afford to fight both packs simultaneously. Sera processes this. You want to use me as leverage. Force Shadowcrest into an alliance by making my safety dependent on it. I want to give Darius a reason to commit resources he might otherwise hold back, Lydia corrects. It's not manipulation, it's politics. And it keeps you safe while preventing war. It also means closer ties with Shadowcrest, Kieran says slowly. Shared territory decisions, coordinated pack activities, probably regular meetings between leadership. Is that a problem? Clara asks. It means integrating with wolves who abandoned Sera, Kieran says, his protective instincts clearly warring with political pragmatism. Asking her to work closely with family that threw her away. All eyes turn to Sera. This is her choice, they seem to say. Your family, your call. Sera takes a deep breath, reaching for the clarity her wolf can provide. What does she want? What serves not just her personal feelings, but the pack that's become her home. I think we should try, she says finally. Approach Shadowcrest about a formal alliance. If Darius agrees, we present a united front to Ironwood. Strong enough that Marcus has to reconsider military expansion. If Darius refuses, she hesitates. Then we know where we stand and can plan accordingly. It's risky, Thomas warns. Approaching Shadowcrest with this proposal shows weakness. Shows we're worried about Ironwood's threats. We are worried, Sera points out. Pretending otherwise doesn't make us look strong. It makes us look stupid. Better to be honest about the threat and proactive about addressing it. Kieran studies her face, and through the bond she feels his assessment, his pride in how she's handling this. All in favor of approaching Shadowcrest about a formal alliance? He asks. Every hand rises. Whatever personal reservations the council members have, they recognize political necessity when they see it. Then we draft a proposal, Kieran decides. Lydia, Thomas, work on the language. Make it clear we're offering partnership, not subservience. Sera and I will present it to Darius in person. When? Lydia asks. Tomorrow. Kieran's jaw sets. Marcus gave us 2 weeks. We're not waiting until the last minute to secure our position. The council adjourns, members dispersing to their various responsibilities. Sera remains seated, staring at the table, processing everything that just happened. She's been a shifter for less than a month, a Luna for less than a week, and now she's at the center of potential war, with the fate of multiple packs hinging on her bloodline and choices. I'm not ready for this, she admits quietly to Kieran once they're alone. No one's ever ready for war, Kieran says, pulling her into his arms. But ready or not, we face it together. What if I make the wrong choice? Sera asks. What if pushing Shadowcrest for an alliance backfires? What if? Then we adapt. Kieran tilts her chin up, forcing her to meet his eyes. Sera, You're thinking like you're alone in this. You're not. You have me, Lydia, the entire pack council. You have advisors and warriors and wolves who will fight for you because you're Luna, yes, but also because you've proven yourself worthy of that position. By winning 3 trials while barely able to walk, Sera says wryly. By refusing to quit when it would have been easier, Kieran corrects. By standing up to Darius, to Marcus, to anyone who tried to dismiss or underestimate you. You think the pack doesn't see that? You think they don't respect it? Through the bond, Sera feels his absolute certainty in her. It helps, steadying her fraying nerves. Okay, she says. Tomorrow we go to Shadowcrest. We propose an alliance. And we hope Darius sees the wisdom in it. And if he doesn't? Kieran asks. Sera's jaw sets with determination she's surprised to find in herself. Then we find another way. Because I'm not letting Marcus destroy our pack. Not without a fight. That night, Sera can't sleep. She paces their bedroom while Kieran watches from the bed, patient with her restless energy. Tell me about the curse, Sera says suddenly. The one I broke when we bonded. You've never explained exactly what it was. Kieran sits up, surprised by the question. It's not a pleasant story. I want to know anyway. He's quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. 3 generations ago, my great-grandfather was Alpha. He fell in love with a human woman, genuinely in love by all accounts. But pack law at the time forbade bonding with humans. The bloodline had to remain pure, shifter to shifter. Sera settles on the edge of the bed, listening. My great-grandfather defied pack law, Kieran continues. He bonded with his human lover anyway. But the pack elders, his voice hardens. They decided if he wouldn't respect pack purity, they'd force it. They convinced a witch to curse the bloodline. Every male heir would be split. Their wolf would know their true mate, but their human mind wouldn't remember. Couldn't perceive her properly. That's cruel, Sera breathes. It was designed to be. The wolf would be drawn to the mate, desperate to claim her. But the human mind, not remembering, would resist. Drive the wolf mad with conflicting desires. Most cursed alphas went feral within a decade. Kieran's hands clench. My great-grandfather went feral within 5 years. Killed his human mate during a shift. The pack executed him, and the curse passed to his son. Your grandfather, who also went feral. Faster than his father, 3 years. He killed a human woman too, though not his actual mate. Just someone he fixated on while fractured. Kieran's voice is hollow. My father watched his father executed by pack law. Swore he'd break the curse somehow. But he couldn't, Sera guesses. He couldn't. He met my mother, his true mate. His wolf knew her instantly. But his human mind... Kieran stops, pain flickering through the bond. He fought it for longer than the previous generations. 10 years he held on to sanity through sheer willpower and heavy sedation. But in the end, the fracture was too much. He went feral, claimed my mother, and the claiming triggered a transformation her human body couldn't handle. Elena Cortez, Sera whispers, remembering the name from earlier conversations. Her death broke what was left of my father's mind. He went fully feral. Not just wolf dominant, but lost to both human and wolf consciousness. Pure violence with no thought behind it. Kieran's voice is barely above a whisper. I was 19. As heir, it fell to me to enforce pack law. To execute my own father for going feral. Sera's heart breaks for him. Kieran, the curse transferred to me the moment he died. I felt it take hold. Felt my consciousness begin to split. I've spent 13 years managing it, fighting it, trying to avoid my father's fate. His eyes meet hers, bright with emotion. And then you walked into my territory. My wolf knew you instantly. And when you bit me, when you claimed me first, his voice breaks. The curse shattered. For the first time in 13 years, I was whole. Human and wolf unified. You saved me, Sera. Not just from the curse, but from the fate of every man in my bloodline for 3 generations. Sera understands now why the pack treats her with such reverence. She didn't just become their Luna. She freed their Alpha from a curse that would have eventually destroyed him. The witch who cast the curse, Sera says slowly. Is she still alive? No. She died decades ago. Kieran frowns. Why? Because curses usually have breaking conditions built in. Ways to end them if the right circumstances are met. Sera's mind races. What if the condition was always there? True mates, properly bonded. But it required the mate to claim first, Kieran finishes, understanding dawning. Instead of the Alpha claiming his mate, she had to claim him. demonstrate that it was her choice, not his dominance, forcing the bond. Your great-grandfather forced his human lover into the bond, Sera says. Claimed her against pack law, against her family's wishes maybe. The curse was punishment for taking choice away, and the breaking condition required reversing that, giving the choice to the mate. Which is why my father's claiming killed Elena, Kieran realizes. He claimed her before she could claim him. Maintained the pattern of dominance that triggered the curse in the first place. But I claimed you first, Sera says. Gave you my bite before you gave yours. Reverse the pattern. They sit in silence, processing this revelation. The curse that seemed random, cruel, was actually specifically designed with a breaking condition. One that required alphas to surrender control, to let themselves be claimed rather than claiming. 3 generations of my family died because none of them could surrender dominance long enough to be claimed first, Kieran says quietly. Because the wolf's instinct to claim is so strong, it overrides everything else. But your wolf didn't claim me first, Sera points out. Even when your human mind didn't remember me, your wolf held back, waited for me to choose you. Because some part of me, some deep instinct, knew that claiming you before you chose me would destroy us both. Kieran pulls her close. You broke a curse 3 generations old because you trusted your instincts and chose to claim what was already yours. Sera curls into his warmth, marveling at the complexity of fate that brought them together. An abandoned shifter child and a cursed alpha, each carrying wounds that only the other could heal. Tomorrow we face Shadowcrest, Sera says. Together, Kieran agrees. And whatever comes after, Ironwood politics, potential war, we face that together too. Through the bond, their certainty in each other is absolute. Whatever challenges await, they'll meet them united. And that Sera knows is stronger than any curse or threat could ever be. Chapter 17. Shadowcrest Manor looks different in daylight. Less imposing, more simply massive. Sera and Kieran arrive alone, deliberately. This isn't a formal pack delegation. It's family meeting family, alpha meeting alpha, to discuss survival. Gabriel meets them at the entrance, his expression grave. Alpha Thorn, Luna, Sera. They're waiting for you in the strategy room. The strategy room, not a receiving parlor or formal meeting space. That tells Sera something. Darius is taking this seriously, treating them as potential allies rather than supplicants. The room is circular, with a large table at its center covered in maps, territorial boundaries, pack locations, resource distributions. Darius stands studying the maps, with Vivian and Elena flanking him. Several other wolves Sera doesn't recognize occupy chairs around the perimeter. Senior advisors, she assumes. Alpha Thorn, Luna, Sera. Darius doesn't waste time on pleasantries. Gabriel said this meeting concerns Ironwood. Tell me what happened. Kieran outlines the meeting with Marcus. His thinly veiled threats. The offer to make Sera co-alpha of a unified Shadowcrest Ironwood territory. The 2-week deadline before other expansion strategies begin. Darius's expression darkens with each detail. When Kieran finishes, the old alpha's hands are white-knuckled on the table edge. That arrogant whelp, Darius growls. Using my granddaughter as leverage. Threatening pack stability with his ambition. He's not just threatening, Vivian says quietly. Marcus has been consolidating power for months. 3 small packs have joined Ironwood voluntarily in the past year alone. Each time, there were reports of pressure tactics, threats against family members, economic manipulation. We should have moved against him sooner, Elena says, her voice carrying the weight of regret. Before he grew this bold. Moving against him now would still mean war. One of the advisors points out. Ironwood is twice our size, better funded, and occupies strategic territory. A direct challenge. Would be suicide, Darius finishes bluntly. He looks at Kieran. Which is why you're here. You're not foolish enough to challenge Ironwood alone, so you're proposing an alliance. A formal treaty, Kieran confirms. Shadowcrest and Silverpine, unified defense and shared resources. Strong enough together that Marcus has to reconsider military expansion. You mean strong enough that he'd think twice about attacking Sera directly, Darius clarifies. Because that's what this is really about. Protecting our shared interest, my granddaughter, your mate. Yes, Kieran says simply. But it's also about preventing war. If Marcus goes through with expansion, how long before he targets Shadowcrest? We can fight him separately and probably lose, or fight him together and have a chance. Darius studies the map, his finger tracing territorial boundaries. An alliance with Silverpine would be, unusual. We've never been enemies, but we've never been close allies either. Pack culture differences, territorial disputes over borderlands, historical grievances. All of which seem insignificant compared to Ironwood absorbing both our territories, Vivian points out. Agreed. Darius looks up at Sera. But an alliance requires trust. And trust is complicated when dealing with the granddaughter I abandoned and her mate who might resent me for it. Sera appreciates the directness. I won't pretend the past doesn't hurt, but I understand why you made the choices you did. And more importantly, I understand what's at stake now. My personal feelings about my childhood are less important than protecting both our packs. Pragmatic, Darius observes. Good. Emotion has its place, but strategy requires clear thinking. He returns his attention to Kieran. What exactly are you proposing? Kieran pulls out the documents Lydia prepared. Formal treaty language outlining shared defense obligations, resource exchanges, joint decision-making on territorial matters. It's comprehensive without being constraining, partnership without absorption. Darius reads carefully, occasionally asking clarifying questions. His advisors review their own copies, murmuring among themselves. This is fair, Darius finally says. More than fair, actually. You're offering genuine alliance, not trying to leverage Sera's position for advantage. Why? Because desperate alliances built on leverage fall apart the moment pressure eases, Kieran says. I want an alliance that lasts beyond immediate threat, one that serves both packs long-term. And because using me as leverage would make me resent you, Sera adds, looking at Kieran. He knows that. A ghost of a smile crosses Darius's face. Your mate is smart. That's good. You'll need smart to survive what's coming. He sets down the document. I accept. Shadowcrest and Silverpine, formal alliance. But there are conditions. Such as? Kieran asks warily. First, Sera needs proper training in her heritage. Shadowcrest bloodline carries specific abilities, tactical knowledge passed down through generations. She can't represent our combined packs without understanding what being a Blackwood means. Sera's stomach flutters with nerves, but she nods. This is reasonable. Second, Darius continues, we formalize her position as acknowledged heir. Not primary heir. That's still my son, Sera's uncle. But recognized as alpha bloodline with claim to leadership should circumstances require it. Meaning if your son dies, Sera becomes heir, Kieran translates. Meaning Sera becomes co-heir with her cousins, Darius corrects. Insurance against Ironwood trying to destabilize Shadowcrest leadership by targeting single points of succession. Again, strategically sound. Sera glances at Kieran, who nods slightly, his approval of the terms. Third, Darius says, and his voice takes on weight. When this conflict with Ironwood comes to a head, and it will, Sera fights alongside Shadowcrest warriors. Not hidden away for protection, but proving she's worthy of the bloodline she carries. Absolutely not, Kieran says immediately, his alpha command making several Shadowcrest wolves flinch. Sera is Luna of Silverpine. Her place is wherever she chooses, Sera interrupts, putting a hand on Kieran's arm. Through the bond, she sends calm, understanding. Kieran, he's right. If I'm going to claim Shadowcrest heritage, I can't hide when it's dangerous. The pack needs to see I'm willing to fight for them. You barely know how to fight, Kieran argues. You've been a shifter for weeks, not years. Putting you in combat is necessary, Darius says flatly. Not front lines, not suicide missions. But she needs to be present, visible, fighting alongside warriors from both packs. Otherwise, what's the point of this alliance? We become her protectors rather than her partners. Kieran looks ready to argue further, but Sera squeezes his arm. I can do this, she says quietly. I won't be reckless, but I can't be sheltered either. You know I'm right. Through the bond, she feels his internal war. Every protective instinct screaming to refuse, to keep her safe, to never let her near danger. But his rational mind knows Darius is correct. An alliance built on protecting Sera rather than fighting alongside her isn't sustainable. Fine, Kieran finally says, the word clearly costing him. But she trains with both packs' best warriors before any combat situation. And if I determine the risk is too high, then we discuss it, Darius interrupts. Like allies. You don't get to unilaterally make decisions about my heir any more than I get to make them about your mate. That's what partnership means. Kieran's jaw clenches, but he nods. Then we have an agreement. Darius extends his hand across the table. Shadowcrest and Silverpine, formally allied against Ironwood's expansion and any other threats to our territories or pack members. Kieran shakes his hand, sealing the deal. Allies. Now, Darius says, pulling the territorial maps closer. Let's discuss strategy. We have less than 2 weeks before Marcus moves. We need to be ready. The next several hours are spent in detailed planning. Where Ironwood might strike first, how to position warriors for maximum effectiveness, which smaller packs might be vulnerable to Marcus's pressure tactics. Sera contributes where she can, but mostly she listens and learns. Pack warfare isn't like human combat. It's faster, more brutal, with fewer rules and more reliance on individual strength. Watching Kieran and Darius work together, she sees grudging respect develop between them. He's good, Darius admits during a brief break, nodding toward where Kieran discusses positioning with Gabriel. Younger than I'd like for this kind of conflict, but strategic. Sees patterns others miss. He broke a 3-generation curse through patience and trust, Sera says. That requires seeing what others don't. Darius studies her. You love him. Truly love him, not just bond instinct. Is there a difference? Sera asks. There can be. Bond creates connection, pulls mates together. But love. Darius's expression softens slightly. Love is choice. Choosing your mate every day, even when the bond makes being apart painful. Even when circumstances make being together difficult. You loved Elena, Sera realizes. Your mate. I did. Still do. Darius glances toward where Elena speaks with Vivian. 53 years bonded. Raised children together, survived pack challenges, built this. He gestures at the manor, the pack. Bond brought us together. Love kept us together. I choose Kieran, Sera says. Every day. Even when it's hard. Even when it's scary. Good. Darius's hand lands briefly on her shoulder. The first physical contact he's initiated. Because what's coming will be both hard and scary. You'll need that choice, that certainty to get through it. Before Sera can respond, Kieran returns with Gabriel, both looking grim. We have a problem, Gabriel announces. One of our border scouts just reported Ironwood movement. They're positioning wolves near Crescent Valley Pack, one of the smallest territories between Ironwood and Silverpine. Marcus is moving already? Vivian demands. It's been less than 24 hours since his deadline. He's testing us, Kieran says, seeing if we'll respond to pressure on a smaller pack. If we don't defend Crescent Valley, it sends a message that our alliance is hollow. If we do, we commit to conflict before we're fully prepared, Darius finishes. He curses. That clever bastard. He's forcing our hand. What do we do? Sera asks. Darius and Kieran exchange a look, a moment of silent communication between alphas. Then Darius nods slightly, ceding the decision to his ally. We respond, Kieran says. But carefully. We send a joint delegation, Shadowcrest and Silverpine Wolves together, to Crescent Valley. Make it clear we're allied and prepared to defend our interests. But we don't engage unless Marcus forces it. A show of force without actual force, Gabriel summarizes. Risky. Marcus might see it as bluffing. Then let him, Darius says. We're not ready for full conflict. But we're also not going to let him pick off smaller packs without response. We go to Crescent Valley, demonstrate our alliance is real, and dare Marcus to escalate. And if he does escalate, Sera asks. The silence that follows is answer enough. If Marcus escalates, they fight. Ready or not. I'll lead the Silverpine delegation, Kieran says. Gabriel, you lead Shadowcrests? Agreed. Gabriel's expression is fierce. And Luna Sera comes with us. United front means she's visible alongside both packs' leadership. Kieran's protest dies before it reaches his lips. This is exactly what Darius demanded. Sera visible, present, not hidden away. But that doesn't make Kieran happy about it. I'll be fine, Sera assures him through the bond. You'll be there. Gabriel will be there. I'll have the 2 strongest warriors from both packs protecting me. You shouldn't need protection, Kieran mutters, but he's already accepting the necessity. We leave within the hour, Darius decides. Vivian, coordinate with our warriors. Elena, inform the council. Kieran, get your wolves ready. And Sera, he meets her eyes. Welcome to pack warfare. Try not to die in your first engagement. I'll do my best, Sera says dryly. As they prepare to leave, Vivian pulls Sera aside briefly. This is happening fast, she says quietly. Too fast for you to process everything. But Sera, you should know. Watching you today, seeing you navigate politics and stand up for your pack. Her voice catches. I'm proud of you. Your father would be too if... She stops, clearly meaning Sera's birth father, who Sera still hasn't met. Thank you, Sera manages. The words feel inadequate, but they're all she has. An hour later, Sera finds herself in a vehicle heading toward Crescent Valley, flanked by Kieran and Gabriel, followed by a convoy of 20 warriors from both packs. Outside the windows, the landscape shifts from forest to rocky terrain as they approach smaller pack territory. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's heightened alertness, his wolf very close to the surface. Around them, the other warriors radiate similar tension. Not fear exactly, but battle readiness. The awareness that violence could erupt at any moment. What happens when we get there? Sera asks quietly. We assess the situation, Gabriel answers. Find out what pressure tactics Ironwood is using on Crescent Valley. Then we make our alliance visible and see how Marcus responds. And if he's already there? If Ironwood wolves are present, then things get complicated, Kieran says grimly. The convoy crests a hill, and Crescent Valley territory spreads below them. A small cluster of buildings nestled in a valley, surrounded by protective ridgelines. And positioned on those ridgelines, clearly visible even from a distance, are wolves. Dozens of them. Far more than a simple diplomatic presence. He's already here, Gabriel says, reaching for his radio. Marcus sent a full assault force. Through the bond, Sera feels Kieran's alpha instincts surge. The need to protect, to defend, to fight against threat. And she realizes with absolute certainty. The war they'd hoped to avoid has already begun. Chapter 18. The Crescent Valley pack house is surrounded. From their vantage point on the ridge, Sera counts at least 40 Ironwood wolves positioned in a loose perimeter around the small settlement. Not attacking. Not yet, but the threat is clear. Submit or face overwhelming force. That son of a bitch, Kieran growls. He moved the same day as our meeting. While we were negotiating with Shadow Crest, he was deploying an assault force. He planned this, Gabriel says grimly. Knew we'd respond to Ironwood movement. Knew it would take time to coordinate between packs. He's counting on us being too slow, too disorganized. Then let's prove him wrong. Kieran's eyes flash amber. Gabriel, position your wolves on the eastern ridge. We'll take the west. Pincer formation. Show Marcus he's surrounded, not them. And if he engages? Gabriel asks. Then we engage back. Kieran's voice carries absolute certainty. But I'm betting he won't. Not yet. He's testing us, remember? Seeing if we'll actually fight for smaller packs or just make empty promises. Through the bond, Sera feels Kieran's wolf straining against control. Every instinct screams to shift, to attack, to eliminate the threat to vulnerable pack members. But the alpha mind holds firm. This requires strategy, not pure aggression. What about me? Sera asks. Where do I position? With me, Kieran says immediately. Center formation, visible but protected. No. Sera cuts him off, surprising herself with her firmness. Darius said I need to be visible alongside both packs' leadership. That means I split the difference. I position between your formation and Gabriel's, showing I'm connected to both. That puts you in the most exposed position, Kieran argues. That's the point. Sera meets his eyes. Marcus needs to see that Shadow Crest and Silverpine are truly unified through me. That I'm not just a political pawn, but an active participant. If I hide behind your warriors, it undermines everything. Through the bond, she feels his violent objection to the idea. But she also feels his grudging acknowledgement that she's right. She positions between formations, Gabriel agrees. With guards from both packs. Visible unity, but not stupid about defense. Kieran looks ready to argue further, but a movement below catches everyone's attention. The Ironwood wolves are shifting positions, creating an opening in their perimeter. And through that opening walks a figure Sera recognizes instantly. Alpha Marcus, flanked by his beta and several senior warriors. He's here personally, Gabriel mutters. Bold. Or arrogant. Both, Kieran says. And he's calling for parley. See the white flag. One of Marcus's wolves holds a pale cloth, the universal shifter signal for peaceful negotiation. It's theater, Sera realizes. Marcus could have conducted this siege quietly, absorbed Crescent Valley without witnesses. Instead, he's making a show of it, knowing Silverpine and Shadowcrest would respond. He wants this confrontation. We accept the parley, Kieran decides. But on our terms. Gabriel, Get your wolves in position first. Show Marcus we outnumber him before we engage in conversation. The next 15 minutes are controlled chaos as wolves from both packs move into position. Sera finds herself standing on a slight rise between the two formations, flanked by 4 guards. 2 from Silverpine, 2 from Shadowcrest. From here, she has clear sight lines to both allied positions and to the Ironwood forces below. More importantly, she's clearly visible to everyone. A deliberate target? Or a symbol of alliance? Probably both. Once everyone is positioned, Kieran and Gabriel descend toward the valley floor where Marcus waits. After a moment's hesitation, Sera follows. The guards move with her, maintaining protective formation, but she's not hidden behind them. She's present, visible, exactly as they discussed. Marcus's smile is sharp when he sees their approach. Alpha Thorn, Commander Gabriel. And Luna Sera. How unexpected. I didn't realize diplomatic negotiations were part of a Luna's responsibilities. They are when the Luna is also Shadowcrest heir, Sera replies before Kieran can speak. Or did you forget that detail? Forget. Marcus's smile widens. My dear Luna, that detail is exactly why I'm here. You made your choice. Silverpine over opportunity, sentiment over strategy. Now let's see what that choice costs. Crescent Valley is under Silverpine protection, Kieran says, his voice hard with command. As are all smaller packs in this region. You want expansion? Take it elsewhere. Protection. Marcus gestures at the surrounded settlement. Where was this protection 3 weeks ago when I approached Crescent Valley about voluntary alliance? Where was it 6 months ago when I suggested they might benefit from Ironwood resources? You only care now because your mate's bloodline makes it politically convenient. We care because forced absorption is illegal under regional pack law, Gabriel counters. Voluntary alliance is fine. This, he indicates the assault force, isn't voluntary. It's coercion. I haven't forced anything, Marcus says mildly. I simply positioned wolves near Crescent Valley territory and invited their alpha to discuss terms. If my presence makes them nervous, well, that's hardly my fault. It's sophistry and they all know it. But technically, Marcus hasn't violated any laws. Not yet. He's just created an environment where refusing his invitation seems suicidal. So call off your wolves, Sera says. If this is truly voluntary, give Crescent Valley space to make their choice without 40 fighters breathing down their necks. Marcus's attention locks onto her, and Sera forces herself not to flinch under the weight of his assessment. You speak boldly for someone who's been a shifter for what, a month? Less. Tell me, Luna, how many battles have you fought? How many territories have you defended? How many pack wars have you survived? None, Sera admits freely. But I don't need decades of experience to recognize intimidation tactics. You're not here for diplomacy. You're here to force submission through threat of violence. That's not strength, Alpha Marcus. That's bullying. The insult lands deliberately. Around them, Ironwood wolves tense, several growling low. But Marcus himself goes very still, his eyes flashing amber. Careful, Luna, he says softly. You're young, inexperienced. I'll forgive certain indiscretions. But my patience has limits. As does mine, Kieran interjects, moving slightly to position himself between Marcus and Sera. You have 2 choices, Marcus. Withdraw your forces and allow Crescent Valley to make their decision freely. Or continue this intimidation and face the consequences. Consequences? Marcus laughs. From what? Your alliance. Luna Sera's bloodline? Please. Shadowcrest and Silverpine barely tolerate each other. You think one conveniently bonded female changes decades of territorial rivalry? I think you're about to find out, Gabriel says quietly. Marcus's expression shifts, calculation replacing amusement. He's reading their positions, their numbers, their unity. And Sera sees the moment he realizes this isn't bluff. Shadowcrest and Silverpine really are allied, really are prepared to fight for Crescent Valley. This is unfortunate, Marcus finally says. I'd hoped reasonable wolves could resolve this peacefully. But if you're determined to interfere with legitimate expansion, he shrugs. Then we have nothing more to discuss. He turns to leave, and Sera knows with absolute certainty, this isn't over. This is just beginning. Wait, a new voice calls out. Everyone turns to see a wolf emerging from the Crescent Valley settlement. Middle-aged, worn-looking, clearly exhausted. The Crescent Valley Alpha, Sera realizes. Alpha Donovan, Kieran greets him. Are you all right? For now. Donovan's voice is heavy with defeat. Alpha Thorn, I appreciate your concern. But Crescent Valley can't afford to be caught in a war between larger packs. We're 12 wolves total, maybe 20 if you count pups and elderly. We can't fight Ironwood. You don't have to, Kieran says. That's what alliance means. Silverpine and Shadowcrest will defend your territory. And how long does that last? Donovan asks tiredly. A week. A month. Eventually, you'll have other priorities, other territories to protect. Ironwood will still be here, still pressuring us. Better to accept their terms now while they're offering alliance rather than conquest. This is coercion, Gabriel argues. You're choosing submission out of fear, not genuine alliance. I'm choosing survival, Donovan corrects. For my pack. For my family. He looks at Marcus. Crescent Valley accepts Ironwood's offer of alliance. Effective immediately. Marcus's smile is triumphant. Excellent decision, Alpha Donovan. I promise you won't regret it. The words are still hanging in the air when Ironwood wolves begin moving, closing in around the settlement not as besiegers now, but as new packmates. The absorption is happening in real time, and there's nothing Sera or anyone else can do to stop it. This isn't over, Kieran says quietly to Marcus. You forced this. Everyone here knows it. Prove it, Marcus challenges. Go to the regional council. File complaints. See how many packs are willing to stand against Ironwood expansion when we're offering protection and resources. See how many are willing to die for ideals rather than accept reality. He leaves with his wolves, Crescent Valley now effectively Ironwood territory, and Sera feels the weight of defeat settle heavily on her shoulders. We failed, she says once they're back at the convoy. We were too slow, Gabriel corrects grimly. Marcus moved faster than we anticipated, positioned his forces before we could respond effectively. So what now? Sera asks. Now we regroup, Kieran says, though frustration radiates through the bond. Reassess our strategy. Find ways to protect other vulnerable packs before Marcus can isolate them. And prepare for the fact that war is coming, Gabriel adds. Whether we want it or not. The drive back to Silverpine is silent, heavy with the knowledge that they've lost the first engagement. Not through combat, but through politics and fear, which might be worse. When they finally reach the manor, exhausted and discouraged, Lydia is waiting with more bad news. 2 more small packs declared for Ironwood while you were gone, she reports. Woodhaven and Riverside. They're citing mutual protection and resource sharing as reasons, but they're scared, Sera finishes. They saw what happened to Crescent Valley. Saw that even with alliance support, smaller packs are vulnerable. They're choosing submission over uncertainty. Exactly. Lydia's expression is grim. And that's just the beginning. We've received intel that Marcus is positioning forces near 6 other small territories. He's going to absorb them all before we can respond. Then we need to move faster, Kieran says. Get ahead of him instead of reacting. Lydia, contact every small pack in the region. Offer formal alliance. Not just defense, but actual integration if they want it. Resources, training, protection. Make staying independent more attractive than joining Ironwood. That could overextend us, Lydia warns. We don't have the resources to support a dozen additional packs. But Shadowcrest does, Sera realizes. Combined resources. That's the whole point of our alliance. We pool resources to offer smaller packs genuine alternatives to Ironwood absorption. I'll draft proposals, Lydia says, already pulling out her tablet. But this is going to cost both packs significantly. Darius will have to approve. Then I'll convince him, Sera says with more confidence than she feels. This is what being Shadowcrest heir means, right? Having a voice in pack decisions. Through the bond, Kieran's pride in her determination mingles with his lingering worry about the danger she's walking into. But he doesn't argue. They're past the point of safe choices. That night, curled in bed with Kieran's arms around her, Sera finally lets herself process the day's events. The confrontation with Marcus, watching Crescent Valley fall to coercion, the realization that war is no longer theoretical but inevitable. I'm scared, she admits quietly. Good, Kieran murmurs into her hair. Fear means you understand the stakes. But Sera, don't let fear paralyze you. You did well today. Stood up to Marcus, showed unity between packs, demonstrated leadership. We still lost. We lost one battle in what's going to be a long war. Kieran's arms tighten around her. But we learned something important. Marcus moves fast, using fear and isolation. We need to move faster, offer hope and connection. That's how we win. And if we can't move fast enough, Sera asks, then we fight, Kieran says simply. And we trust that our alliance, our bond, is strong enough to prevail. Sera closes her eyes, drawing comfort from his certainty. Outside, the night is still and dark. But somewhere out there, Marcus is planning his next move, positioning his next assault, consolidating his expanding territory. The clock is ticking, and Sera knows that the real war, the one that will determine the fate of every pack in the region, is just beginning. Chapter 19. 7 days after Crescent Valley's fall, Sera stands in Shadowcrest's training yard, bleeding from a dozen minor wounds and breathing hard enough that her ribs ache. Again, commands the trainer, a scarred female named Kara who Gabriel claims is the best combat instructor in 3 territories. Your left flank is still vulnerable. If I can exploit it, so can any Ironwood warrior worth their salt. Sera shifts back to wolf form, her body protesting the rapid transformations. She's been training for 6 hours straight. Combat forms, tactical positioning, rapid shifting under pressure. Every muscle screams for rest. But rest means weakness. And weakness means death when Ironwood comes. Kara attacks without warning, her wolf form a blur of dark fur and deadly precision. Sera dodges left, remembers to guard her flank this time, and manages to counter with a strike that actually connects. Better. Kara shifts back to human, tossing Sera a towel. You're learning. Faster than I expected, actually. Most new shifters take months to develop combat instincts. You're doing it in weeks. Don't have months, Sera pants, shifting back and gratefully accepting water from one of the training assistants. Marcus absorbed 2 more packs yesterday. We're running out of time. Kara's expression darkens. I heard. Pinewood and Clearwater both gone. Marcus is moving faster than anyone anticipated. He is. In just 1 week since the Crescent Valley confrontation, Ironwood has absorbed 5 small packs through a combination of coercion, bribery, and strategic positioning. Each absorption strengthens Marcus's territory, his resources, his tactical advantages. Meanwhile, the Silverpine Shadowcrest Alliance has managed to secure formal protection agreements with 3 vulnerable packs. Better than nothing, but not enough to counter Ironwood's momentum. How many more today? Sera asks, checking the training schedule Kara handed her that morning. 2 hours of endurance work with Gabriel's unit, Kara says. Then strategy session with Darius and Kieran. Then, she consults her tablet. Your grandmother requested time with you. Something about Shadowcrest heritage and bloodline abilities. Elena. Sera has been avoiding those sessions, too exhausted from combat training to face the emotional complexity of connecting with her birth family. But she knows it's important. If she's going to fight as Shadowcrest heir, she needs to understand what that heritage actually means. Tell her I'll be there after strategy, Sera decides. The endurance training is brutal. Running in wolf form across Shadowcrest territory, navigating obstacles, maintaining pace even as exhaustion sets in. Gabriel pushes them relentlessly, knowing that in real combat, exhausted wolves are dead wolves. Sera manages to keep up with the pack, though just barely. Her wolf is strong, she's learning, but lacks the stamina that comes from years of regular shifting and running. That will improve with time, if she has time. The strategy session is held in the same room where Sera and Kieran first proposed the alliance, but now the maps are covered in new markers. Red for Ironwood-controlled territory, blue for Silverpine Shadowcrest Alliance, green for neutral packs still maintaining independence. There's a lot more red than there was a week ago. 8 packs total absorbed by Ironwood in 7 days, Darius says without preamble when Sera and Kieran arrive. At this rate, Marcus will control 40% of regional territory within a month. We're offering protection to smaller packs as fast as we can, Kieran argues. But they're scared. They see what happened to Crescent Valley, that even with alliance support, they're vulnerable. Because Marcus moves faster than we do, Gabriel points out. By the time we offer protection, he's already positioned forces. The choice becomes, join Ironwood voluntarily or wait for invasion after refusing alliance. So we need to move faster, Sera says. Anticipate which packs Marcus will target next and get protection in place before he can position forces. Easier said than done, Vivian notes from where she stands studying the maps. Marcus is unpredictable. He's hit packs we thought were secure while ignoring ones we assumed were vulnerable. There's no pattern we can exploit. Actually, there is, Sera says slowly, an idea forming. She moves to the map, studying the territories Marcus has absorbed. Look at the positioning. Every pack he's taken is either resource-rich or strategically located near other vulnerable territories. Resource-rich is obvious, Thomas says. More wolves, better land, valuable assets. But the strategic positioning matters more, Sera continues, tracing patterns with her finger. He's not just grabbing resources, he's creating territorial corridors. See, Crescent Valley connects to Woodhaven, which connects to Clearwater. He's building continuous territory, not scattered holdings. Darius leans forward, studying the pattern Sera identified. She's right. Marcus isn't empire building randomly, he's consolidating. Creating unbroken territory he can defend and control more easily than scattered packs. Which means we can predict his next moves, Kieran realizes. He'll target packs that connect his current holdings, expanding outward in deliberate patterns. Thornridge Pack, Gabriel says, pointing to a territory between two Ironwood holdings. They're small, isolated, and would connect Marcus's northern and eastern territories. And Maplewood, Lydia adds, appearing in the doorway with her ever-present tablet. Southwest border, connects to Clearwater. If Marcus takes both Thornridge and Maplewood, he'll have nearly continuous territory from the eastern mountains to the southern river. Then those are the packs we protect, Darius decides. Full defense commitment. Warriors stationed on their territory, resources provided, integration if they want it. Make taking them more costly than Marcus is willing to pay. That still leaves us reactive, Sera says. We're always responding to Marcus's moves rather than forcing him to respond to ours. We need to change the dynamic. How? Kieran asks. By doing what Marcus isn't expecting. Sera's mind races, pieces clicking together. He thinks we're defensive, protective. That will focus all our energy on guarding vulnerable packs. What if we go on offense instead? The room goes silent, everyone turning to stare at her. Offense, Darius repeats carefully. You mean attack Ironwood territory? Not attack, Sera clarifies. Challenge. Publicly. Use pack law to force Marcus into position he can't refuse without looking weak. Explain, Kieran commands, though through the bond she feels his sharp interest. Pack law allows for territorial challenges, Sera says, drawing on knowledge Thomas drilled into her during politics lessons. If one alpha believes another alpha took territory illegally or through violation of pack code, they can issue formal challenge. The challenged alpha either fights to defend their claim or admits wrongdoing and returns territory. Marcus didn't take territory illegally, Gabriel points out. The small packs joined voluntarily, technically. But did they? Sera counters. We have evidence of coercion. 40 wolves surrounding Crescent Valley isn't voluntary, by any reasonable definition. If we formally challenge Marcus's claim to even one of those territories, force him to defend it publicly before the regional council, we either win back territory or expose his methods to every pack in the region, Vivian finishes, understanding dawning. Either way, we damage his legitimacy. It's risky, Darius warns. Formal challenges can escalate quickly. If Marcus refuses the challenge or the council rules in his favor, it weakens our position significantly. But if we do nothing, he continues absorbing packs unchallenged, Sera argues. At least this forces him to respond to us instead of us constantly responding to him. Kieran studies the map, his tactical mind clearly working through scenarios. We'd need to choose our challenge carefully. Pick the most egregious case of coercion, one where evidence is clearest and sympathy for the absorbed pack is highest. Crescent Valley, Sera says immediately. They were the first, the most visible. Everyone saw Marcus's forces surrounding them. And Alpha Donovan looked miserable accepting that alliance. We'd need Donovan to testify that he felt coerced, Lydia points out. Would he? He's under Ironwood control now. Marcus could retaliate against him for speaking out. Which is why we offer him protection, Sera says. Full refuge in either Silverpine or Shadowcrest territory for him and any Crescent Valley wolves who want to leave Ironwood. Make it clear that testifying doesn't mean abandoning his pack. It means giving them real choice. The idea is taking shape, gaining momentum as others see the possibilities. The regional council meets in 10 days, Darius says. If we're going to issue formal challenge, we need to do it before then. Give Marcus time to prepare defense, but not enough time to consolidate his position further. I'll draft the challenge language, Lydia volunteers. Thomas can help with legal citations. We make this airtight. No room for Marcus to wriggle out on technicalities. And I'll contact Donovan, Gabriel offers. Privately, carefully. Feel him out about testifying. What about me? Sera asks. Everyone looks at her, and she sees the calculation in their eyes. She's central to this. Her position as both Luna and heir gives the challenge additional weight. But she's also vulnerable, inexperienced, potentially a liability if Marcus manages to turn the challenge against her personally. You need to be present at the council, Darius finally says. Visible. But Kieran will issue the actual challenge. It carries more weight coming from an alpha with established standing. Sera wants to argue, wants to claim that right herself. But she recognizes political reality when she sees it. She's been a shifter for less than 2 months. The regional council won't take her seriously as lead challenger. Not yet. Okay, she agrees. But I want to be involved in preparation. This was my idea. I want to see it through. Agreed, Kieran says. Through the bond, his pride and love flow warm and strong. We do this together. The meeting breaks up with everyone assigned tasks, the plan taking shape. Sera feels energized despite her exhaustion. Finally, they're not just reacting. They're taking initiative. But there's still one task left on her schedule today. Elena. She finds her grandmother in a private garden behind the manor, tending to plants that seem to thrive despite the October cold. These are moonflowers, Elena says without looking up as Sera approaches. They only bloom at night under full moon. Shadowcrest women have cultivated them for 8 generations. Each Luna adds new varieties, passes the knowledge to her daughters. I don't know anything about gardening, Sera admits. That's not why I brought you here. Elena finally looks up, and Sera is struck again by how much her own eyes resemble her grandmother's. I brought you here because you need to understand what being Shadowcrest heir means beyond politics and combat. Elena leads Sera to a stone bench, settling with the careful movements of age. You've been training physically. That's good, necessary. But Shadowcrest bloodline carries more than strength. We have gifts, abilities passed through maternal line. What kind of abilities? Sera asks warily. She's still adjusting to being a shifter at all. The idea of additional supernatural powers feels overwhelming. Empathy, Elena says simply. The ability to sense emotions, sometimes even thoughts of those around you. It makes us good leaders, good mediators. We know what wolves need, what they fear, what motivates them. Sera thinks about how she's been able to read situations during meetings, sensing undercurrents others miss. I thought that was just intuition. It is. Enhanced intuition. Sharpened by bloodline magic. Elena takes Sera's hand. But it's also a vulnerability. You feel what others feel. Their pain becomes your pain. Their fear your fear. Without training, it can overwhelm you. How do I train it? By learning to shield. To distinguish between your emotions and others. To use the gift without letting it use you. Elena's grip tightens slightly. And by learning when not to use it. Some truths aren't meant to be known. Some feelings should remain private. It sounds exhausting, but also necessary. If Sera's going to navigate pack politics, understanding what motivates others could be invaluable. Will you teach me? Sera asks. I will. Elena's stern expression softens. But Sera, there's something else. Something I need to tell you about your father. My son. Your birth father. Sera's breath catches. She hasn't asked about him directly, hasn't felt ready to hear about the parent who helped make the decision to abandon her. He's dead, Elena says bluntly. Died 3 years ago in territorial dispute with rogues. He never knew you awakened, never knew you survived. The information lands heavy and complicated. Grief for a father she never knew, relief that she doesn't have to confront him, anger that he's not here to answer for choices made. Did he? Sera's voice catches. Did he regret it? Giving me up. Every day, Elena says quietly. He and Vivian both. They made a choice they thought would save your life, and it haunted them. Your father kept the bracelet, the one Vivian gave you, in his pocket always. Said it reminded him of what he gave up to keep you alive. Tears sting Sera's eyes. She doesn't know how to feel. The tangle of emotions too complex to parse. He would be proud of you, Elena continues. Watching you fight, lead, refuse to quit. That's Blackwood's stubbornness. He had it too. They sit in silence for a while, the October sun warm on their faces despite the cold air. Finally, Sera asks the question that's been nagging at her. Why now? Why tell me this now? Because what's coming will test you in ways you can't imagine, Elena says. You'll need to draw on every resource, every connection, every bit of strength, including the knowledge that your birth parents loved you, that giving you up was sacrifice, not rejection. It still hurt, Sera whispers. I know, and I'm sorry. Elena's voice cracks slightly. We all are. But Sera, you turned that hurt into strength, into determination, into the kind of leadership that gives others hope. That's not despite your past. That's because of it. The words settle something in Sera's chest. Not healing, exactly, but understanding. Acceptance that her story is complicated, that her family is complicated. But that doesn't mean she's broken. When she returns to Silvapine that evening, exhausted but centered, Kieran is waiting. How did it go? He asks. Hard, Sera admits, curling into his arms. But necessary. I learned about my father, about bloodline abilities, about moonflowers. Moonflowers. Kieran's eyebrow rises. Don't ask. Sera smiles despite her exhaustion. Just hold me, before everything gets harder, because it will get harder. In 10 days, they'll challenge Marcus in front of the regional council. And whatever happens after that will determine the fate of every pack in the territory. But tonight, wrapped in her mate's arms, Sera allows herself to simply be. Not Luna, not heir, not warrior in training. Just Sera, loved and whole, and ready for whatever comes next. Chapter 20. The regional council chamber is packed to capacity. Every alpha in the territory has sent representatives, some in person, others via video link. The air is thick with tension and the scent of dozens of wolves trying to maintain composure in close quarters. Sera sits between Kieran and Darius, positioned deliberately to show unified Silvapine Shadowcrest support. Across the circular chamber, Marcus occupies his own delegation space, flanked by his beta and what appears to be half of Ironwood's senior leadership. He looks relaxed, confident, like he knows something they don't. The council will come to order, announces Elder Sophia, the ancient wolf who chairs regional gatherings. She must be 90 if she's a day, but her voice carries absolute authority. We have before us a formal challenge issued by Alpha Kieran Thorne of Silverpine Pack, supported by Alpha Darius Blackwood of Shadowcrest Pack. Murmurs ripple through the chamber. Formal challenges are rare, usually reserved for the most serious disputes. The fact that two major packs are jointly challenging Ironwood's territorial claims is unprecedented. Alpha Thorne, present your case, Sophia directs. Kieran rises and the room quiets. Elder Sophia, esteemed council members. I challenge Alpha Marcus's claim to Crescent Valley Pack on grounds of coercion in violation of voluntary alliance law. He outlines the evidence methodically. The 40 Ironwood wolves surrounding Crescent Valley, the timeline showing Marcus positioned forces before offering alliance, testimony from neutral observers about the threatening atmosphere, and finally, the key piece, a sworn statement from Alpha Donovan of Crescent Valley. Alpha Donovan states, and I quote, I accepted Ironwood alliance not from desire for partnership, but from certainty that refusal would result in violence against my pack. Alpha Marcus made clear, through positioning of overwhelming force, that cooperation was my only option for survival. This was not free choice but surrender to superior threat. The chamber erupts in conversation. This is damning, a direct accusation from the absorbed pack's leader that the alliance was forced. Marcus doesn't look concerned. If anything, his smile sharpens. Elder Sophia, Marcus says, rising smoothly. May I respond? Proceed. Alpha Thorne's challenge rests on testimony from a wolf currently seeking asylum in Shadowcrest territory, conveniently removing him from any consequences for perjury. Marcus's voice drips with false sympathy. Of course, Alpha Donovan claims coercion. It justifies abandoning his pack to seek protection elsewhere. He's not abandoning anyone, Sera interjects before she can stop herself. He's protecting them from your retaliation. Luna Sera. Sophia's attention swings to her. You are not recognized to speak. Then I request recognition, Sera says, standing. Through the bond, she feels Kieran's spike of alarm, but she pushes forward. As Shadowcrest heir and witness to the events at Crescent Valley, Sophia considers, then nods. Granted. Speak. Sera moves to the center of the chamber, hyper-aware of every eye on her. I was present when Ironwood forces surrounded Crescent Valley. I saw 40 armed wolves positioned in clear threat formation. I heard Alpha Donovan's voice when he accepted Marcus's alliance. Defeated, exhausted, terrified for his pack's safety. You've been a shifter for what, 6 weeks? Marcus interjects. Forgive me if I question your ability to accurately assess complex political situations. I may be new to pack politics, Sera counters, but I know coercion when I see it. And I know the difference between genuine choice and choice made under duress. A touching speech, Marcus says. But evidence requires more than feelings and impressions. Do you have any objective proof that I threatened Alpha Donovan? Any recording of me demanding submission? Any witnesses to explicit threats? Sera's stomach sinks. They don't. Marcus was too careful for that. The positioning of forces speaks for itself, Kieran argues. No Alpha positions 40 warriors near a 12-wolf pack for peaceful negotiation. Those warriors were there for security, Marcus responds smoothly. The region has been unstable, rogue attacks, territorial disputes. I was ensuring my delegation's safety during sensitive negotiations. It's a lie, but it's a plausible lie. And without explicit threats or recorded coercion, Marcus can maintain this fiction indefinitely. Furthermore, Marcus continues, warming to his defense, if Alpha Donovan felt so threatened, why didn't he call for Silverpine or Shadowcrest support before accepting my alliance? Why wait until after joining Ironwood to suddenly claim coercion? Because your 40 wolves were surrounding his territory, Sera snaps. How was he supposed to call for help? The same way any modern Alpha communicates, phone, radio, runners. Marcus's smile is sharp. Unless you're suggesting I somehow jammed all communications? Held the entire pack hostage? There's no evidence of that because it didn't happen. Alpha Donovan had every opportunity to refuse and seek alternative protection. He chose not to. The logic is insidious because it's technically sound. Unless they can prove active threats or communication interference, Marcus's version, voluntary alliance with security presence, is defensible under pack law. This is absurd, Darius says, rising. Everyone in this chamber knows what actually happened. Marcus isolated Crescent Valley, made refusal effectively impossible, and now hides behind technicalities. Alpha Darius. Marcus's attention shifts. Speaking of technicalities, shouldn't we discuss your stake in this challenge? Your newly acknowledged heir happens to be bonded to Alpha Thorn. This challenge isn't about justice. It's about 2 allied packs trying to limit my legitimate expansion because it threatens their position. My heir's bond doesn't change the facts, Darius growls. Doesn't it? Marcus addresses the council directly. This challenge comes from 2 packs that recently formalized alliance through Luna Sera's dual connections. An alliance clearly designed to check Ironwood's growth. Now they're using council authority to enforce that political agenda, dressing up territorial rivalry as concern for smaller packs. He's good, Sera realizes with sinking dread. He's reframing the entire challenge as political maneuvering rather than legitimate concern. The evidence is circumstantial, Marcus continues. Alpha Donovan's testimony is suspect given his current asylum status. Luna Sera's observations, while earnest, come from someone with minimal experience and obvious bias. And the underlying claim, that positioning security forces near potential allies is coercive, would set precedent that makes any diplomatic negotiation impossible. Around the chamber, Sera sees Alphas nodding. Marcus is winning them over, not because he's right, but because he's offering them cover to support their own interests. If this challenge succeeds, Marcus says, driving his point home, any Alpha who positions wolves near another pack's territory during negotiations could be accused of coercion. Any diplomatic pressure, any strategic positioning, any show of strength, all potentially illegal. Is that the precedent this council wants to set? Silence follows. Because Marcus is right. If they rule in Silverpine Shadowcrest's favor based on this evidence, it creates problematic precedent that could hamstring legitimate diplomatic efforts. Elder Sophia, Kieran says, desperation edging his voice. We request recess to present additional evidence. What additional evidence? Marcus asks innocently. You've presented everything you have. Unless you're stalling because you know your challenge is weak. This council will recess, Sophia announces. 1 hour. When we reconvene, both sides will present closing arguments and I will render judgment. The chamber erupts in conversation as people break into smaller groups. Sera follows Kieran and Darius to a private antechamber, her heart sinking. He's going to win, she says flatly. We don't have enough evidence to overcome his defense. We knew this was possible, Lydia says, though she looks grim. Marcus is too careful to leave obvious evidence of coercion. So what do? Sera demands. Just accept that he can absorb packs through intimidation as long as he doesn't explicitly threaten them. We adapt, Darius says heavily. If the council rules in Marcus's favor, we shift strategy. Focus on protecting remaining vulnerable packs through direct integration rather than trying to reclaim already absorbed territory. It's pragmatic, but it feels like defeat. They challenged Marcus publicly, and he's beating them with superior rhetoric and legal positioning. Through the bond, Sera feels Kieran's frustration mirroring her own. They did everything right, gathered evidence, followed procedure, made their case clearly. But right doesn't always win against technically legal. There has to be something, Sera mutters, pacing the small room. Some angle we're missing. Unless Alpha Donovan suddenly produces a recording of Marcus explicitly threatening him, we don't have. Lydia stops mid-sentence, her eyes widening. Wait, what if we don't need Marcus threatening Donovan? What if we have him threatening someone else? Everyone turns to look at her. Think about it, Lydia continues, pulling out her tablet. Marcus has been doing this for months, absorbing small packs, applying pressure. He can't have been perfectly careful every single time. If we can find even one instance where he was less subtle, where someone recorded or documented explicit coercion, it proves pattern of behavior, Thomas finishes. Even if Crescent Valley's case is circumstantial, evidence of coercion elsewhere supports our claim that this is Marcus's standard method. Do we have time to find that kind of evidence? Kieran asks. We have 45 minutes before the council reconvenes. I've been collecting intelligence on Ironwood for weeks, Lydia says, already scrolling through files. Ever since the alliance formed. I have testimony from wolves who left absorbed packs, communication intercepts, secondhand reports. I just need to find something solid enough to present to the council. Hope flickers in Sera's chest. It's a long shot, but it's better than nothing. Everyone search, Darius commands. Any evidence of explicit threats, quid pro quo offers that cross into extortion, violence against wolves who refused alliance. Anything that demonstrates pattern. The next 30 minutes are frantic. Everyone reviewing files, cross-referencing dates, building timeline of Ironwood's expansion. Sera finds herself wishing for her grandmother's empathic abilities, some way to divine truth from scattered evidence. Then, with 15 minutes left before reconvening, Thomas makes a sound of discovery. Here, he says, pulling up a video file. This is from Woodhaven Pack, 3 weeks before they joined Ironwood. Security camera footage from their Alpha's office. The video is grainy but clear enough. It shows Marcus and his beta meeting with Woodhaven's Alpha, an elderly wolf named Raymond. The audio is muffled, but Lydia enhances it through her tablet speakers. Don't want trouble, Raymond's voice says. Woodhaven has been independent for 4 generations. We have no interest in alliance. That's unfortunate, Marcus's voice smooth and cold. Because independence has become risky. Rogue attacks, territorial disputes, resource shortages. So many things can go wrong for small packs without protection. Are you threatening me? I'm observing reality. Accidents happen, Alpha Raymond. Particularly to packs that isolate themselves, refuse to adapt to changing circumstances. It would be tragic if Woodhaven experienced such accidents. Silence on the recording. Then Raymond defeated. What are the terms? It's not explicit. Marcus is too careful for that. But the implication is clear, join or face accidents. This is admissible, Thomas says. Woodhaven's security system is registered with the regional authority. The footage is authenticated, time-stamped, legally obtained. It's enough, Kieran says, hope flaring in his voice. Combined with Crescent Valley circumstances, this proves Marcus uses intimidation systematically. They reconvene with minutes to spare. The council chamber settles as Sophia calls for closing arguments. Before we proceed, Kieran says, we have additional evidence. Video documentation of Alpha Marcus's meeting with Woodhaven Pack prior to their absorption. Marcus's expression flickers. Surprise, then calculation. He didn't know Woodhaven had security cameras, Sera realizes. Or if he did, he thought the footage was already destroyed. The video plays for the entire council. The audio is clear enough that Marcus's veiled threats are unmistakable. When it ends, the chamber is silent. That video is out of context, Marcus says, but his confidence has cracked slightly. I was discussing legitimate security concerns. You implied Woodhaven would experience accidents if they didn't join Ironwood, Kieran interrupts. That's textbook coercion. It's one conversation, Marcus argues. Hardly evidence of systematic intimidation. But combined with the circumstances at Crescent Valley, it establishes pattern, Darius says. Security forces surrounding territories, veiled threats about accidents, pressure to join or face consequences. This is how you operate, Marcus. And now there's proof. The council members are murmuring, some nodding agreement. The video changed something, made Marcus's methods visible in a way testimony couldn't. Sophia raises a hand for silence. The council has heard arguments from both sides. Alpha Marcus, you maintain Crescent Valley joined Ironwood voluntarily. Alpha Thorn and Alpha Darius present evidence suggesting systematic coercion. She's quiet for a long moment, weighing. Then, I find for the challengers. Alpha Marcus's claim to Crescent Valley Pack is revoked. The pack is declared free to choose alliance without coercion or intimidation. Victory, but tempered. Marcus has to return Crescent Valley, but the other absorbed packs remain his. Furthermore, Sophia continues, the council formally censures Alpha Marcus for conduct unbefitting regional leadership. Intimidation tactics, veiled threats, and coercive practices damage pack law integrity. Future violations will result in more severe sanctions. It's not everything, but it's something. Marcus has been publicly censured, his methods exposed, his expansion checked, at least temporarily. Marcus rises, his expression carefully neutral. The council has spoken. Ironwood will, of course, comply. But his eyes, when they meet Sera's, burn with cold fury. This isn't over, that look says. This is just beginning. 6 months later. Spring sunlight filters through the trees surrounding Silverpine Manor, warming the assembled wolves gathered for what has become a monthly tradition. The Alliance Gathering. Sera watches from the manor's back terrace as wolves from nearly a dozen packs mingle below. Silverpine and Shadowcrest, of course, but also Crescent Valley, restored to independence after the council ruling. Thornridge, Maplewood, and several other small packs that chose formal alliance over Ironwood absorption or isolated independence. You look thoughtful, Kieran says, appearing beside her with 2 cups of coffee. Good thoughtful or worried thoughtful? Reflective thoughtful, Sera says, accepting the coffee gratefully. 6 months ago, I didn't know I was a shifter. Now I'm watching an interpack alliance meeting that I helped create. It's surreal. You didn't just help create it. You're central to it, Kieran corrects, slipping an arm around her waist. The alliance works because the smaller packs trust you. They see someone who was abandoned, who fought to prove herself, who understands what it means to be vulnerable. It's true, though Sera still struggles to accept it sometimes. After the council ruling, word spread quickly about her story. Dormant Wolf awakened, Shadowcrest heir who chose Silverpine, Luna who challenged Ironwood and won. She's become something of a symbol, whether she wants to be or not. How did the morning session go? Kieran asks. Good, actually. Sera sips her coffee. Maplewood wants to formalize their integration with Shadowcrest. Full absorption rather than just alliance. Darius is considering it. That would give Shadowcrest significant territory expansion, Kieran observes. And give Maplewood access to resources they desperately need, Sera counters. It's mutually beneficial. Isn't that what alliance is supposed to be? When did you become such a diplomat? Kieran teases. When I started spending 3 days a week mediating pack disputes and negotiating resource-sharing agreements, Sera says wryly. Turns out being Luna means a lot less fighting and a lot more paperwork than I expected. Though there's been fighting too. 3 times in 6 months, Ironwood has tested their borders. Small incursions, probing attacks, seeing how serious the alliance is about defending shared territory. Each time, joint Silverpine Shadowcrest forces responded decisively. No major casualties yet, but the threat remains constant. Marcus hasn't forgiven them for the council humiliation. He's been quieter since the censure, more careful about his expansion methods. But Sera knows he's still planning, still waiting for an opportunity to strike back. Thinking about Ironwood? Kieran asks, reading her expression. Always, Sera admits. We won the battle at council, but the war isn't over. No, Kieran agrees. But we're stronger now than we were 6 months ago. The alliance holds. Smaller packs have protection. And Marcus knows that attacking any of us means fighting all of us. It's true. The Silvapine Shadowcrest alliance has become a legitimate power in the region, strong enough that even Ironwood has to respect it. Not permanently safe. Pack dynamics are too fluid for that, but stable. For now. Luna Sera. A voice calls from below. Sera looks down to see Gabriel waving. Your grandmother wants to see you. Something about the moonflowers blooming early. Sera laughs. Her relationship with Elena has developed in unexpected ways over the past months. Weekly lessons on bloodline abilities. Yes, but also gardening sessions, quiet conversations about family history, shared understanding of what it means to be Blackwood women in a world that demands constant strength. I should go, Sera tells Kieran. Are you okay managing the afternoon sessions? I think I can handle coordinating patrol schedules without you, Kieran says dryly. Go bond with your grandmother over mystical plants. Sera finds Elena in the Shadowcrest Gardens, examining a patch of moonflowers that are indeed blooming weeks ahead of schedule. They sense it, Elena says without preamble. The shift in regional power. Plants are more attuned to pack dynamics than most wolves realize. So the early blooming is... what? Celebration? Sera asks, kneeling beside her grandmother. Acknowledgement. Elena's weathered hands gently touch a silver petal. Change has come. The old patterns are breaking. New growth is possible. It's the most poetic Sera has ever heard her grandmother be. Usually Elena is blunt, practical, focused on teaching rather than philosophizing. You're thinking about your father, Elena says, switching topics with typical Blackwood directness. I can feel it. The empathic gift is getting stronger. She's right. Sera has been thinking about her father lately. The man she never met, who died never knowing she survived, who carried her baby bracelet in his pocket as penance for a choice he thought necessary. I wish I could have known him, Sera admits. He would have loved you, Elena says simply. Been proud of you. Been infuriated by you too, probably. You're as stubborn as he was. But loved you absolutely. Do you think, Sera hesitates, do you think he would have approved? Of my bond with Kieran, the alliance, all of it. Elena considers the question seriously. Your father valued strength, honor, and family. You've demonstrated all three. So yes, I think he would approve. Though he'd probably lecture you about taking unnecessary risks and not listening to your elders. Sera laughs, imagining that conversation. That does sound accurate. They work in comfortable silence for a while, tending the moonflowers. Finally, Elena speaks again. There's something I need to tell you. About succession. Sera's hands still. What about it? Darius is planning to step down as alpha next year. He'll announce it formally at the summer gathering. Elena's voice is steady, but Sera feels the emotional weight behind the words. He's ready to retire, let younger wolves lead. Your uncle Marcus, not to be confused with Ironwood's Marcus, will take over as primary alpha. That makes sense, Sera says carefully. He's been Darius's heir for decades. Yes, but there's a complication. Elena meets Sera's eyes. Marcus has no children. His mate is past childbearing age. When he eventually steps down or passes, succession becomes unclear. You would be next in line as alpha bloodline. The implication hits Sera like a physical blow. You're saying I could be Shadowcrest alpha. Eventually. It's possible. Even likely, given your demonstrated leadership and the pack's acceptance of you. Elena's hand covers Sera's. I'm not asking you to make decisions now, but you need to be aware of the possibility. To consider what that would mean for you, for Kieran, for the Alliance. Sera's mind races. Leading Shadowcrest would mean... what? Moving here full-time? Giving up her Luna position in Silvapine? Or trying to be alpha of one pack and Luna of another? Somehow balancing dual responsibilities? Don't panic, Elena says, reading her expression. This is years away. Marcus is healthy, vital. He'll lead for decades probably. But Sera, you're young. You have time to grow into this possibility. To decide what you want your future to look like. What if I don't want to be alpha? Sera asks quietly. Then you don't have to be. Succession can pass to your cousins or be decided by pack challenge. You have choices, Sera. More choices than your father and I had. Elena squeezes her hand. That's what I wanted for you. Not a predetermined path, but genuine choice. Whatever you decide, the family will support. Sera nods, still processing. It's overwhelming, but also empowering. She's not trapped by bloodline, not forced into roles she doesn't want. She can choose. Thank you, Sera says, for telling me, for giving me time to think about it. Of course. Elena returns to the moonflowers. Now, help me with these cuttings. These varieties need to be preserved for future generations. Whether those generations are yours or someone else's, they deserve this beauty. That evening, Sera and Kieran walk the Silverpine territory boundaries, something they've made a habit of doing weekly. It's practical, checking markers, scent trails, signs of intrusion. But it's also meditative, a chance to connect away from politics and responsibility. Elena told me about Darius stepping down, Sera says, and about succession. I wondered when she would, Kieran says. Darius mentioned it to me last month. Wanted to know if it would create problems for us. Does it? Sera asks. That depends on you. Kieran stops walking, turning to face her. If you want to pursue alpha position in Shadowcrest eventually, I support that. We'd figure out logistics. Dual leadership isn't unheard of, just complicated. And if I don't want it? Sera asks. If I decide being Luna here is enough, then that's equally valid. Kieran pulls her close. Sera, I didn't bond with you because of your bloodline or political value. I bonded with you because you're my mate. My choice. Whatever path you choose, Shadowcrest Alpha, Silverpine Luna, or something else entirely, I'll support it. Through the bond, his certainty washes over her. He means it. There's no hidden agenda, no expectation that she'll choose one path over another. I don't know what I want yet, Sera admits. 6 months ago, I didn't even know I was a shifter. Now people are talking about me leading one of the most powerful packs in the region. It's too much, too fast. Then don't decide now, Kieran says simply. You have years. Use them. Learn, grow, figure out what kind of leader you want to be. If you want to lead at all. There's no rush. They continue walking, comfortable in the silence. Overhead, the first stars begin appearing in the darkening sky. Do you ever regret it? Sera asks suddenly. That your wolf found me? That the curse breaking meant I became part of your life in such a complicated way? Never. Kieran's answer is immediate, absolute. You saved me, Sera. Not just from the curse, but from the isolation that comes with being alpha. From the loneliness of thinking I'd never have what my father couldn't have. A genuine partnership with my mate. I was terrified of you at first, Sera confesses. This huge white wolf in the forest, clearly dangerous. I should have run. But you didn't. You reached out. Chose to trust rather than fear. Kieran's thumb traces her jawline. That's who you are, brave enough to choose connection over safety. That's why the alliance works, why smaller packs trust you, why even old traditionalists like Darius respect you. I'm making it up as I go, Sera admits. We all are, Kieran says. Leadership is mostly improvisation with occasional moments of actual competence. You're doing fine. They reach a clearing where moonlight pools silver on the ground. Without discussing it, both shift, an easy transformation now, as natural as breathing. Sera's honey amber wolf and Kieran's massive silver-white form circle each other playfully before taking off running through the forest. This is freedom, Sera thinks as they race through the trees. This sense of power, of connection to the land and her mate and her wolf. Whatever the future holds, Shadowcrest succession, Ironwood threats, regional politics, this will remain constant. This joy in her wolf, in her bond, in the life she's built from abandonment and loss. They run until exhaustion sets in, then shift back and walk home under star-filled skies. Whatever happens next, Sera says as they approach the manor, we face it together. Right, always together, Kieran confirms. That's what bonds mean, what mates mean. We're stronger together than apart. Inside the manor, the alliance meeting has evolved into an informal gathering. Wolves from multiple packs sharing food and stories, building connections that transcend territorial boundaries. Sera sees Gabriel laughing with one of the Maplewood warriors, sees Lydia in deep conversation with Crescent Valley's new beta, sees dozens of small moments that prove the alliance is working. Not perfectly. Never perfectly. There are still disputes, still tensions, still the constant awareness that Ironwood lurks at their borders waiting for weakness. But it's working. And that's enough. Vivian appears beside Sera, 2 glasses of wine in hand. She offers one to her daughter, a gesture that's become comfortable over the past months of slowly rebuilding their relationship. You've done well, Vivian says quietly, watching the gathered wolves. Better than anyone expected, including, I think, yourself. I had help, Sera says. From you, from Kieran, from the entire pack. I didn't do this alone. No one does anything alone, Vivian agrees. But you had the courage to accept help, to build connections, to choose trust over isolation. That's leadership. They stand together, mother and daughter, watching the alliance they helped create. Not perfect, complicated, but real. Your father would be proud, Vivian says after a moment, of the woman you've become, of the leader you're becoming. I hope so, Sera says softly. I know so. Vivian's hand finds Sera's. And Sera, I'm proud too, for whatever that's worth. It's worth everything, Sera says honestly. As the evening deepens into night, as wolves mingle and alliances strengthen, and the future remains uncertain but hopeful, Sera stands with her mate's arm around her waist and her mother beside her and thinks. This is home. Not the Chen's house where she was raised. Not Shadowcrest where she was born. Not even Silverpine where she claimed her mate. Home is wherever she chooses to be, surrounded by people who chose her back. And that is more than enough. The end.